Summit 2024, an initiative by TV9 Network and South First, a unique thought leadership conclave that is bringing together industry leaders, medical experts, stakeholders, and some of the biggest and brightest minds in India's healthcare industry for this summit. And over the course of the day, we're going to be engaging in some extremely thoughtful and futuristic discussions on where the healthcare industry in India is headed. Before we go to that, just to give you a quick perspective, India's healthcare sector is already worth over $370 billion, and it's been growing at a compounded annual growth rate, or CAGR, of over 20% in just the last 10 years alone. And the focus on India's healthcare sector has only grown since the pandemic, especially preventive healthcare more than curative healthcare. And what is driving India's growth in healthcare, and what will be driving India's growth in healthcare, are some of these critical, emerging, cutting-edge technologies. I don't have to name them, you know all of them. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, Internet of Things. All of these technologies are transforming healthcare in India and increasing its penetration and taking it to every single household in the country. In the middle of all of this, it's important for us to take a moment, pause, reflect, and understand what are the future transformations in store for India's healthcare sector. And that's exactly the reason why the Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024 is here to peek into the future and see how technology is going to shape the healthcare sector going forward. And this Dakshin Healthcare Summit is a TV9 initiative, and South First, it is streaming live. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is streaming live on news9live.com as well as southfirst.com as well. Now, before we go any further, a quick word on the sponsors of Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024, Asian Institute of Nephrology and Urology, Health on Us, Vasavi Group, Ecor Biologics Private Limited, Novo Nordisk, and of course, our hydration partner, ORSL. Thank you to all our sponsors who've helped us put this Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024 together. And we begin the Dakshin Healthcare Summit with the lamp lighting ceremony. And to do that, may I please call upon stage Mr. G.S. Vasu, editor and founder, South First. Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, joint managing director, Apollo Hospitals. Dr. Arvinder Singh Soin, Chairman, Institute of Liver Transplantation and Regenerative Medicine at Medanta. And Mr. Shivananda, Chief Financial Officer, TV9 Network. Requesting a big round of applause for all our dignitaries as we kickstart the Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024 with the lamp lighting ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause. Requesting Dr. Soin and Dr. Sangeeta Reddy to please stay on stage. Kindly please stay on stage. Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. Dr. Soin, please take your seats.
Where do I sit? Yeah?
Anywhere, sir. Yeah. Requesting Mr. G.S. Vasu to also stay on stage. In fact, I'm requesting Mr. G.S. Vasu to please take the podium and deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, friends. It's my pleasure to welcome some of the most prestigious names in the field of healthcare and wellness to the Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024. When we launched South First 2 years ago, we were particular that health will be among our primary focus areas. simply because it is the basic foundation of the world we want to build. In a country where affordable, effective healthcare continues to be a luxury for the majority, it should be a collective responsibility to strive towards access to healthcare to the last child in a remote village or an elderly person in an urban settlement. Particularly in the post-COVID world, the importance of health and wellness for all has become more defined. What we are attempting through this healthcare summit, brought to you by TV9 and South First, is a step towards dialogue, exchange of ideas, identifying problems, and finding solutions. Innovation has been the cornerstone of India's healthcare system in techniques, diagnostics, as well as technology. We at South First will always strive to bring together thought leaders for a better tomorrow. Dakshin Healthcare Summit looks precisely to achieve just that, to create some of the brightest platform for some of the brightest minds in the medical and allied services in India for a better tomorrow. I also take this occasion to announce that this will be an annual event that will grow bigger and more impactful. We have some of the finest doctors from across the country participating in multiple sessions through the day, and I request all of you to get the best out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. G.S. Vasu, for that. That's right, it's going to be an annual affair. This is the inaugural edition of the Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024. And now, let me call upon Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Joint Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals, to deliver the inaugural address of Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Dr. Sangeeta Reddy.
Good morning, everyone, and namaste. Let me begin by congratulating all of you for putting this program together, because the time is just right. And I think the fact of saying South First, despite having Dr. Soin on the stage, is reflective of the fact that so much in healthcare begins in the South. So I couldn't resist that shot, Dr. Soin. But jokes apart, and very, very seriously, the promise of the future is super exciting. The fact that we are now at a stage where you can reprogram cells, recreate, a deep understanding. I mean, a decade ago, everybody said that healthcare would be transformed by the 3 Bs, which was biology. We discovered our genetic makeup. By bandwidth, we were able to connect to remote villages, to different areas. And by bytes, which was computing capacity. And with that computing capacity, our CT scans moved from 64 slice to 120 slice to 640 slice, and we began to see more, do more. And then, on the heels of that came artificial intelligence, more computing, more analytics, an understanding of why a certain person got, or their gene expression varied. And in the light of all that, with so many of these changes happening, and I think it was very well described, from robotics to artificial intelligence to stem cell to virtual reality. But the point I'm trying to make here is that I wonder how many of us have put a probable age on how long we're going to live. Anyone has some numbers? Is there 100 out here? Definitely. Dr. Soin is 100. Perfect. 70 is too young. Whoever said that, please think some more. So this is a combination of something. A few years ago, I began to do what is called an abundance mindset. And Peter Diamandis' abundance mindset says that the world has an abundance of resources. Nobody needs to starve. It's a different sad fact that people are starving. That we have an abundance of medical capability. Nobody needs to suffer from many of the disease. And the knowledge which is progressing at this tremendous pace is creating a longevity mindset that many of us will live beyond 100. It's a different factor that on the other side, the World Economic Forum is predicting for the world jobless growth. So people are going to live longer, but the number of jobs or the productive work is going to go down. So it's rising or creating a completely different problem. Some super intelligent minds, maybe like Dr. Soin, Dr. Chandru over there, when they realize that their first career is changing, they start moving into their second careers because they use the knowledge they've garnered and keep productive. Many in the traditional form of things are retiring, but more importantly is that youth do not have jobs. So while this conference will focus on longevity, and I'm extremely excited about it, I always believe that conscious members of society, responsible members of society, must understand the juxtapositioning of unemployed youth, of jobless growth, and of longevity. Now jumping very excitingly into longevity and what I always like to term healthy longevity. About a year and a half ago, I had the pleasure of meeting Shimizu Yamazaki. This scientist, this Japanese scientist who is now in San Francisco, discovered what is called the Yamanaka factors. And what this did is that it takes a cell and helps to reprogram that cell into any cell that is required. What we saw in the lab was pluripotent cells were treated with the Yamanaka factor, put in conjunction with other cardiac cells, and started beating like a heart cell. If you look at it as a small test tube or a small actually Petri dish in the lab, it didn't look so exciting. But if you extend your imagination to the fact that if we could inject this into the hearts of 65 and 70-year-olds, and their heart muscle begins to perform like it did when they were 35, imagine what that would do. If you could inject this into a damaged, 2 years ago in Hyderabad, we had a young boy who had a racing car accident and damaged his spine. Despite 6 months of physiotherapy, of acute rehabilitation, he is just walking. But he will never be a racer again and never get those reflexes again. Imagine if we could give him one injection and change the course of his nervous system. So the possibilities of what is evolving is tremendous. And this evolution is happening in various stages of science. I'm sure Dr. Soin is thinking, I'm going to be regenerating liver cells, and therefore at some stage he will not need to perform liver transplants. I predict that in 20 years from now, we will not be doing the joint replacements that everybody is doing routinely, because we would have treated it much earlier. Whether we're doing stem cell injections to regenerate cartilage, we're using AI to do gait analysis and therefore gait correction and prevent or reduce the extent of wear and tear on the joints and change the way we live. In addition, there are multiple factors. It's not just the knowledge and the awareness. There's an entire aspect of controlling the environment. The microplastics, which have become a part of our body now, and Chandru and I were talking about this a little earlier, will we modify the detection of microplastics, the treatment of microplastic, will be put bacteriophages into our systems, therefore they're eating up the microplastic before they become part of our body. There's a transformational way of looking at things, and we are on the cusp of that across the universe. And definitely across our world. And so I'm extremely excited, when I heard the topic and Dr. Soin called me and I heard that, you're talking about this, I was very, very excited because I also believe that this is India's time. There's some reasons which lead me to believe that. It's not just the fact. Some of you who saw today's Economic Times, the big four again have all Indian leaders on top of them. McKinsey has just selected an Indian, a native Indian, as the head of McKinsey Global. So what I'm referring to is the brain power. We have the capability to think, to analyze, to work hard, to research. And yet our researchers are doing fantastically in NASA and global positions. How much more can we enhance what's happening in India? Now, interestingly, on the health side, we have the data. If you take the Ayushman Bharat data, and start analyzing this. We at Apollo have approximately 14 million records and about 9,000 genotype-phenotype analytics. We're doing multiple AI algorithms. We created a cardiovascular risk score in partnership with Microsoft. We did an early detection system for TB, which we're actually donating to government hospitals in conjunction with Google. But all these are just scratching the surface of the possibility of what is the future of healthcare. And so programs like these and interactions like these, I hope, will accelerate the pace of investment into research and a new age in healthcare, will accelerate the number of people, of young people who are coming into science and research. Because if you've done medicine, very few are choosing research as a methodology to use their medical knowledge. And the extent of time that a practicing clinician is giving on research is also very low. There are few exceptions, but not many. So I believe that conferences like these, and awareness of the pace of change and the possibility of what the future holds for us, will accelerate this movement into integrative medicine, into research in longevity, into new technologies, whether it's CRISPR or a different way, or research in stem cell, will enable us with our data and our knowledge and our skill sets, will enable India to change the positioning that we've had in healthcare. For many years, we at Apollo took great pride in saying we started in 1983 and we telescoped the developments of the Western world. What happened over 30, 40 years, we brought it in 10 years into India. But today we have another dream, we have a different vision. We want to be the ones setting the agenda. We want to be the ones creating the new cures. We want people from across the world to come to India because this is where it is happening. And right now, let me be very honest, I visited Buck Institute, I've seen what's happening at Stanford, I saw what's happening at Mass General and Mayo. We are very far away. We need to do a lot more. And so again, I congratulate the organizers for beginning to raise the topic of longevity, of science and research, of allied technologies to apply into a better life. I can't end just talking about all these high-tech things because there's a lot of basic things that remain to be done. So I will actually conclude by sharing one of the things we're doing in a village called Aragonda, which is in Chittoor. We began this program about 20 years ago, actually 24 years ago, where we started a small hospital. The villagers there told my father, "You've put up all these things, what have you done for your birthplace?" So he put a 100-bed hospital over there, and doctors from Chennai and Hyderabad would go. It was a beginning. In the year 2000, when Bill Clinton visited Hyderabad, he pressed a button connecting telemedicine, using telemedicine to connect Aragonda to Hyderabad and to Chennai. We then created a rural insurance so that the villagers had access to that. We then said we may be thinking of tertiary care, but what is needed greatly in Indian villages, and this was 24 years ago, but it still remains the same, is a focus on the social determinants of health. So we created clean drinking water supply, which is now run by the youth of those clusters of villages, nutrition, preventive healthcare screening, whether it's mammogram, cervical cancer, cataract surgery. So a series of proactive health initiatives. So why I'm concluding with this is, while we are aspiring to do AI and stem cell and regenerative medicine, in the same breath, we need to ensure that our knowledge that we currently have, this topic that we are speaking about over the day is about the acceleration from bench to bedside, or to keeping people out of the bedside, keeping them healthy and active. But what we also need to do is to ensure that clean water, sanitation, nutrition, and preventive, proactive health screening programs tackle what is the tsunami of non-communicable disease and ensure that we are finding these early. Because every time a cardiac surgeon does a bypass on 3 vessels and a cardiologist does stenting for 5 vessels, the question somewhere in the mind is, where was this patient when his first vessel was getting blocked? And when 65% of the cancers we detect in India are in stage 3 and stage 4, we need to ask ourselves, why didn't we find them in stage 1 and why didn't we prevent this cancer? And therefore, I conclude by saying that it's a unique time in the development of science of the world. It's a unique time in the opportunity that we as healthcare professionals or people passionate about a better healthcare need to focus on the basics, need to enhance our infrastructure, need to continue to look at preventive healthcare and preventive medicine and regenerative and the future of medicine, focusing on not just longevity, but healthy longevity, not just healthy longevity, but healthy and happy longevity. All the best to all of you. Good luck and namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, for that wonderful inaugural address. Let me now call upon stage Mr. Shivananda, Chief Financial Officer of TV9 Network, and Mr. Sanjeet Kumar, National Head Healthcare of TV9 Network, to felicitate Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Shivananda and Mr. Sanjeet Kumar, for that. And with that, we get started on all those important discussions I alluded to in the beginning. It's time to begin the confluence of minds and thoughts at the Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024. Let me now call upon stage my colleague Anusha, Executive Editor of South First, to take over from here. Anusha. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Krishna. Indeed, a lot for us all to give a thought, but without much ado, I would like us to proceed to the first panel at Dakshin Summit 2024, Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024, ladies and gentlemen. On the first panel today, we would like to share some secrets. Some secrets are best when it is shared with most people, a topic that keeps us focused on life and lifestyle. The secrets of longevity, unraveling the science. And to throw light on this subject, we have a dazzling panel of experts. It's our pleasure today to have amongst us Padma Shri Dr. Arvinder Soin, surgeon, scientist, innovator, health tech entrepreneur, and investor. He's the group chairman and chief surgeon at Medanta Institute of Liver Transplantation and Regenerative Medicine in India. Joining him in the panel today are Mr. Prashant Prakash, managing partner and founder of SL India. Dr. Vritti Lumba, she wants to live 100, because I saw her hand go up when Dr. Sangeeta Reddy asked. Dr. Vritti Lumba is program head, Fortis Cancer Hospital at Fortis Healthcare. Dr. Manveer Bhatia, director and founder at Neurology and Sleep Center, New Delhi. Dr. Umair Khadir is joining us all the way from London. He is clinical process lead physician at Hook. Dr. Deepak Saini, Professor of Department of Developmental Biology and Genetics, convener, Longevity Institute at Indian Institute of Science, and Mr. Saurabh Khusrushahi, founder of SOFIT. I would like to hand over this panel to Dr. Arvinder Soin, who will be moderating this panel. I request all the panelists to please take their seats on the dais.
I'll just coordinate that. This is the bit of the presentation. I'll just coordinate.
So I can sit there and do it, right?
Just sit there.
Yeah. And I'll see the slides there. Cool. And where will the rest of the crowd be? Okay. Are we getting in the way?
No, that should be fine. It's up to them.
Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Sangeeta Reddy because, of course, you'll agree that it was a brilliant speech, and I was just telling her that research and innovation at the Apollo Hospitals group is in safe and competent hands. She really set the pace and the vibe for the rest of the deliberations today. Thank you all for joining us. Before we get started on the panel discussion, I'd like to thank Mr. Vasu Gandikota, Mr. Krishna, South First and TV9 for putting this futuristic health summit together. So, in the panel, we will hopefully take you all for an amazing ride in the next hour or so. A ride at the end of which you will all emerge thinking that you should have raised your hands when Dr. Sangeeta Reddy asked you whether you live 100 years, because you can. And we'll try and show you with the longevity champions here how you can actually do that. The overriding theme for today's panel discussion will be, how do you see yourself in 2050? Right? Now, I mean, if we all shift the focus of healthcare from sick care in hospitals to making sure that everyone's well and remains healthy as possible, if we actually start dedicated centers to wellness, positive health and longevity, because that is definitely the need of the hour, because we find that in tertiary care, quaternary care hospitals, you have preventive medicine in one little floor or one little corner of the hospital, and the rest of the hospital is all geared to managing critical patients and doing procedures, etc. So the focus does have to shift from sick care to positive health and care in a way that keeps people healthy. And if you actually aim, because you have to aim to be healthy in 20-25 years from now, then you can get there easily, and we'll try and show you how. So, look at these guys. We don't have to dim the lights. I think the lights can be fully on. I don't think you can get the music, but you get the idea, right? So we all want to be, that's okay, you can tone down the music. So we all want to be disease-free, we want to be strong, we want to be happy at the end of 25 years from now, and even beyond. And we'll try and show you how you can actually do that. So currently what happens is that, let's say, none of us believe that we'll live 100, but we do believe that we'll probably live, people in this room and those online will probably live about 80 years, 78 to 80 years, right? But what happens is that if you're totally healthy at 100% and let's say at 20 or 30 years of age, health starts to decline. And compared to what you were at 25 or 30, you're only half of you left in terms of being healthy by the time you're 65. But if you actually get into predictive and preventive medicine and then personalized interventions both by human experts and AI-aided advice are followed, then this curve can actually lift up and give us 15 more years of life, because lifespan is the number of years you live, and 20 years more of good health. And health span is the number of years that you remain healthy. So this curve will actually become like that instead of like that. Now, you know, the math is simple. We actually have the science today to make this happen. And I'll just show you how. 25% of us will die from an MI, heart attack. And in fact, 25% of the first heart attacks are killers. So that's the only heart attack some of us will have, right? But the thing is that 90% of heart attacks are preventable. 10% of us will die from cancer, and these are Indian figures. We've actually searched all papers and resources, and these are Indian figures, right? So 10% will die from cancer, 50% of it is preventable, 10% will die from a brain stroke, 80% preventable. Dr. Manveer Bhatia here, who's a neurologist and sleep medicine expert, tells me that 8% of Indians more than 60 have dementia, and 70% of them will actually die from it. It's not just memory lapses, it's a killer. And nearly half of them are preventable. 20% of Indians die from respiratory disease, 70% preventable. 5% die from diabetes directly and its complications. 90% deaths are preventable. 4% liver disease, 90% preventable. 3% kidney disease, again 90% preventable. So, there you have. If we actually prevent or diagnose early all the diseases that kill us, naturally you'll live 15, 20 years longer and healthier. I mean, it's just very simple. And the science exists today, and that's what we're going to discuss in the next 60 minutes. So now, Riti Lumba, who takes care of the Fortis Cancer Institutes across the country and is very interested in preventive and predictive healthcare as applied to oncology, do you want to tell us how you can actually detect disease early or even predict disease before it actually happens? What sort of diagnostics you use specifically in relation to the 4 or 5 killer diseases like diabetes, cancer, heart disease, and neurovascular disease and neurodegenerative disorders. So take us through the diagnostics, basics and advanced that help us diagnose these things in a way that we can predict disease and detect early disease. You can just talk from there, because I'm going to come there and now I'm going to keep sitting there.
I have this thing in my hand. Hi, also, thank you, Dr. Soin, for that question. I think, what you've already set the tone for the day started from Dr. Sangeeta Reddy's talk and to your initial context of setting the preventables, and when I deep dive into the predictable and the preventable, I would first want to refer to the 4 horsemen that we would all end up landing with as we age. And now from those 4 horsemen, from four of those horsemen, I would want to start with the metabolic syndrome. Now, metabolic syndrome per se was something that was developed as a cluster of problems, which are very, very basic. Today, we talk about cholesterols. So high triglycerides, low healthy cholesterol, which is the HDL, a high blood pressure, high sugars, and the cluster, and truncal obesity. When all of these 5 combine, they call the metabolic syndrome. When all 5 of these are present in a patient, it was earlier in the 1980s referred to as something like a syndrome X, which evolved as metabolic syndrome, and now this metabolic syndrome actually becomes a precursor for rest of the 3-4 horsemen as we develop during time. Now, how do we predict them? The question is, how do we predict them? How do we prevent, diagnose it, detect it early in our lives? So, obviously sugars, we all talk about sugars, but what we do not talk about as the sugars are rising, they're taking those trends, we do not talk about insulin resistance. That is a very, very important marker. And if your sugars are good, sugars are normal, then we also do not talk about putting stress on our system to check, through maybe a oral glucose tolerance test to see that, how well are we performing in terms of our sugars when the body is put under pressure. Similarly, the DEXA scan, we all talk about the BMI, we talk about BMI, which is basically the index, the score between your height and your weight, but we do not talk about truncal obesity, and we do not talk about our composition in terms of our body fat, in terms of our muscle mass, so which are very, very important. I mean, for truncal obesity, just for starters, more than 40 inches your waist circumference for men and more than 35 for women is truncal obesity. We are not referring to that, and all those things combined are actually precursors for when we land into a heart disease, a stroke or a neurodegenerative disorder, and the cancers. Now, obviously, this metabolic syndrome is, I'll want to spend 1 more minute on metabolic syndrome, because now this is where the problem is. This is where the problem is when I say that it increases the risk of cardiac problems by around 70%, 75%. So close monitoring of blood pressure becomes very, very critical when we talk about heart disease, because atherosclerotic disease, once set in, reversal is another thing. But if we just monitor our blood pressures, as simple as that, and if we have a genetic predisposition by virtue of having a parent or a sibling who's gone through a heart attack, there should be nothing that stops us from a CAC score. Now, if there is calcium in your coronaries, we are pretty late in the day, but that is like a very, very big red flag. And it's an absolutely non-invasive procedure, one can just go through. And if there is, if you want to go 1 more step further, a CT angio is something that is a very, very definitive result, that gives you a very definitive response. Now, AI has come into play when the sensitivity of your CT angio is far more, it can pick up a soft plaque of up to, a 10%, where that, those are the soft plaques which dislodge and cause an MI attack, and when Dr. Soin says that, 25% of people's first heart attack will be their last. That is a very, very alarming figure, and we all need to be prepared to not land up in such situations. And I think the famous singer KK, he shook the industry, he shook the country, he was just doing a performance, and when he had an MI, and we all know what happened after that, it was his last. So obviously all those scary, and it was almost a similar time when a sultan in Dubai had a similar episode. I think it's all time, we are sitting all on ticking bombs, and all we have to do is just those 5 tests, check your cholesterols, check your regular monitoring of your blood pressures, your truncal obesity. If you have truncal obesity reverses, that's absolutely reversible, right? You just have to put in right measures there. And there are obviously the more advanced lipid testing when you go into the details. When you talk about stroke and neurodegenerative disorders, MRI. Again, today there is a trend of, in the West, they're talking about whole body MRIs with MRI in the brain, which is with AI enabled, which is more specific, which will be able to pick up the early signs of your dementias and all the neurodegenerative disorders setting in. The ApoE4 gene, for that matter, which is a predictor for Alzheimer's. And when we do all of this, and as I come to cancer screening, now there's a lot being spoken about cervical cancer screening. I've not put it here, but seeing the audience, I'm quite intrigued to ask a question. How many of you have taken the cervical cancer vaccination? So the cervical cancer vaccination is, and how many of you think only women need a cervical cancer or HPV vaccination? How many of you think only women need cervical cancer vaccination or a HPV vaccination? Men need it too. So because it is a virus and men are not immune from the virus. So the right age group, which is, the West, they say about 9 to 15 years of age, cervical cancer vaccination. Now, cervical cancer is one of the most preventable cancers. 87% prevention with the cervical cancer vaccine. And obviously, it is one cancer that is happening because of a virus. So it's only about early detection of that virus. I'm going a little detail more in cervical cancer, but yes, the idea is early detection. There is so much that is preventable just by being knowledge, just by being awareness. And obviously there is, we talk about genetic predispositions. How many of you think cancers happen only genetic? Any thoughts? Do you think cancer is only genetic? If you do not have genes which cause you cancer, will not cause you cancer? No, so it's only 5% cancers which have absolute this thing that it will be only genetic, but rest are multifactorial and not genetic. So whole genomic sequencing will obviously help you, enable you understand what's happening in, what are you predisposed to, and that helps one to understand also, now these are days when we are also talking about the epigenetic aging, where you can see your chronological age is actually matching your actual age, and then you can work modalities to reverse them. A gut health microbiome, today it's spoken a lot about. I'm sure Dr. Manvi will talk about sleep and, and I'm referring to sleep apnea tests here. Cognitive function tests in depression and anxiety screening, and, and all these are very, very basic, simplistic, early predictors, changes in this, So, I always say, you don't know exactly what's happening inside your body till you actually look inside. You have to look into it to know what's happening and prevent it and early detect and reverse it. I think I'm done.
Hello. Can someone get this going? Yeah, thank you very much, Riti. So, Umair, it's your turn now. Riti has nicely set the stage and told us what diagnostics you can use to predict disease or diagnose the 4 killers early. And these killers again are diabetes, cancer, neurovascular disease and cardiovascular disease. Would you like to take us through all the lifestyle changes, modifications, drugs, supplements that can actually be used in a personalized fashion once you do pick up a risk for someone to have one or more of these diseases, or for that matter, detect them early? So, Umair Kadir from London, Hook London. Hook London is a famous longevity clinic, and Umair is a full-time longevity physician. So, Umair, give us your insights. We can't hear him. Umair, you have to hold off for a minute. We'll just get the audio working, please. We'll tell you when to get started again. Guys, we're going to ask you a lot of questions. We're going to have some voting. We're going to make you all stand up for different things that you do or you don't do.
Yeah, I think in the interim we can have everybody stand up for once.
Yeah. And you all have to participate. You all have to prove that you actually want good health span and lifespans. This can't be a boring classroom lecture and you go back thinking, oh, So guys, tell me when you're ready for Umair. Umair, do you want to try now? No, we can't hear him. Are you guys going to take time? We can carry on with the discussion with other panelists. It's just falling nicely in sequence because Riti outlined the diagnostics and, I was hoping Umair will tell us about the interventions. Okay, I think we will carry on. Umair, we will have you on in a couple of minutes once they fix the audio. Stay tuned. So, let's turn to where all this will happen. It's quite clear that the focus currently in hospitals and healthcare institutions is on treating major diseases with procedures, critical care, and rightly so, of course. They are they save lives. They save thousands of lives, hundreds and thousands of lives every day. But it's clear that if you go back to what Dr. Sangeeta Reddy said and what we've been talking about predictive and preventive medicine, that you have to have dedicated centers which look at you in a different way. You may have a health problem and you walk in with that problem, but you also want to stay healthy and live as long as possible and in a healthy way.
Can you hear me okay?
Sorry, what's that? Is the audio working now? Yes. Umair, I think you're on. Tell us about the interventions you can do to take care of these 4 killers.
Brilliant, thank you very much for having me. Can I just double check you can hear me okay?
Yes, we are good.
Brilliant,
We can
fantastic.
hear you very well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for inviting me on, and thank you for setting the stage already for some very important discussions. I'll start off by talking a little bit about metabolic disease and touching on things that we can do to try. So I think Vritti has already talked quite a lot about what it is and why it's important to try and target it. I suppose the way that I would talk about it is in 3 different steps. So, sorry, can you still hear me okay? Is that okay? Okay, sorry. So the first way to discuss this, it would be in terms of lifestyle intervention. So one of the main reasons that it causes a problem is that most people are unaware that they're actually even entering metabolic syndrome. There's no real symptoms to it. We end up getting central deposition of fat in the abdomen. We end up getting a slowly creeping blood pressure. We end up with raised cholesterol and triglycerides, but we don't really see any symptoms of this. And we talked earlier on, well, Brittany mentioned about insulin resistance. And again, there won't really be signs and symptoms of this unless there's labs or diagnostics to check this out. One of the things that we can do is control our nutrition. And I suppose the 2 important concepts that I'd like to introduce are things called satiety index and feeding windows. So a satiety index, the best way to understand this is how many times have you been sat at a table and you've looked at the food in front of you and you're just about okay, you're no longer hungry, but actually you think, you know what, this food looks delicious. I think I'm just going to finish the rest of the plate anyway, and just because people are serving, I'll get another plate too. So you end up, every time we eat at a sort of a 10 out of 10 for fullness, because we're just used to it. Food abundance is so much of a problem now. And by having a satiety index, once we're hungry up until we are no longer hungry, and then we sort of put the food away or don't eat anymore. It's one of the simplest interventions you can make to try and help. Feeding windows as well. So obviously people talk a lot about intermittent fasting and how that can sort of help limit the food intake that we have to stop overconsumption. And there is evidence that you can limit this by sort of sticking to a 10-hour window, simply because there is just a limited or finite amount of food that you can eat in that sort of short period of time. Other things we can do is increase our protein intake. Protein is a building block of muscle, but also is one of the substrates that sort of keeps us fuller for as long as possible. So aiming for about 1 to 1.5 grams per pound of body weight is a good metric to go by, and it will also have impact when we come to sort of resistance training as well. The other thing we can do is increase our fiber intake. Fiber, again, keeps us nice and full and feeds that gut microbiome. And aiming for about 30 grams a day of fiber can be really helpful. Obviously, most diets don't really contain much fiber, so rapidly increasing that may lead to some unwanted side effects in terms of bloating and abdominal discomfort. But ultimately, slowly building to that will be really helpful. Medication-wise, drugs-wise, there are lots of hype medications that are out there, and they all have a fantastic place, and it's amazing that we do have some of these medications. So obviously the one that's on a lot of people's lips is things like GLP-1 agonists like Ozempic, or the newer ones like Mounjaro, and they are very, very effective, and they do help people lose weight, but without laying that foundation of nutrition and physical fitness, about 2/3 of people just gain the weight straight back as soon as they've stopped that medication. So it's really important to put in those principles for nutrition and fitness that I think are going to be talked about a little bit further on in this discussion too. There's also evidence of medication like flozins, which are SGLT2 inhibitors, like dapagliflozin, and they have also shown some evidence in terms of longevity, but in populations that are sort of diseased, such as those with heart failure and chronic kidney disease. But it may be one for the future that is emerging that can show some promise. So ultimately, there's a lot that we can do, and by limiting the metabolic syndrome or limiting these symptoms that you can get early on with using some of these interventions, you can stop that progression to then moving on towards cardiovascular disease. So I'll move on to cardiovascular disease now, and it's as we had alluded to earlier, these conditions are sort of interlinked. When you start on the path of one, you can develop the other. So metabolic disease will inevitably lead to risk factors that develop cardiovascular disease, which will both combined lead to risk factors that can cause cognitive decline, and that can also lead to metabolic being obese is a risk factor for having developing cancer as well. So in this slide, you can see me there doing a VO2 max test very poorly. But essentially, what we need to do in cardiovascular disease, again, is institute some factors that can try and help. So from a nutrition point of view, salt. And we know that there is a lot of salt in our food. Some is hidden, some is visible. But simply limiting our salt intake. So a study showed that from a high salt intake, which was around 2.2 grams per day versus 0.5 grams a day, if we switched from that 2.2 to 0.5 grams per day, you could have an equivalent blood pressure reduction as if you were adding in a blood pressure medication, which is significant. Not only that, but weight loss. If you were to, for every 1 kilogram of weight loss, you can get about a millimeter of reduction of blood pressure. So if you were to reduce your salt intake and lost about 10 to 12 kilograms of weight, I'm assuming you were overweight in the first place, you've sort of almost added in the equivalent of 2 blood pressure medications worth of blood pressure lowering interventions just from your lifestyle alone. So that is a significant thing that we can try to introduce to try to limit your cardiovascular disease. From a fitness point of view, which I'm sure will be talked about later on, but adding in some zone 2 training, some cardiovascular exercise, which basically means training when your heart rate is working just above the comfortable zone, where you can still complete sentences, but you're working hard enough. And doing that regularly has been shown to also have massive benefits for the cardiovascular system, building out our aerobic capacity. And we know that those that have a higher VO2 max have a longer health span and lifespan, especially seen in athletes. In terms of medications, there are new medications, and we know just linearly, the lower our LDL cholesterol, the lower the risk of cardiovascular disease and the lower the risk of major adverse cardiovascular events like heart attacks and strokes. So we can use those diagnostics that Virti alluded to earlier on to decide how aggressively to lower the lipids, and it may not be the same for everyone. So for some people, they may have a family history, they may be smokers, they may have just a genetic predisposition by having a higher level of lipoprotein A, which decides how sticky their cholesterol molecules can be, and therefore they may need a more aggressive strategy to reduce their cholesterol levels. I'll move on a little bit just for the interests of time. But in terms of neurodegenerative conditions, so here you can see a big one, sleep, and that's not often talked about. And actually, it can impact all of these horsemen that we've talked about today, but specifically neurodegenerative disease. How many times have you seen people sacrificing sleep to try to work as hard as they possibly can, juggling hundreds of different things at the expense of sleep and feeling tired throughout their day? That then leads them to reach for quick energy snacks, unhealthy things to try and provide energy for the rest of the day to fuel them, which then fuels metabolic syndrome, which then fuels cardiovascular disease. So it's all linked together. And the glymphatic system is a system that clears neurofibrillary tangles and tau proteins and amyloid proteins that build up that lead to Alzheimer's disease and dementia. And we know that by sleeping, that works more efficiently. In terms of nutrition, again, eating healthy by reducing saturated fats, increasing our intake of vegetables. There's a diet called the MIND diet, which you can look into, and specifically has shown some degree of evidence to try and lower the risk of Alzheimer's disease. We know about the benefits of fitness and exercises that have shown that, just a simple introduction of aerobic exercise a couple of times a week has been shown to improve brain factors, and in some cases has shown enlargement of the hippocampus, which is the area that is associated with memory, and even in patients who are older. So that is a significant benefit from the cardiovascular perspective. And managing modifiable risk factors for individuals is really important. The best way you can sort of control your risk of Alzheimer's and neurodegenerative conditions is by controlling the same things that we would do for cardiovascular and metabolic disease. Keep your blood pressure low, keep your weight levels low, and do regular fitness exercises has actually been shown to be better than sort of doing your daily Sudoku or your crossword puzzles in terms of helping reduce the risk of neurodegenerative conditions. And then I'll move on to the last slide, which is sort of preventing cancer. And again, very important mention by Rishi that actually, yeah, only 5%, less than 10% of cancers are genetically inherited. So there, 1 in 2 of us will get cancer. It's as we live longer, that is also a risk factor. But 4 in 10 cancer cases are preventable. The simple things that we can do by stopping smoking, reducing our alcohol intake, and reducing weight, they sound simple, but just by doing that alone, you are significantly reducing your risk compared to the rest of the population. Of course, most of cancer is about trying to get it early. And we know that the earlier you catch it, the better your outcomes will be. And there are newer tests that we can do to try and catch this early, as well as engaging in screening programs, engaging in proactive tests. As we mentioned, turning up for your smear test, doing your stool test to check for, is there microscopic amounts of blood in my stool? If you're getting symptoms early, just making sure that you have a set of labs, making sure that you've seen your doctor and you're regularly up to date. And if anything runs in your family, making sure you pay more attention to that. So ultimately, there are a number of different things that we can do, and all of these are sort of overlinked. And you'll see that actually a lot of the interventions are quite similar for each area. But ultimately, they are all interlinked, and there is a significant amount that we can do to try and target them.
Thank you very much, Umair. So as you've all heard, the theme is common. You have to be the right weight, you have to eat the right things, you have to avoid the wrong things, and you actually land up preventing cardiovascular disease, neurovascular disease, and even cancer. But, people say, Umair, that they've heard ad nauseum about all these 5 things, diet, exercise, sleep, nutrition, diet, exercise, sleep, and drugs, and supplements, and emotional therapy, and keeping happy. What about anti-aging drugs? We keep hearing about metformin, we keep hearing about hyperbaric oxygen therapy. So, Vritti, do you want to take us through whether you think there is any anti-aging magic in metformin and hyperbaric oxygen therapy? And then stay tuned, Umair, we're going to ask you about 2 others. So, I think you just here, right?
Yeah, it's audible. So yeah, there is some, so there's a lot of work happening. In fact, when we talk about metformin has shown stark results in terms of people who were on metformin for diabetes also, they live longer as compared to people who were not on metformin, and that's where all of this started. Because what it does is, metformin basically improves your sensitivity to insulin, and obviously insulin is a good thing to be in at the right time. And a lot of it was, so it's obviously there's a huge study happening, and that is why metformin right now has been introduced for off-label use. It's not available as a ready prescription. There are studies happening to evaluate if there are any side effects to this drug if given for healthy individuals. Now, obviously, giving for diabetics is very straightforward, but giving a drug in a healthy individual, there's a TAME study that's happening just on to evaluate that. But yes, metformin is definitely showing very positive promises, in the sense that yes, it seems to be, if it is on, we will be able to reverse both in men and women. But yes, there are a few risk factors which I'm not tabling here, but yeah. And hyperbaric oxygen.
So if people wanted to go on metformin and they are otherwise normal, they don't have diabetes, are there any adverse effects? I mean, why should I not take metformin and make myself longer and healthier?
Now there are, so there have been very remote cases where there have been early, specifically in women, there has been detection of cancer, incidence has been found to increase. So obviously we still do not know. So what they're saying at the moment is that, you keep yourself completely monitored. Do not take metformins. You start low dose, you start like a 500 mg kind of a thing, and do not take it every day, take it, take it in pulses. So I mean, obviously there is a lot of caution there.
So as long as
yes.
you're getting your health checks done routinely,
Yes.
if you want to experiment with things like metformin, with the rider that it's not completely scientifically approved everywhere in the world, go for it.
I agree.
What about oxygen, hyperbaric oxygen therapy? Should you just lock yourself up for 2 hours a day and you live like 150 years?
Yeah. 5 decades added to your lifetime, 7 decades from 80 to 150. Well, hyperbaric oxygen therapy, again, there's a lot of good things that have come out with this therapy. Basically, what you're doing is you're locking yourself in a chamber and you're getting exposed to high concentrated oxygen. Now, that has shown a definitive anti-inflammatory, and as we said, because this is basically inflammation, chronic inflammation syndrome, which sets in the whole body that leads to aging. That's aging. So when we go into such a chamber for an hour, and obviously not every day, so yeah, but yes, there are again studies happening around it. It has shown definitive proven benefits for osteoarthritis kind of things. It has shown benefits in cancer. It has shown benefits even for metabolic syndrome. So it has shown divided ways. It has shown proven benefits, and obviously there is a regime to be followed under proper medical supervision. But yes, again, it is there making, it's really making very tall promises and should be standing to its test.
What about, Umair, what about resveratrol and rapamycin? These are the two other names floating around in the longevity world.
Yeah. Okay. So, again, I would caveat these with, unless we're instituting all the other factors that we discussed earlier on, this is sort of the cherry or the icing on the top of the cake for a very limited few people that have got every other thing right. In terms of resveratrol, I don't think that there is enough evidence really to recommend this. There's a specific group of people that are proponents of this, but I think over time the evidence has shown that it doesn't really add up to much in terms of the longevity benefits. There was some evidence in the initial study of a group of mice that were not heterogeneous in nature, as it was expanded by the interventions testing program, which is a body that sort of tests all compounds that could have some promise in terms of anti-aging interventions. It sort of didn't really replicate its early promise, and therefore I just don't feel that it would add very much value. The absorption is actually quite poor as well in an oral form, and therefore to gain any benefit, even if there was some, you would have to take very, very high doses of it, which we don't know whether or not there are side effects. It was acquired by a major pharmaceutical company, and I believe they have shelved their investigation of it because it just really didn't live up to much in the end. So personally, I'm not a fan of resveratrol. Rapamycin, however, is a bit of an older compound. It was discovered in around about the 60s from Rapa Nui, which is an island, and was shown to have some essentially found because people visited that island when they were sick, and they would sort of touch the soil and start to feel better. So it was seen as sort of a miraculous compound. It has obviously been used, and Dr. Soin, you'll probably be aware, in transplant surgeries, people who've had renal transplants, it's used to sort of suppress the immune system so that the organs can be accepted. Now, how do we think that this sort of medication could benefit us? Well, actually, it has shown in multiple life forms, rodents, worms, that it can, and in yeast, that it can enhance lifespan in all of these organisms. Now, does that extend to humans? We don't know. The humans, we live a lot longer, so it takes about 80 years and 100 years to find out. And these organisms live sort of 3 years, from a couple of months to a few years. So it has shown promise. But would I recommend someone take it now? Probably not. I think that you have to get everything else right. There are some immune suppressive effects of it, so we have a higher risk of infections. And I think we just need more data. And there are trials that are ongoing looking at the effects of this on various important factors. But I think it's to keep an eye on. It definitely is promising, but maybe a bit early to pull the trigger just yet.
So thanks. So obviously, resveratrol not ready for prime time. Rapamycin, little more promise, but it has some side effects. And believe me, I use it every day on transplant patients. And in fact, there was an interesting study that questioned the enhanced survival with rapamycin in a certain cohort of transplant patients on its anti-aging effect versus its immunosuppressive effect. This was like published 4 or 5 years ago, not recent. I mean, not very recent. So I think the research is still on, and don't pop these pills. These are not over-the-counter anti-aging pills, so stay away. But lifestyle, yes, please adopt healthy lifestyle modifications. So Prashant, we'll turn to you. It's clear that you need dedicated centers and institutions that promote wellness and positive health. I have some figures from the US. So the longevity ventures funding has gone up to 4 billion plus in the US in 2022. And the anti-aging drugs and longevity drugs market is actually totally exploding. And that's in the US. And when I compared the mortality figures of what happens in the US to kill people versus what happens in India, it's very similar, except for TB, which is 10% of mortality, but everything else is very similar, like I showed you in the earlier slide. So do you think these institutions need to come up in India? And the reason I ask you is, Prashant is a leading early investor in longevity in India. He believes in the longevity story of India. So tell us about how investors look at this. What boxes do you have to tick to get money to start these centers?
Thank you, Suman. I think it's more like 7 billion over there. Just Altos Labs got 3.5 billion in 2022. So it's a different orbit there. But I think in longevity, there are broadly investing, there's 2 spaces in my mind. There's longevity now, and then there's longevity now, and then there is longevity next, right? So longevity now is where I would put maybe these 3 large areas. One is the longevity clinics you spoke about. I think there's a blurring of lines between the pharmaceuticals and nutraceuticals. So I would put that as second area that we are investing in. The third area is devices for red light therapies, mitochondrial health, hyperbaric, all of these areas, right? And there's a fourth area, which is the most fertile area for investing, which is skin, right? So if you ask me where has everybody made money in anti-aging today, it is in skin. And whether you believe it or not, if there is one area where age reversal has been demonstrated, it is with skin, right? So let's
so right, because you may look very fit and you may be absolutely healthy, but if you look like an old hag, then people will still not know that you're actually healthy inside.
Yeah, and
important to look good, I guess.
And there have been actually trials done where they've looked at, what does the feeling of how you look do to your healthy longevity or health span. It makes a difference. So anyway, that's a whole nother discussion. But I think what's the difference between a longevity clinic and, functional medicine doctors have been there forever. Preventive health has been there forever. What's the difference, right? I think there are 2 big differences. One, it's the business model, right? The business model is predicated on this idea of membership, right? Why membership? Membership is very important because you need to have longitudinal ownership of your client or your, in this case, not a patient really, somebody that you're working with, right?
I like to call them wellness seekers.
Yeah, wellness seekers. Now, longitudinal ownership is is not inherent in our health system, which is very sick care and episodic. I mean, that's the way we kind of look at our in that care patients, and in that case. So I think the membership model is something that is popular now and also called as concierge medicine, whatever. And there's enough proof that these are very, very here and now revenue models. So I think you will get a lot of early money in India go into this area. And you will see a lot of longevity clinics mushroom. But the problem is, do people really, are people really going to do justice to this 3 Ps, right? This idea of personalization, this idea of being preventive, and this idea of being, participative. And when I say participative, one of the big problems with the current health system and why it's not possible within a hospital is because of the silos, right? So what's the difference between the way a longevity clinic would work? I think the number of domains that you take ownership of for this wellness seeker is very different from what happens in a typical hospital setting, right?
So true, true.
Yeah. And that is one difference at a very fundamental level. The second difference at a fundamental level is the idea that you got to get to the cellular level now, right? So the multi-omics driven, systems domain engineering. I mean, I know I come from an engineering background, and now I finally feel good that
we're going to ask you about that later.
No, I mean, I think engineering. I mean, looking at your body or the whole body as an engineer at a systems domain level is becoming more and more important. So that's why I think there's a bigger convergence. So it's really not about AI. It's about systems thinking. So people kind of overemphasize. See, AI, there is no magic in AI. I think there is magic in how you look at the whole system, right? And how you look at the significant amount of interrelationships. I mean, you just spoke about the aging hallmarks, right? I mean, when you look at deeply into those hallmarks, you would just understand the complexity lies from the interrelationships between those hallmarks, right? So and that requires a systems domain approach.
Let's dwell on another point. All of us, please stand up, everyone that has health insurance. Everyone who has health insurance, right? Okay, please sit down. Now let's stand up those of us who have cover for preventive and predictive healthcare. There's not a single person. So what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is insurance companies need to pull up their socks, get their act together, fund people with low premiums to safeguard their health, to stay healthy, to stay well, and that's low cost. Rather than pay 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs for a transplant or pay 8 lakhs for a cardiac bypass, doesn't it make sense? Prashant, what do you think? Should the insurance companies cover preventive health?
100%. I think once you have that ownership, so in fact, I'm seeing this new concept which goes beyond just the idea of a longevity clinic. It's the idea of a family health office. You know, how many, let me ask, how many of you have wealth managers managing your wealth in this?
There may be more, but people are not ready to admit it.
Yeah, so maybe, yeah. So, but we don't have, but really this idea of having a family health office and and that ownership, I think, is central to being able to risk profile the family, the individual, and provide the right insurance. So that is happening. So there are just 2 companies that have got funded in the US to provide, in conjunction with a longevity clinic, to be able to, because some of these treatments and some of these nutraceuticals are not cheap, right? But they pay off in the long run. I think you spoke about a lot of these, nutraceuticals, I mean, which are, repurposed drugs or some of these areas. But I think there is this need to really personalize, be specific about dosing. There needs to be, so when we talk personalization today, there is no longevity clinic, even in the US, today that can compound and personalize your nutraceuticals, right?
True,
So,
true, very true. I think personalized is really the key word. So now we've all heard about diagnostic tests, standard medical tests and diagnostics, lifestyle modifications, and people want to know if there's some magic deep down in the genome or the cell which scientists like Professor Deepak Saini, who's here with us, who heads the Longevity Institute at IISc Bangalore. You know, Deepak, you have a lot of these really smart scientists and kind of the best research minds in the country working with you on longevity. What are the 3 or 4 exciting areas in cellular research, regenerative medicine, gene therapy, where people can get a single shot or a shot every year and stay young? Is there stuff like that coming through?
I think first, thanks, Avi, for this interesting question. Before I dwell on to your magic pill, let's ask one very simple question. That why are we talking about longevity here at the first place? Why are we worried about longevity? I mean, as a human race, is there an evolutionary angle for us to live long? I mean, our lifespan has more or less stayed constant. People say, why are we don't live like tortoise for 200 plus years, right? So if you think about human being is a very interesting species. It's not the strongest, right? If you look around, there are species which are stronger. It's definitely not the fastest. So that means from an evolutionary angle, survival of human being is actually a miracle which we survive because of our brains, but also because we are resilient. We could figure out that there could be no food tomorrow, or there could be abundance of food tomorrow. So went through this cycle of starvation and rich diet. And I'll tell you where I'm going to come ultimately. You might like that aspect. But if you go by this resilient cycle, that means over the selection of human as a race or a species, we were selected for genes which makes us resilient, which means we were trained to undergo cycling of nutrition to maximize our survival. That also means that we were not trained to have abundant food. So ultimately we're coming out that this abundance of food which we currently are facing, basically we are starved off, fought off starvation and nutrition paucity. We have fought off all the infectious disease. The only next big hurdle for us is living longer. And from that angle, we're coming back to the same aspect, that how does our body utilize this abundance of nutrition? So it's all about metabolic health. And that's what longevity in the long term for all of us is going to be, that how we manage our metabolic health. So where is the wonderful drug, molecule, gene therapy is going to come from? It's going to come from a simple idea that what can we do to improve your metabolism? And metabolism means how do we use available resources, resilient usage of resources. We were not trained to use this much sugar. Actually, nature is very interesting design of things. It makes things which we need in enough quantity easily available. Those which do not need enough quantity makes them more sparse or difficult to get by. So if you look around you, wheat, rice, which are our staple diets, actually are so difficult to extract from the plant because you need to dehusk, you need to remove, you have to powder and everything. Whereas the fruits and vegetables are easily accessible. So now if you think very carefully, what we are doing is we are consuming which nature does not design us to consume more, which is making us undergo that metabolic shift or transition from fight to survive, now to eat to live. That's what's happening. So where is the therapy going to come from? I think every molecule which we have talked about, metformin, rapamycin, or resveratrol, every molecule hits upon a central metabolic axis in our body. How do you use our sugar or calories in your body? How much protein, fat, carbohydrate do you need to consume to stay fit or live long is going to affect you. So in our fundamental research which we do, as we said, we have a great team. Somebody is looking at ovarian health, somebody is looking at pancreatic health, we look at lung health. There's only one feature which actually improves quality of that organ. Just give them less sugar. So basically, caloric restriction is only known evidence. I think the people here will agree that only known evidence of living long is restrict calorie. But I've also been told by a lot of people, I mean, on a passing by, that no fun living that way. So I think longevity is battling fun, and it's not going to be easy. But from a gene therapy perspective, we are far away from that. The reason being, there are so many genes of our body which are geared towards resilience, making us a better human being. So removing one or improving one gene function is not going to be a simple solution. So improving quality of life, health span, is going to be a multifactorial process. It would involve improving your lifestyle, improving your nutritional uptake, and also giving support for what is missing in your body. So I think that's where a lot of our fundamental research is also aimed at.
So you talked about missing all the fun if you go on a specific diet and don't eat the things that you love. I mean, Manveer, do you think we can reprogram the brain to like things which are good for us? I mean, it's just a off-the-beat question. Manveer is a well-known neurologist and a sleep specialist.
So in fact, I was going to take that cue when he said that life is not worth living if you don't eat well. All the people that I see, if I tell them to stick to some kind of a schedule for sleep, they say life is not worth living. So how can you expect us to go to bed by 11, 12? So that's the whole culture. So I was thinking it's youngsters, but it's starting late. It starts around class 10, but it's going on to 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. So there's a huge science which is called as a circadian rhythm science. And the scientists who believe or who are followers and researching on that, they feel the root cause of all our problems, the metabolic syndrome, our wrong choices for food, why do we eat, why do we get craving, what's happening to the satiety centers, is all because of our mismatch of our circadian science. And, so we can talk a little bit more about that. But that's
so you actually come on with your expertise now and tell us how important is good quality and quantity of sleep for rejuvenation of the physical and the mental self. And all of us have had sleep problems sometime in our lives, or probably will do. Lucky are those who haven't had any.
Yeah.
So tell us how to get good sleep and what good sleep does to us.
Yes, so I think, over the years, there has been a lot of focus on nutrition and exercise. But the last few decades, I mean, US and Europe are definitely waking up to sleep in a very big way. And with the finances and investors here, the sleep is growing as a leaps and bounds in the billion-dollar industry. Because everything related to sleep, whether it is from the environment, to the beds, to the sheets, to the mattresses, his and her sides of the pillow, the mattress. One side becomes cool, one side becomes warm. So I went and lay on them. It's like amazing what all is happening.
Earthing mattresses.
Earthing mattresses. No, my choice mattress, my number mattress. So all that is happening. So anyway, so that's where we are. So if, I think the lights are very dim at the back. So the audience at the back is definitely, it's very conducive to dozing off, we say. Dim lights, monotonous voice, some people talking, some people only listening. So let's see when Dr. Soin asked this question about quantity and quality of sleep. So let's say who gets more than 7 hours of sleep per night? Okay, so that's about, how much percent? About 60? Who gets less than 6 hours?
Let's stand up. No?
Okay, let's stand up. Less than 6 hours. No, I get more, so I'm not standing up.
Less than 6 hours. No.
So less than 6, is it? So now, so that's how much the range is, but what does the science tell us? The science tells us that we need about 7 to 8 hours. But like everything, like, you have food, regulation, similarly you have sleep. So there are some people who need less, some need more. So quantity is pretty easy to estimate that you get this hours. About quality, so how do we test about quality? How many people feel rested, fresh, ready to go, happy when they wake up in the morning? Let's stand up again. How many people feel rested, happy, fresh, ready to go?
This table?
This table is not. The whole idea is that they are not. So, okay, so the other way around, the rest, let's see who stands up when they are not rested, when you wake up in the morning, not feeling good. Some lights in the audience, please. Okay, so we don't have the mics there, but we would like to know from somebody right in the front. So what do you feel when you wake up in the morning? What's the...
Can we circulate a mic in the audience, please?
So what is it that you feel? So if you're not rested, happy, ready to go, what are the feelings that you get? Anybody who got up and said, I'm not rested, just what do you feel? So we will... Anxiety. Okay, any more? Stress. Sorry? Craving for food. Bad decisions. Okay, so this is exactly what it is. This is what a poor quality sleep does. So what is this? And how do we measure quality? This is exactly. So people come with data to me for months and start downloading and sending me by email. This is my Fitbit, this is my Apple Watch. People are wearing 3 and telling you that this is what's happening. You know what's happening? No, doctor, you don't understand. I'm getting no REM sleep. So how do you know? My Fitbit tells me, or my Aura tells me, or my Whoop tells me. So that's the era that we are in. But in simple terms, when we go through sleep, we are not in one stage. Like I tell people that you're not unconscious and you wake up. You go through these different stages. Just to suffice that for an adult, we have enough knowledge how much time we should spend in deep sleep or in REM sleep. And this is called all of them together is called one cycle. We have normally 4 to 5 such cycles. It's been studied a lot extensively about this thing called as sleep deprivation. You know, we won't get into it right now, but sleep deprivation basically means that you are getting less sleep than the amount that you need. So this could be voluntary, which almost 60% of the time people are not able to shut the Netflix off. It's got a very strong pull, you know, so before they know it, they have reached 4 a.m., 5 a.m. I just saw in the last week, I was thinking I will share some cases. There are children or 20s, 30s who are sleeping at 5, 6, 7 a.m. The clock has totally got shifted and they are waking up at 2 p.m. This girl is trying to study for some exams. Whole day there's brain fog and she's not able to function. So this is the quality of sleep that we are talking about. The third aspect which I touched briefly, is something called as timing of sleep. So a lot of youngsters now, and even adults I would say, are all convinced that I need 7 hours. But they say that it's irrespective of what time I sleep, as long as I get my 7 hours. We have excellent information about what happens to the body at 11 p.m., midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. So those in that time, some people who called up saying that we are stressed and anxious, at night our cortisol system, our excitatory system is supposed to go down. But if we stay awake, we have heightened our excitatory system. We are all the time in this supercharged mode. So that's what's going to harm. And I think a lot of the faculty here, panelists said about a chronic inflammatory state, metabolic syndrome, the root cause of lots of things, and that actually now the sleep physicians believe that the root cause of all this is poor sleep. Because sleep deprivation because of any cause, whether voluntary or a disorder or snoring or sleep apnea, you have activated the inflammatory system in your body. And that's, you know, where we are heading, is because that's how the links are coming in all this, you know, so there was, I'll just say this one quote, which I just recently from another physician, not mine, who said very nicely that think about sleep as the soil and the plant is your life. So you may pour into it good nutrition, good water, good sunlight, exercise. But if the soil is not healthy, the plant will die or not survive and or live a healthy life. So I think that quote was, I just heard it the other day from a good physician. So I said, let me just stress the importance of this entity. Should I just finish that brain part? So just to share what happens in the brain. The picture with the red is showing you that's at night. There is the doctor from the Hook Clinic also, Omer talked about it. There is a system in our body which cleans up the system. So there's research now that blood flow at night, not blood flow, sorry, the G lymphatic system wipes away the junk. So this cartoon I show because it kind of leaves an impression that there is vacuum cleaning, housekeeping, whatever word you want to keep in your mind is happening at night. When we are sleeping at the right time, not at night when you sleep in the middle of the day. So that cleaning removes all the junk that is accumulating. If not, you will get a room like this and the brain will get full of clutter, and that's why we get, now it's become a risk factor for cognitive impairment and dementia. And when I see people who are saying, I can't remember, the first thing we say is, how was your night? So the memory has to get stored, it has to get recollected, all that gets hampered. So imagine another cartoon which we show is that, think about it that from a USB drive, it has to go into a hard disk. And that happens at night. So you get the information, but there is no storage. So when there is no storage, there is no recall. And people are getting very worried about it, that I'm forgetting all the time, because there's too much information overload, not adequate cleaning, and not adequate storage. And this is just the last bit we talked, so I wanted to also talk about the emotions. And I think somebody said anxious, I don't know if somebody said angry. So why is one angry? So there's a lot of neurobehavioral thought on this anger. And another thing the sleep scientists say is that in this era of sleep deprivation, we are more obese and we are more angry as a race. So there's a small little almond-shaped structure called amygdala. It's right at the center. It's like a firing system which controls the emotions, particularly anger and your responsiveness and irritability and things like that. The pink part in the front is the part here, the brain. That's where actually the human beings, we've got more evolved, because this part of our brain is very evolved as compared to all during the evolution, which is like a brake on that amygdala. So if you are upset, you are angry, so sometimes you're able to control yourself, sometimes you can't, you just let loose. So that brake is working well if you are able to control. How does sleep get into it? It's been shown that the brakes work very well if you are well rested. If you are sleep deprived, that brake function goes away. And then the amygdala just takes off. So that's the other area, that empathy, kindness, in fact even charity, ability to recognize the other person's facial expressions is all coming if you are very well rested. If not, you are on your own zone and there's no empathy. So I think that's what I want to end with.
No, but you can't go away, because you've said a lot of things which bring further questions. So, there are certain countries in the world where the presidents are supposed to be cognitively challenged at 80 years of age. How can we not be like that? So how do you have good cognition well into the 80s and 90s? Anything else apart from, you said sleeping so that your USB stuff goes into the hard drive and is stored. What are the other tricks to actually keep cognition going late into nearly 100 years?
Yeah, so you're right. So there's a lot of focus now on something called as the brain health. So the World Federation of Neurology, the World Academy of Neurology, everybody's talking about brain health. So there was this whole thing about cardiac health a few years ago. Cardiac health was considered, there was a Life's Essential 7, and about 2-3 years ago, The American Heart Association made it life's essential 8 and added sleep to it. So that's one part. So brain health is actually similar to what all normal health they were talking about. First is to take care of the risk factors. And that is all medical comorbid illnesses like diabetes, blood pressure, please treat. Because it's been seen that they produce small little clots in the brain, which may not cause big strokes, but they will impair the connectivity. So billions of neurons are continuously in connection, networks we call them, so they will get impaired, and that's why the cognitive impairment will come. So control those. Second is, of course, take care of these 3 vital things, the 3 pillars as they are called, the nutrition, exercise and sleep. Third, which is gaining a lot of importance now, I think especially this post-COVID, it's even risen because we have seen devastating results on the mental health with the COVID, is a social connection. So that social connection is not phone connection, it's not WhatsApp connection, it's face-to-face connections, meeting each other. So half the people I'm telling, when the elders come and they come with their, the kids or the whatever, so I tell them that please, once in a week, once in 15 days, take some outing for them, what they want, whether it's a lunch, whether it's a tea, whether they want. And the ones who are playing cards, for instance, are doing really well. So 80s mein they are playing cards. So social connection and learn something new. So this learn something new has become like one big thing. Everybody is doing Sudoku at night. So we are not saying do Sudoku at night, do something which you enjoy. The bigger factor is that I need to be enjoying what I need to do, then my brain will work much better and you will release really nice chemicals, so which are going to be keeping you healthy.
Thank you. And now we've been saving the best for the last. We have Saurabh Khushroshahi here. He's a corporate lawyer turned fitness enthusiast, but he actually believes in fitness in a more holistic sense and for the long haul. So Saurabh, tell us, how does one continue to hike when you're 90 years old, or be able to carry 2 suitcases when you're in your 90s, or run the treadmill, or climb 2 flights of stairs when you're in your 80s? How does one make that happen? How do you build up muscle strength, mobility, and stamina for the long haul?
How long do we have? I need
you have 5 minutes, but
okay.
we have the next 30 years, right? We all decided that.
Yeah. Okay. I am supposed to talk about fitness, and you've obviously put a lot of pressure on me by saying best for the last. So I'm going to try. One of the biggest problems we have today This one better? Yeah. One of the biggest problems we have today as a generation or as people is exactly what we've done in this room. We spent the last 1 hour and everyone's sitting down. Not a single person has moved. Not a single person has stood up. We stood up a couple of times. We forced them to stand up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of have my conversation standing up. Okay? Now, when it comes down to fitness, right? When it comes down to, and we've had Umair talk about it, Ms. Bhatia spoke about a very interesting topic, which is sleep, which is something that's very dear to me. I'm not very good at it, I'll admit that, but I'm trying. Being a corporate lawyer for 15 years, that takes a toll on your sleep. And I was a capital markets lawyer, which means we were just constantly working. Now, fitness, right? I have slides, but I'm going to kind of talk to you guys more than use the slides. And I'm going to make you get up a lot through the next 5 minutes, so bear with me. Fitness, right? I look at fitness differently. No, I'm good. Oh, sorry. Okay, there you go. Fitness. What is fitness to an individual, right? What constitutes you being fit or being unfit? Everyone has a different connotation. Everyone has a different answer. For some people, and this is my least favorite answer, is how much they weigh, right? You equate fitness with just how much that number on the weighing scale is. Now, Doctor touched upon a very interesting topic, which is sleep. Everyone has touched upon some interesting topics, and so has Umair. For me, there are a few aspects to fitness, right? It's not one thing. There's no one thing. I mean, if I come from my generation or I come from my mom's generation, it was all about walking, cardiovascular health. How much do we walk every day? How many steps do we take? What do we do there, right? The newer generation, it's gone on to strength training to a certain aspect, and I think that's very important. Human beings, we lose muscle every year, right? And after a certain age, we lose muscle at a faster rate. According to me, and I was having this discussion with Sir just before we started this panel, I think muscle is your most important organ. I may have a lot of people who disagree with me, but I think it's your most important organ. It's where everything happens, and your metabolic health starts with your muscles. It's very important that you have certain amount of muscle. Now, I'm going to ask you a very simple question. I'm going to ask you to stand up, so I apologize. How many of you all in this room actually strength train or do some form of resistance training at least 2 times a week? Stand up. That's not even 50%, right?
20.
We look at about 20 to 30%. How many of you all go for a walk every day?
Every day?
Or let's say 3 to 4 times a week. So this is much better, right? So that's where I'm kind of coming to, right? We look at how much we walk, and for us, walking is exercise. I hate to break it to you, walking is not exercise. Sorry, that's my opinion. So when I talk to my mom sometimes, and God bless her, she's 81 years old, and she talks to me about the fact that she has exercised, and I'm like, yeah, what did you do? And she's like, I went for a walk. I'm like, I'm sorry, not exercise. I meet a lot of people who tell me I train 5 times a week. I'm like, great. What do you do 5 times a week? I go for a walk for 1 hour every day. Sorry, that's not exercise. In my book, that's not exercise. So I think every individual at some level has to have some form of resistance training or strength training as part of their weekly schedule. Now, if you're someone who doesn't do it regularly, I'd say at least a couple of times a week. I'm not asking you to suddenly become Mr. World. No. I'm just saying go in a couple of times a week and do some basic strength work. And honestly, I think the older we get, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, we need it even more. I think the mindset's slightly different. We believe that 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds need to do it, but I think 50, 60, 70-year-olds need to do it even more. And that's what me and my team kind of focus on. We've got a bunch of students who are over the age of 65. My first student ever, when I made the switch from being a lawyer to kind of coaching, was a 63-year-old gentleman called Mr. Ajay Piramal, a founder, head of Piramal Industries. One of the most amazing people I have met in my life, because at the age of 64, he used to get up and go to the gym 3 times a week at 5:30 in the morning without fail. And I love him to bits, but at that time I used to curse him because I'm like, you're making me wake up at 4:30 in the morning to come to you at 5:30. So different aspects. Now, there's 2 more aspects or 1 more aspect of fitness which I think people ignore, which is your recovery. And that breaks into sleep and nutrition, right? We believe we're training, we believe we're doing really well, but we don't really focus on our food. And from what I saw right now, we don't even focus on our sleep. And to me, that's more important than what you do in terms of exercise. So everyone's different. So I left you with one thing, right? I said you've got to try and get strength training in twice a week. Everybody in this room, irrespective of your age, right? The second thing I would urge you to do is actually listen to Dr. Bhatia and get some sleep in. And I'm one of those who came from that era where we were like, oh, we're cool if we don't sleep. I'm sorry, that was a thing that happened. Sleep is a waste of time. I'm wasting my life by sleeping. I've heard a lot of that, right? And I've told that to myself a lot of times when I was a lawyer. I'm like, what am I going to achieve by sleeping? I'll have a few years to sleep later. It doesn't work, right? It kind of causes complications in your own health and in your own system. Another topic, and I'll be very brief about it, is nutrition, right? how many people in this room actually track the amount of protein you have on a daily basis? Stand up. I'm not making you sit down. Stand up. Okay. How many of y'all, you can sit back down. Okay, just stand up since you'll track your protein. Stand up. The ones who track their protein, stand up. Stand up. How many of y'all, and if the answer to this is no, sit down, have at least 1.4 to 1.6 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight? If you don't, sit down. Or you do. Excellent. That's brilliant. But that is 10 people in this audience, right? So I think the easiest thing when it comes to food, and something I'd love everybody to look at, is how much protein are they consuming. And it's a very big problem in the Indian diet, right? Because a lot of the Indian diet is rice, rotis, dals, but we don't really focus on how much protein we get in. And I'll come to that topic on protein in 2 minutes, because I think it's a very important topic, and Umair touched upon it as well. Now, I'm going to ask you to kind of I talked to Dr. Soin, and we were going to do this in the audience, but I think it'll be unfortunate if we do this in the audience. People might kill me. Okay, so I want you to go home and do these two things, right? These two things are very important. How many people, or try this, right? It's a basic mobility test. I think mobility is also very important when it comes to training. How many people can actually sit down on the ground, cross-legged, and get up without using your hands? I'm not going to ask you to try it right now, okay? It might be a disaster. We might cause a lot of chaos. So I'm not going to ask you to try that. I love you for it. I swear I do. In a suit? I was going to do it, but... Not alone. Okay, the ones who said they can, come. Anyone wants to demo it? Anyone wants to demo it for me? Sit down and get up without using your hands. Go for it. Excellent. Right? Very, very, very simple mobility test. Would you like to do it, sir? Come, sir. Please. You can try different methods. Yes. That's okay. That's excellent. Thank you very much. Not a lot of people can do that. You'll be surprised. You think this is very easy, and everyone should be able to do it, but go home today and try it out, and let's see how many of you all can, right? That's a very, very simple mobility test, something that I would look at from a longevity perspective, right? Doctor touched upon this when he started, and I was having a discussion before the panel started. Longevity is great, but quality of lifespan to me is more important. I might come from a different chain of thought, right? I want to be 80 or 85 or 90 or even 100, but I don't want anyone to help me do the basic things in life. For me, that is longevity. And that improves, yes, there are a bunch of medicines that you can take, and we've spoken about a lot of things here. But that improves with something very simple. It starts from within you, right? Can you eat well? Can you sleep well? Can you train regularly? Do these few things first before we go into the drugs and the preventive and everything, because this is preventive in my book, right? Second thing, I do this every day. I don't know how many of you all do it. When I sit down with my kids and eat, I sit cross-legged on the floor and eat. How many of you all do that? How many of you all do that? Stand up. You're going to keep standing up in my talk. That's great, but that's not even 50% of this crowd, right? As kids, when I was in school, I think we used to have a canteen, and we used to sit on the ground and eat with our table or our desk, and that was actually brilliant. If you go back to rural India, you'll see they don't have knee problems, they don't have hip problems, they don't have any of these issues. They have the Indian toilet, they squat down, they sit down, right? That's it. They don't sit on chairs. And I think it's important. So what I try and do every day is try to get 10 to 15 minutes of sitting cross-legged on the floor. That changes your health as well. That changes your mobility. And when you change stuff like that, you improve the quality of your life. And for me, quality of life matters way more than how long I live. I'm sorry, I know that might be controversial, but for me, quality of life matters way more than how long I live. One more thing before I kind of move out and give the stage to everyone else. This is something I hear a lot of in my life as a coach, right? what's your purpose? Why do you train, right? I'm not an athlete. Why should I train like an athlete, right? In my opinion, life is your biggest athletic event. It's an athletic event. You've got to kind of look at things differently. We always, I've met so many people who come to me and say, but I'm not training for the Olympics. Why are you pushing me so much? You're training for life. And I think it's very important that everyone has a purpose in everything we do, whether that's work, life, training, fitness, longevity. You've got to have a purpose. You've got to have something you look forward to. For me, that kind of gets you what you want to get. Now, I'll tell you what my purpose is or what my idea of fitness is. And I'm happy if any one of you all want to share your own purpose. I became a father at a slightly late age. My second son was born when I was 40, right? Now, when he's 20, wants to play a sport, he seems to be keen on sport already. But when he wants to play a sport at 20, I'll be about 60, right? He can't be better than me, I'm sorry. Doesn't work. It could be any sport. I played cricket at the under-19s, the under-17s, the under-23s for my state. There's no chance he's beating me at cricket. There's no chance he's going to be better than me. For me, that is fitness. I don't care about the way I look. I don't care about whether I have abs. I don't care how thin I am or what my weight is. For me, fitness is the ability to do what you want to do when you want to do it without second-guessing yourself. And when fitness becomes that, and you get that as a purpose, life changes, right? And then you kind of start working on yourself a lot more. I can go on about this topic. I'm sorry. It's the most important topic for me. But I'm going to kind of finish off with a few myths. I promise you I will be done in 30 seconds. I promise you. Okay? The first thing, it's right up on the screen. Cardio is your answer to every single health issue you ever have. I don't agree with it. I think like I've already touched upon, strength training is a very important aspect of your fitness and your health as well. Second point is the most important one, the one I see a lot of, is women should not strength train because they look big or they look bulky or they look like men. That's the worst thing I've heard. The only people who tell women they look like men when they strength train, in my opinion, are insecure men. Right? It just doesn't make sense to me. There is no reason why a woman should not strength train. And a woman will not look bulky. You do not have enough testosterone in your body to get bulky that fast. Unless you're doing something on the side. Now that I'm not going to touch upon. And my last thing, and I've already touched upon this, is protein is not safe for you. It's perfectly safe. I have met parents who have come to me and said, my son wants to have a protein shake. And isn't that unsafe for him? Isn't that going to hurt him? I was like, oh, okay, fine. Does your son have ice cream? Yeah. Does your son have diet sodas? 100%. What's the problem with that? But protein's an issue. Right? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. So that's my 2 bits about what you wanted me to talk about. Hopefully that made a little bit of sense and hopefully you'll take something back home. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Saurabh. Now, let's move on to, before we conclude and then we open the floor for questions, let's move on to another very interesting concept in longevity, and that's blue zones. A lot of you probably heard of blue zones. Blue zones are 5 regions of the world which have the maximum concentration of centenarians, people who live to 100 or more, and they live healthy. And delving into their lifestyle gives a lot of insight into what it takes to actually get there. So before we ask Vritti she herself has visited a blue zone, so she's researched blue zones, so she'll tell us what they're all about and how we can incorporate the good bits of living in blue zones in our own daily lives. We'll just do a couple of quick votes. So in terms of happiness and purpose, one of the good things that you can do is stay in the moment. That means all your worries and all your angst about the past and the future should rest aside and you should live in the moment. And the popular activities that you can do are music, meditation, sports. They all help you to live in the moment. So how many of us do activities that help you live in the moment, sports, music, meditation, any other, at least 1 hour a day? Okay, 2 hours a day, keep standing, the rest sit down. Wow. We salute you and you. Right. So, Vritti, tell us about blue zones.
So Dr. Soin just spoke about blue zones. Yeah, there's a sneak peek there. There are the 5 blue zones in the world. I visited myself Sardinia, Italy as my first destination last year, and I hope to cover rest in next 2 years. Okay, so and each one has a very specific thing that they are bringing on table, but there is a very strong connection when I read and learned about blue zones. There's a lot that is in common, and I'll quickly come to, yeah, these are my pictures from Sardinia. So I mean, here when you see this first couple is, in the first picture, the couple is, they're both husband, wife, and they are both 86. The lady is 82 and the husband is 86, and I visited their house. They were they were extremely warm people. I mean, they had a strong sense of bonding with themselves, with the family, with the neighborhood, with the community. The second family, the lady last in the sequence sitting there, she is 99 years old, and her bedroom is on the second floor. She goes up and down every day to her bedroom, and interestingly, and it was just very unique and different, which was there in our ethos as Indian, in the Indian society, she's still the decision maker of the family. The third one is, now this is a family. There is a husband, wife, and the son. So this was the family that hosted us for dinner, and we saw how their diet, that diet comes from the locals. They do not eat processed foods, and we talk a lot about against the processed food. The most interesting, the beautiful thing is that they do gardening, they do farming. Shepherd is their mainstay, like a profession, and everything that they have, including wine and meat. Meat is a very small portion of their diet, but yes, it is a portion of their diet. Their diet is largely legume-based, homemade, and they have all whole wheat-based pastas and breads.
Vritti, we'll have to wrap up soon, so just takeaways. How do you make blue zones at home?
Okay, so you want a crash course on that. Okay, so I think one thing which, I think it got mentioned earlier also, bonding is very, very critical. Bonding socially, bonding within the family, bonding with your, maybe your neighbors, your community. I'm not talking about during your working hours, I'm talking about after your working hours or beyond your working hours. Bonding is critical. Wisdom bridge across generations. Again, very, very critical. We spoke about what happens when we turn 80. Do we want to feel unimportant? Do we want to feel not required anymore? That wisdom bridge, because what is missing today in today's busy lifestyle is not being able to pass from the grandchild to the grandson or the granddaughter. We're not able to pass that wisdom, and that wisdom gives the sense of purpose to the elder generation, and it gives a very strong foundation to the younger generations, which is missing, and that inculcated more and more goes with the family bonds. Community rituals and celebration, this was very strongly there. Every 100th birthday celebrated like in the whole community kind of a thing. So that with that bond continues, mutual aids, they're very, very helping to each other. I think that is something that as we are getting busier in the, so if you see there is a whole common theme that is coming out, what brings them together, and that sense of belonging. And very, very important, I want to just talk about, so they put this, there's a beautiful Sardinia pictures, and they put every centenarian is like painted on the wall. One very, very important thing, if everybody has to bring a blue zone in your life, in your family, is what Saurabh also mentioned, was a purpose.
I think we need to have a purpose to our every morning. We have to have a purpose to our every day, to our lives, and I think that is critical, and that is critical till the last. So, and that is where, the whole thing converges into a health span. So basically, living fit, I mean, everybody's just covered it. I don't want to spend time summarizing it, but I think purpose and bonding in addition to whatever has already been discussed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Priti. What we have now is just, can I just have the slide mover? So we have a very interesting questionnaire on your positive health and longevity awareness quotient, which the organizers have put together with a well-known longevity clinic. And I mean, I've gone through it already, and it's very nice. It's a QR code. So just put it on your phones and participate in this questionnaire. I mean, fill up this questionnaire. And Vasu, you promised to send us our quotient soon, in the next 48 hours? Okay, so you will receive your longevity awareness quotient in the next 48 hours. So just put it on your phones and go for it. Those who are with us online will have both the QR code and the link. So you can fill that question, and while that questionnaire is being filled up, I know that we've gone beyond time a little bit, but happy to take questions. Any of us, please address any questions that you have. We'll take 2 or 3 questions. Dr. Nagi Reddy.
Sorry, I'm a gastroenterologist. So this question comes from I looked at these blue zones very carefully, and there are 9 things that they give in the blue zone, 9 positivities, of course, nutrition, health, the usual stuff. But one of the important things consistently in all the blue zones is that all these people are taking wine at least 3 times a week. What's the panel's opinion?
So I will give an opinion on that. But the problem is that Nagi's and my opinion will be very similar. We do the same thing. So see, my take on this is that I mean, we've heard about all the wine drinking in the Mediterranean diet, and a lot of the Mediterranean countries practice that. And you know it as well as I do that taking a glass of wine or 2 a day for your entire life probably does not much harm, and probably does you good in terms of vasodilatation and reduced coronary artery and neurovascular disease risk. But you see, the problem is they do 50 other things, which we do not do. We just want to emulate the wine drinking. But if we don't do the rest of the lifestyle, then really you're not justified in saying that because these guys drink wine and live 110 years, I'm going to do the same. But I'm still going to have my chocolates at night, and I'm going to have all the sweet things I love, and I'm never going to move my ass and sit on my backside and not exercise. No, that doesn't work. You have to do the whole thing, right? Is that an adequate answer? Any more questions?
So good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Deshpande. I am a pathologist. 42 years experience in my life. But I am still working. My age is 76 now. But still working. I sleep only 4-5 hours. No more sleep. Music and dance is my favorite. Traveling is more favorite. And eat less, work more. That's my longevity.
Thank you very much, sir, for that insight. It is completely scientific. Work more is purpose, work more is moving, is mobility, is exercise, is cognitive exercise, and eat less, we've already heard from Deepak, works. Oh gosh.
alcohol and sleep are like a whole thesis, but I'll just tell you in brief that alcohol works to induce sleep, but after some time, Dr. Soy knows very well, there is tolerance developed. So that particular quantity of alcohol will not induce sleep. So they will increase the quantity. Once you have the alcohol and increased quantity, it will fragment the sleep. So it's those cycles that we talked about, the quality that we talked about, it will worsen. And if they have snoring, and which we've not touched upon too much, the sleep apnea, it will worsen it really badly. So that's why the alcohol after a while is going to have a more harmful effect on the sleep.
We will have only one more question.
So I want to just bring up this issue of climate change. And
sorry,
climate change.
Climate change.
Right.
And particularly heat waves. So do we understand what heat stress is going to do and how it will affect climate?
Wow.
For a lot of us in this room, we control our environments. But for
I
the majority of the population, it's going to be a
I think Deepak is the best person to answer that.
So I think there are very interesting studies about heat, but I think the issue would be the frequency and the duration. So transient heat stress has a different impact than the persistent heat stress. There are some interesting studies where they actually show an effect of heat waves on the change in the cycle, fertility cycle in women, the fecundity of the fetus. There's a lot of different interesting aspects which emerge because of this climate change. But when you talk about climate change, heat is not the only factor. I think it's a whole gamut of things. Given our body is exposed to external features through breathing, through food we eat, I think every aspect is going to be affected by the climate change. And again, we have to undergo the same new evolutionary cycle about trying to figure out what's.
Thank you, Deepak. Thank you all the panelists. We had fun discussing. I hope you guys had fun too. Thank you very much.
I'm sure it's a subject that all of us have a lot of questions about, but you can blame me for cutting it short. I would like to invite on stage Mr. G.S. Vasu, the founder and CEO of South First, to felicitate the panel that has kept us engaged. In fact, when they were speaking about about longevity, I kept going back to this dialogue in a Hindi movie. It says, Babu Moshail, Zindagi lambi nahi, badi honi chahiye. But clearly, Zindagi lambi bhi honi chahiye. So, thank you once again to all the panelists who... Lambi or badi bo, take it from Ms. Vriti Lamba. I request the panelists to please stay back on the stage so that we are able to give you a small token of our appreciation. With us, Padma Shri Dr. Arvinder Soyan for moderating this extremely lively topic. On the panel, along with him, were Prashant Prakash, Managing Partner and Founder of SL India, Dr. Vriti Lamba, Program Head, Fortis Cancer Institutes, Fortis Healthcare, Dr. Manveer Bhatia, Director and Founder, Neurology and Sleep Center, New Delhi, Dr. Umair Kadir, who joined us via Zoom, Clinical Process Lead Physician, Hook, London, Dr. Deepak Saini, Professor, Department of Developmental Biology and Genetics, Convener, Longevity Institute of Indian Institute of Science, and Mr. Saurabh Khusroshahi, Founder of SOFIT. Thank you once again, panelists. A round of applause, audience. They made you stand up, sit. All your quota of a week's exercise is done today with this panel. Right. Before we move on to our next engaging session, a topic that is close to all of us, public health and the participation of private healthcare players, we have a small presentation from our sponsors. We would like to bring on stage Health on Us, one of the sponsors of Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024. I welcome on stage Ganga Prasad Reddy, Head of Business and Operations, Health on Us, for this short presentation.
Can you put it in the presentation? Very good afternoon, everyone. Very good afternoon, the panelists. Very good afternoon to the Managing Director of Apollo, Sangeeta Reddy, and Nageswar Reddy sir, and other delegates who has been presented here. It is a wonderful session which you have given on a clinical management, on the research side, on the preventive care, all the inputs which you have already passed to the public and the audience who is watching on the online. We just want to throw a question today. What changed the way you wanted to do the healthcare industry? Today we wanted to see a different change in the healthcare industry. So we wanted to present in a different out of hospital industry and home care industry. All the people is presented here is in hospital care. We wanted to be what is exactly into out of hospital care. In the hospital care, every people will be on a clinical management side. We wanted to be on a medical management side. The 60% of the work is done by the medical management people after the clinical management. And what is out of hospital care, where it will delivered? We will deliver to the patient's home and in a community-based facility. And the goal is to manage the health condition, prompt recovery, and support daily living activities. So the people as in today is more worried about the preventive medical care, so which we wanted to do it in out of hospital care. And why it is important? The out of hospital care facility is more important to comfortable and less stressful compared to a hospital care. And it is enables to family members to actively involved in a care process, facilitate a consistent care by maintaining a stable caregiver, which will be reduced the hospital infection rates. Services are tailored made and specific needs and preferences. Out of hospital care reduce the patient load at the hospital for a long chronic disease. And what are the challenges which is there in out of hospital care as in today? There is no prominent player who can give a same quality of the treatment. Not many in-house qualified, experienced, trained service staff. A lack of continuity. The monitoring mechanism of electronic records. Lack of systematic measures. Of a continuous monitoring of a vital checks. All the panelists have spoken and business tycoons have spoken that the preventive care which will comes from the vital checks. And cultural language barriers which is as in today for providing an out of hospital care services. So these are the challenges which is there in the industry as in today. And what is a health honors? What exactly health honors? We just want to tell you, we are into a home care service provider and we are at a care center. What is there in a home care service? We will provide a home care nursing services. We will provide a home care physiotherapy services. What are the services which are there in a nursing services? It is a critical care nursing to the general vital checks to injection to infusion and tracheostomy care services. We will provide post-hospitalizations. All the services will be provided by us. And in a physiotherapy, orthopedic, neurological, and sports and gynec physiotherapy services, we will provide at your convenience at home or any community place which you are required. And the care at center, we have a transition and rehab care centers.
We have a dietitian services, and we have a medical supervision, doctors and nurses, physiotherapists, respiratory therapists who can service the patient at a care center. We have a stroke care, spine care, ortho care and trauma care. So all the services which we can provide it in out of the hospital care at a care center and home care nursing services can be provided by us. And why an health on us? There is a lot of players in this industry, but why? Why health on us you wanted to choose as a home care service partner? We have in-house staff where we have in-house staff of a nursing of 140 people, not dependent on any third-party agencies, where we can have a specific protocols. They have been treated in the same treatment for each and every patient and each and every time. And we have a 15 physiotherapists and doctors, in-house doctors who can support these paramedical staff. And we are providing a standardized protocol. That means that every patient is treated in a standard process. Every crew is being given the same service. 90% of the time will be at a same service level, and it will be recorded in electronic medical form. And monitoring of the documentation. Today people is giving services, but there is no documentation which is maintaining. If the clinical person has to take a decision, the medical management person has done by any medical treatment, there doesn't have any documentary evidence. Post-surgery, the patient is taking the treatment and the patient is coming back to the doctor after 90 days. Doctor doesn't know what treatment he has taken and what procedure is been followed by the medical management. What we are giving is that whatever the treatment which we have provided is being recorded in the app which we are providing. The clinical person who is treating can be easily accessible these records and can do the better treatment, what exactly the patient is required. It is not a generalized statement. You can go to the specific patient and do the specific treatment. The infection control which we followed, each and every the person who is treating as a paramedical staff or a physiotherapy or a doctor who is treating is followed by the infection control practices. And we have a capability to provide a medical room management to the corporate where employees can verify the vitals, they can record the vitals, and for the preventive medical care which the panelist has spoken as on today, which can be known. Suppose if your vitals is recorded, everybody is checking the vitals, but there is no record as on today. If you go to the doctor, the prescription is states that on that day is the vitals. Nobody is having a visualization of what has happened in the past history of 90 days. But with this, the doctor or a clinical person can see the vitals of a last 1 year or 2 years, so that the person can determine whether this disease what for he is asking, whether diabetic prone or hypertension prone is a recent history or it is a long standing history, so that the doctor can treat better the patient. Even if you check a vitals, if you are not recorded somewhere, you will forget. That is the reason the system of electronic medical record is more important today. For that, we are providing a complete app-based, in-house technology-driven, who is supported by the in-house IT team of 140 people, has developed this app with a complete digitalization format of electronic medical records, and whatever the services which you are providing, either from a nursing point of view or a physiotherapy point of view, it will be recorded. The clinical persons can be easily access these records with the permission of the patient, with the OTP consent of the patient, so that you can treat that patient. And the high security measures has been taken, and every step we as the protocols has been maintained from the app point of view, from the treatment point of view. This is for the betterment of the better India future. Overall control of an application is very high, as we have in-house staff people of IT. A lead time for any new changes, because the clinical person, we are open for any feedback from the clinical point of view. If there is any changes required, we are happy to do it in a very fast manner. Customer data is stored in encrypted format. It is nowhere, we are not accessing any data. and nobody can access the data. It can be accessible by only the patient, or with the consent of the patient, doctor can be accessed. Copyright application with this application with the company is available with us. So we are providing complete services and a digital format, and with the transparency and accurate. With this note, I just want to close remarks. Our true friends are together with the Health Honors. Happy Friendship Day to all of you. Thanks for giving an opportunity in this forum. Thank you, sir. There is a smart presentation or AV which will be played so that whatever the facilities which you are giving can be viewed.
And now for our next conversation, which is probably close to all of our hearts. We've always thought about it, public healthcare. It is, in his introduction address, Mr. G.S. Vasu spoke about how health should be a larger commitment. All of us owe it to each other to ensure that the last mile connectivity when it comes to health turns into a reality. And that is what we're going to discuss next at Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024, an initiative by TV9 and South First, a panel that discusses public health systems and the role of private sector. We could not have asked for a better duo to discuss this particular topic, and it is absolutely our pleasure to invite on stage Padma Shri Dr. C.N. Manjunath. He's a debutant parliamentarian but a veteran healthcare professional. And discussing with him today will be Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy of AIG Hospital, who will bring the perspective of the private sector, the challenges it faces in a country that is so dependent on private sector to deliver healthcare services as well, and to engage both of these healthcare experts in a conversation. We have with us Chetna Belgare, editor for Health and Wellness at South First. A round of applause, please. Public health and private policy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you all hungry and angry? We'll quickly, I will not waste time. We will go ahead with the panel. I am Chetna Belgare, editor for South First. Welcome, sir. It's a privilege to moderate this esteemed panel on the vital topic of improving public healthcare and the role of private hospitals. These days, healthcare is becoming more and more of burden for people, whether it is rising costs or out-of-pocket expenditure or just getting the access to the care they actually need. You can't ignore the growing tension between what the public healthcare can actually offer and the expanding influence of private hospitals. Private institutions have no doubt stepped up whenever public healthcare has actually faltered. But then there are some serious questions to ask. Are we at the risk of turning healthcare into something only the privileged can afford? Can private hospitals really support public health without always putting profit first? Will private medical insurances actually become a hindrance or, to access healthcare? What are some concerns that private hospitals face to support the government in their health schemes? These are some of the real challenges that we need to tackle as we look at how private hospitals can help ease the strain on our healthcare system and make public healthcare accessible to all. To begin, let me introduce two esteemed doctors, Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan awardees, whose contributions have significantly shaped Indian healthcare, Dr. C.N. Manjunath and Dr. Nageshwar Reddy. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. C.N. Manjunath, a visionary leader in Indian cardiology and the driving force behind the transformation of Karnataka's Jayadeva Institute of Cardiology into a world-class healthcare institution. With over 16 years of dedicated service as its director, Dr. Manjunath has raised the standards of the public institution into nothing less than a private healthcare hospital. Recently elected as Member of Parliament from Karnataka, Dr. Manjunath carries a philosophy that healthcare should touch every life, no matter how remote. His insights on balancing public and private healthcare will be invaluable as we discuss the future of healthcare in India. We welcome you, sir. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, a Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan awardee and a true leader in gastroenterology. He is the chairman of Asian Institute of Gastroenterology in Hyderabad, which you might know as AIG Hospitals. Dr. Reddy isn't just about medical excellence, he is also deeply committed to giving back to society a value he says he got it from his father, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy, a well-known pathologist. Dr. Reddy, in an interview which I was listening to, he mentioned that his father once called him at the dining table and said, I'm very disappointed with you. So when Dr. Reddy was confused, wondering, he had got into medicine, he had started his practice, he was earning good money for himself, so where have I really gone wrong? Dr. Bhaskar Reddy apparently then said that professional success is important, but what have you done as a doctor to the society? Have you done your research? Have you done any research? Have you started any institution? Or you're only making money for yourself and that is not success? Dr. Reddy says this belief has been guiding force in his career, ensuring his work benefits not just the elite, but everyone who needs it. With his extensive experience and leadership in private healthcare, I'm assuming that he's going to bring all the challenges that private healthcare actually faces in collaborating with the government. We welcome you, sir. Without much ado, I want to ask the first question to Dr. Manjunath. Dr. Manjunath, first of all, what were the key challenges and strategies in transforming Jaydeva into a top cardiac care center? And how did you balance affordability with excellence?
Yeah. First of all, many thanks for invitation to be this unique model of conference, because this is where we have to take it forward. All the time we are talking about technology, explosions of technology, and regarding market forces. This is one unique meeting. The agenda was regarding longevity and prevention, and because prevention is always better than cure and precaution is still the best. So that is the unique model. This sort of meetings we should have rather than discussing about only diseases and diseases, because this is one thing. And this creates a lot of awareness among the people. The awareness program is very, very important. And because there is no happiness in medicine, but there is medicine in happiness. That's a very popular saying. So, and we have to take care of an extension, of course, this discussion, before getting into the actual discussion, we have to take care of 6 Yes, that is salt, stress, spirit, smoking, and physical activity, and sugar and salt. Sugar. Sedentary life, salt, stress, spirit, sedentary activity, and sugar, and smoking. These are these things. And as we discussed, anyway, today nearly 35% of healthcare services is given by the public sector. Another 65% is given by the private sector, only 35% by the public sector. So we need to work in tandem. So that is very important. See, in a public institution, one of the biggest challenges, one is on the infrastructure side, and the second is there will be a lot of inertia. So one of the biggest challenge in an institution is to really manage people. Managing people is one of the biggest thing. Managing because they have a different mindset, they have different culture, and to bring a corporate culture in a government setup, it is extremely difficult task, and this is where the leadership matters. We have to take everybody together. That's very, very important. And most important, you should allow space for others to grow in the organization. So you should allow, because, with your talent, with your hard work, with your skill, you can reach the top position, that's fine. To remain in the top position for a longer time, your attitude and your behavior and all those things matters. So another important thing is, one of the biggest incentive for the growth of an organization is non-interference. That is one of the biggest incentive, whether it is a government institution or whether it's a private institution. Non-interference is one of the biggest incentive for the growth of an organization. And another important thing in a public thing is, yesterday I was talking in the parliament about the same topic. What happens, yes, our focus always in a government setup, what happens is only on construction of an hospital or construction of a medical college. But we have to change, there has to be a transition from construction to creation of post, from creation of post to recruitment. So what is happening, we are focusing only on construction, yes, fantastic physical structure will come, but where are the posts? So this is where we have to really balance, and we have to create an atmosphere of ownership in a public institution. That is again leadership, people should be strong, and there has to be some mechanism of decentralization, and also decentralization mechanism should be there. You should not try to really centralize the whole thing as head of the organization. You have to give some freedom, and you should also take everybody together. You should be a great listener. You should be a great listener. A listener is a leader. That's what a popular saying says. And another important thing is you have to have a good rapport with you should have a good rapport with the government. That's very, very important. Many times I have realized a lot of good things can be done with the goodwill of the bureaucrats. The goodwill you have with the bureaucrats we can have a lot of impact. Because when I took over Jayadeva Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences in 2006, the bed strength was 300. Today we reach 2,000 cardiac beds exclusively for cardiac care. Nowhere in this thing. Nowhere in India we have a cardiac institute with 2,000 cardiac beds. See, the problem is, yes, with government grants alone is not sufficient to run a public institution because they have a fixed grant. So this is wherein we have brought in a public-private partnership. 3 P's we call it as public-private partnership. See, the other 2 P's will come if the first P is strong. If public institution is strong, and we roped in about 50 charitable organizations to support the treatment. But of course, most important is if they are convinced whatever donations they give, whatever the philanthropic activity they do, if they are convinced if it is going for a right cause, then only funds will flow. So in fact, one of the biggest thing I have to mention here, our Infosys Foundation Chairman Sudha Murthy and Narayan Murthy, they have built in a 350-bedded world-class cardiac hospital in the same premises and handed over to us. So they asked me one question, Manjunath, how much of tenure is left as a director for you? At that time it was 3 years. Then they said, we are going to build because we have a strong faith on you and trust on you. So then November 2021, this facility was handed over to us, November 21st. November 24th, we started working with full faculty. So, so these are some of the important things. And again, we have to bring some amendments because government rules are a lot of throttling effect. Just for example, in fact, we are the first institution in the country to introduce an incentive scheme to prevent brain drain among the faculty in 2007 itself. This was based on performance, productivity and punctuality. There was a lot of opposition from the government. No, Manjunath, if you ask, even other institution will ask, other medical colleges will ask. So then I told them, no, you just put a rider. You give permission to start an incentive scheme, not from government grants. It is only subject to effective internal resource mobilization. Then nobody will blame. So because the mindset of our people is, you give even 10 lakh salary. They are not, they don't talk about salary. You give just 50,000 incentive, they only talk about that 50,000 incentives and all. Then other thing is creation of post, I will tell you, that is the biggest challenge in a public sector. They always approve. So this is where, when a government clears a project, whether it's a medical college or a multi-speciality hospital or a super speciality hospital, in the same cabinet decision, the post should be approved. Otherwise, you have to go around and those things and all.
Right, sir.
Then promotions should be given on time. That is the only way we can help keep them in good spirit. What I have done, if somebody is eligible for promotion on Saturday, I had given them on Friday. So I had given them on Friday. And we have created more units. You don't believe that institution today has 125 cardiologists, only one single institution, 125 cardiologists, 60 cardiac surgeons, and 50 cardiac anesthetists. So, and again, we have to follow a lot of roster system, we have to follow reservation, but still, these are some of the...
Thank you very much. I think
another thing, handling the crowd is a biggest challenge.
Right.
Because 95% walks into the hospital without appointment, and you don't believe 1,500 to 2,000 outpatients. Daily you used to do 1,000 echoes, 900 echocardiograms, and 200 angioplasty put together daily. And what I did was, because we also opened what is called special ward, deluxe ward, and also what is called single window master health checkup area. Why I did was, hospital, because people perception is government hospital is only for the poor. So I created a system where it's also an hospital for the rich, elite class, and VIPs, and that was acting like a cross subsidy. So we are charging those group, and that was serving as a cross subsidy to the poor people. So this is how the system has developed. And I also built up a poor patient corpus fund. When I took over, it was about 5 lakhs. When I left the institution, it was 150 crores. 150 crores poor patient was billed, and the interest generated was spent towards the poor people. And I saw to that nobody should go. Of course, during my tenure, 8 lakh procedures were conducted. 8 lakh procedures, including open heart surgeries to cath lab interventions, angioplasty and stent. To the best of my knowledge, no patient has gone untreated for the want of money.
That's, I think, the main... I think we've given a lot of tips to other public institutions probably on how to run it, but then I would definitely want to know what are some of the challenges, because you treat, Dr. Nagesh Reddy, you treat a lot of broad range of patients. So what are some of the challenges that you face in the private sector to actually, one, to run the private sector alone, the hospital alone, and the other one on to have that compliance with the government on several health schemes that are passed, and also the demand for empanelment and things like that? What are your challenges?
Thank you, Chetna. First of all, I'd like to thank the organization, especially Vasu, for this unique conference. As Dr. Manjunath said, it's a very unique conference where we exchange ideas in a very free pattern. Secondly, I'm extremely honored to be on the same dais and panel as Dr. Manjunath, who's not only a legendary figure in cardiology, but I think now he has done something very, very good, a professional going into politics to change the health scene. I think this for us is a blessing, so extremely honored. Thirdly, as a gastroenterologist, I know that a hungry stomach gets an angry brain. So I'll try and be very short. So my position is exactly opposite of Dr. Manjunath. He works in a public sector. He created, with all the difficulties, a sector which was much better than all the private hospitals. I'm in a private hospital, and I'm trying to create with the government a public type of care. Now this is very oxymoron. Public-private care is a very oxymoron word. They don't go together. Private care is supposed to be tertiary care. Public care or public health care is supposed to be at the root of the public health, that is preventive care. So how can both mix together? Because one way is that, again, I think what all Dr. Manjunath said is absolutely true about an organization, whether it's public or private, how to build up confidence to youngsters, all those things. But one of the problem now we face in the private sector in this country, a huge suspicion. Everybody thinks these fellows are making money, they're getting into, they're all corrupt and that type of thing. So the first thing that we have to establish as a private sector is a trust factor. So we have to convince the community and society that what is being done by these private groups are in the interest of the patient, and this trust is very important. Unfortunately, there are going to be some black sheep in every society. So because of that, we have developed a negative image. If you ask how many in this who are non-doctors think that private doctors are doing good work? Very few, only one. See? How many think that public doctors are doing good work? live much more. Yeah, standing up and talking, that means, yeah. So more support. So you see, general private doctors have less support compared to public doctor, which is right, because public they sacrifice. So if somebody like a Manjuna is a role model to do something in public health, we don't have role models in private sector. We don't have somebody who can look at saying this chap is doing in private sector. But so first important thing for us is to build that role model. The second thing is our interaction with the government is not always very positive, in the sense government has so many schemes. Again, I know that Manjunath is an MP here, so sometimes sensitive information, maybe I have to be a little more polite, but anyway, the problem is government has schemes like Arogyashri in Andhra Pradesh, Ayushman Bharat in center. All these schemes are okay to start with because health insurance is important, but they are misdirected. If I have to do in a tertiary hospital with a very complex surgeries being done, state of art, we have the best endoscopy unit in the world that's certified by all the gastroenterologists. If I had to do endoscopy at a price which is being done in a small hospital in Karimnagar and Nizamabad, it cannot be possible. The government should, make into different tiers of hospital, different rates should be there. In our country, one of the worst things is that there is no regulatory body for private hospitals. Nobody has ranked hospitals as A, B, C. That's done all over the world. We don't have ranking. So randomly, it depends on the patient choice. If the building is 5-star, they think it's a good hospital. That's not right. There are many other things, like again, Dr. Manjuna said, systems that work into the hospital, the kind of air conditioning, the type of hygiene standards and so on. So we have to work. So first, just to summarize, one, we have to create icons in the private system so that you're looked upon as delivering good health service that happens. For example, Mayo Clinic, private hospital, iconic. So we have to create that one. Number two, we have to work with government in a better way, and hopefully with people like Manjunath we'll be able to do, where different tier systems are given for the insurance on. And most important, we should recognize that public health is still the government's domain. When we got independence, all health was public health. Then this private sector came up. Even now, private health should be tertiary care health. We should be looking after tertiary care. The public part, like vaccinations part, clean water supply, all should be. We can aid from the private side. For example, at AAG, we adapted 40 villages in Patancheru area. We give complete poor. We try and give them the state-of-art care. But that can be done, but not in a big way. Public health is still the government's domain.
So suppose when you say this, I'm actually intrigued because the moment you say that, is there a need for this public-private partnership? There is this PPP model. Yes. The moment you propose it, there is a lot of opposition which comes in. So is there a middle ground at all? When you're saying, look at only the tertiary care, then is this needed?
There is a middle ground, like what Dr. Manjunath said, there is a middle ground. The middle ground is that in some areas, the private sector will be predominant, the public sector will play a smaller role. This includes general health of the public and all. In some areas, the public health is predominant, and the government should take help of certain private hospitals, certain expertise. For example, areas of research, artificial intelligence and so on, which is going very fast now. This should be, so I think the public-private partnership is a must in our country. At what levels this happen can be different in different situations.
So like you said, there needs a regulatory body to actually look into this and
we don't have a regulatory body. I think Dr. Manjunath knows that.
Dr. Manjunath, I think this is a question for both of you. Dr. Devi Shetty, founder of Narayana Health, recently in an interview said, government-funded healthcare can't work in countries with large populations. So do you agree with this? I want to ask both of you this question.
No, certainly I don't agree with that. For example, this Ayushman Bharat, of course, earlier to Ayushman Bharat, Andhra Pradesh had, then United Andhra Pradesh had Arogyashri, Karnataka had a similar scheme. Now, of course, Ayushman Bharat is one of the biggest public health, scheme that is operating in the country. What has happened, I fully agree with Dr. Nageshwar Reddy. Actually, the package rates under Ayushman Bharat was not meeting the actuals actually. So in 2022, there has been a revision, what is called HBP 2022. I think that is quite decent. But unfortunately, many states have not adopted this revised rates. For example, for bypass surgery, the earlier package rate was 95,000. In this revised, it is almost to 1,30,000. At least it's quite better. So if these revised rates are, some states have adopted, but some states have not adopted. I think even Telangana, Andhra, Karnataka, I think many states have not adopted. So if they adopt these revised rates, for example, for congenital heart disease, complex heart surgery, the revised rate is somewhere around 2.2 lakhs. Earlier it used to be 1 lakh. So these revised rates need to be adopted, and it is a joint responsibility of both union government and the state government, because it works on 60-40 ratios. So they have to spend some money on this. So this is where because we always talk about health and education are priorities, but when it comes to funding, it is not adequate. That is one thing.
Yeah, Dr. Reddy.
Another important thing, see, we should start at establishing high quality multi-speciality hospital in tier 2 cities, or maybe even to some extent in a mid-sized tier 3 cities, because the travel time radius, should not be more than 50 kilometers. So this is because most of the, top class 5-star hospitals, they are getting concentrated in tier 1 cities. So we should always look at establishing a similar hospital in tier 2, then we can reach the larger portion of the population.
Dr. Reddy,
Travel radius should be 50 to 60 kilometers. That is one thing. And we should also adopt what is called hub and spoke model of treatment for emergencies, whether it is heart attack or brain stroke. Hub and spoke model, that means they are all time driven. Because for example, you take heart attack or you take brain stroke, for every 30 minutes of delay in initiating treatment, risk of death increases by 7%. So if they have to travel hundreds of kilometers, their precious time, golden hour is lost. So this hub and spoke model, that means Taluk Hospital will give initial medical treatment like thrombolysis. That is called 1-minute injection of tenecteplase, clot dissolving medicine. You give it there, that any MBBS doctor can do with little bit of awareness about it. Then after 3 to 6 hours of stabilization, they can be shifted to the nearest tertiary care hospital in bigger cities. So that hub and spoke model should be adopted because today 30% of deaths in India is due to heart attack and stroke. 30% is a very big number. And this is how hub and spoke model. And
Sir, I would want Dr. Reddy to just give his opinion on...
I absolutely concur with Dr. Manjunath. In a low income country like India, I believe with the large population, 70% of healthcare should be government's responsibility. Only 30 or 20% of urban high-end people should be. But unfortunately, if you look at the budget that's happening now, only 2% is devoted to health. Again, I'm not blaming the government because there's so many other schemes that have to go. So we have to, as professionals, fight for that and see that more allocation is done to healthcare. And of course, research is secondary, but also healthcare, so that if it goes to say 5%, if we look at other countries, it's 13, 14, 15%. So that may be one important aspect. I think, Manjunath, that's
so
one thing that...
I agree to that. There are so many schemes like you were talking about Arogyasri and all that. But then, the problem is when we look at insurance per se, so there is a lot of push from the private hospitals as well now to take up insurance.
Again, you're accusing us now.
No, we're not accusing. I don't know any other way. Like if I have to take care of my health, I personally believe that probably I have to go in for an insurance because I can't depend on a public health insurance, right? So now, but then this can also mean that it can become a hindrance to access at all, access to healthcare at all.
I don't think
US has kind of failed in doing
I think it's
this.
a wrong concept.
So please could you explain on that?
No, US has failed not because of insurance. US has failed because their healthcare was pushing to very high-end tertiary care, which the society cannot afford. You see the same thing in Europe, for example, in Germany, in Belgium. It's a social, again, like insurance-based medicine, extremely successful. In US, it failed, and to some extent in NHS, because they were trying to push, if you have a terminal cancer patient and you want to keep him alive for next 1 month using costly gadgets and so on, and if you look at the practice in US, I've been so many times there, they just waste so much of disposables. If that is there, then the insurance premiums are going to go up. People cannot afford. But the kind of insurance premiums we have in this country are extremely good for the patients. It is a wrong concept. I would say opposite of what you said, that we should promote insurance as it is now, so that more and more middle class, upper middle class, that type of people have access to insurance. Otherwise, a middle class family sometimes, again, Manjunath, like when they come for a major cardiac surgery, sell their whole house, sell their farm and all that and come. That's not right. So insurance is a must.
No, in fact, Ayushman Bharat actually has recruited 12 lakh crore families, which comes to around 60 crores. It covers
So
60
talking
crore
about private
population.
medical insurance.
No,
So,
yeah, that is
yes.
one. Another thing, in the last 5 years, nearly 6 crores patients have been treated under Ayushman Bharat. That's a great thing. See, another important thing, our Indian still, despite all these, some of these limitations, the people who appreciates the Indian healthcare system is our own NRIs. When they come and visit, oh, they are puzzled. Oh, I'm getting this procedure done same day. I could able to see the consultant same day. Are you giving the report same day? Yes, we are giving the report same day. So the NRIs who are visiting, in fact, many of them are, coming to India for getting some, procedures done.
I agree with you,
Yeah.
because I think our system
Yeah.
sometimes is much more efficient than what you have in US.
Correct.
All we have to do is make it more system protocol based, then we'll be better.
I think this is my last question for this panel, sir. Give me 5 regulations that if you had an opportunity to regulate the private healthcare, then what are the 5 things that you think you would bring? And similarly for Dr. Manjunath, if it is public healthcare, then what are some 5 regulations which you think you should bring?
So 5 is too many.
Okay, probably maybe 3. Can we do 3?
Okay, first of all, I think first the quality of hospitals should have a regulation that all the hospitals, nursing homes should be registered, which is being done. After the registration, all of them have to be audited and said that this is what you're grade A, grade B, grade C. That's very important. Second, all the hospitals in the country should have an audit system where, you have a report card. Every month, say our hospital puts up a report card. So many admitted, so many deaths, so many. So that is not, the quality metrics should be put out to this thing. And third, I think we must have, all the hospitals should have their internal regulation with committees who can then look after various aspects that's happening. So we have to be self-regulated, we have to be partly regulated by the government, but this is very important to have quality metrics which then say this is the quality of our hospitals.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Manjunath, what do you think?
Yeah, see, number one, as during my initial remark, what I was talking about, same thing, we need to strengthen the existing public health facilities, whether it is medical colleges or whether it is hospitals. We have to first strengthen the existing facilities with adequate manpower, doctors, nurses, technicians. That is one thing, because yes, we are always believe improving the healthcare is not just constructing new hospitals or new medical colleges. Today we have 707 medical colleges, to be frank. So another important thing is, yes, we have at this point of time, we have close to 14 lakhs allopathic doctors. We have 4 to 5 lakhs Ayush doctors. So our requirement may be another 2 to 3 lakh additional allopathic doctors that we are achieving, because today our MBBS seats are 1,10,000 and PG seats are also about 70,000 PG seats. So there is a maldistribution actually. Not that, of course, healthcare system in India is also, we see diversity in the healthcare system. It's quite good in the southern India when compared to north and northeast. So we see diversity in the healthcare system. There has to be uniformity in that. And we have to really, another important thing, we are talking about this only number of seats. the quality of training is very, very important. So quality of the products. So that's what I was talking in the parliament yesterday. The number of MBBS seats in any medical college should not be more than 150. If it is 250 and all, in many medical colleges, we see there are more medical students than the patients. So the training will not be adequate, and hands-on experience also will be very less, and off-baked, undercooked, undertrained doctors, sometimes they are more harmful than the disease. So that is one thing. And there has to be, even in a public hospital, there has to be a limited decentralization and delegation of powers. For everything, small things, we should not go to the government. There has to be some decentralization and delegation of power to the heads of the organizations, and that is one thing. And yes, we have to rope in certainly the CSR activities. You have to rope in CSR activities. Certainly nowadays a lot of CSR funds are flowing, so we should establish that system. And the fourth one is, yes, there has to be a good public relation mechanism in a public hospital. Public reception should be good. The first contact is the one that matters. And one has to also bring in some sort of an incentive scheme for the employees. Incentive schemes should not be only for the doctors, even from the sweeper, for a technician, even a Group D worker. That's how we should improve the system. And another one is, yes, as Professor Nageshwar is telling, we have to work together. So because trust is a very, very important factor, and the healthcare should be affordable, it should be accessible, it should be available. So that is one important thing. And health for all is the desire of the nation. It is the dream of the nation that healthcare should be for all. Health for all should be our right. But hospital services alone will not provide health for all. You should provide clean air, should provide clean water, and you should provide clean food also. These are the three things, health for all.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I think while the motto for both public healthcare as well as private is health for all, let's hope that we actually achieve that and we take some ideas, whatever has been discussed here, and not just leave it here in the room, and it actually reaches the Parliament. And, Sir Dr. Manjunath has the onus now to take it forward, I guess. Thank you very much. It was wonderful panel. We can now open the discussion for the
questions. If you would indulge us, I think a couple of questions from the audience.
Yes, please.
Sir, thanks a lot for insights. So I have three questions, sir. First, what are the thoughts on the managed healthcare? In a country, low-income country like India, where affordability is an issue. Second is, Sir Manjunath, sir, you talked about quality of practice and quality of doctors, right? And let's say a doctor really practices, he will not become an expert when he joins, right? How will you manage that with, say, like every patient needs best care? Everybody wants to be operated by a 40 years experienced doctor as opposed to 1 year experienced doctor, right? So how would we really strike a balance there?
Sorry, just if we can.
Yeah, I think we can take those two questions. We couldn't get your first question. The second one we do.
It's a managed healthcare system which hospitals like Narayana Health has been introducing, and it's very prominent in countries like US. So what is its relevance and applicability in a country like India where income levels are pretty low?
Managed healthcare is a concept where a single entity, like for example Kaiser in US, takes up care, and Narayana to some extent has done. It's a concept where Apollo actually started it also long back, where a single group of hospitals insures the patient, and the patient can go only to that group of hospitals, nowhere else, unlike other insurance systems. In India, it has not picked up for several reasons. One of the reasons is that there are only very few large hospitals like Kaiser. There are so many in US, number one. So it can't be single monopoly, and then people will not take that insurance. Second, it has been misused. Managed care insurance has been misused a lot, so it failed. So that system in India is unlikely to work because of all these reasons.
So regarding your other question is, most of the patients want only the senior doctors to operate and all, but actually inside many of the youngers only will be operating under the name of a senior. So that is, youngsters will be operating under the name of the senior, that is fine. This is where quality of training is very, very important. See, today, the clinical training has taken a back seat because of explosion of technology. So still that basic science teaching is basic examination is very, very important. So it should not be just gadget or just, it should not be investigation centric. It should be a patient centric treatment, and basic examination is still holds the key despite explosion of technology. We have various diagnostic measures. We have CT, we have MRI, we have ultrasound, we have various tests and all. Still, talk, 3 T's are very important. Talk, touch and treat. So that brings in trust. Talk, touch and treat, because physical examination, and we have to give some time for the patients also. At least we should listen to their problems 5 minutes, because in 80% they give you the diagnosis. So definitely this is where I am telling, yes, we need more specialists, I agree, but there's, during training, if you have more number of, for example, in some colleges I have seen MS General Surgery, 30 seats a year. So over a period of 3 years, 90 postgraduates in general surgery, and they get certificates, but their clinical exposure is less. So I think the quality of training is very, very important.
Thank you, sir. Any other question?
Sir. If I can ask one. Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. So, just would like to share, first of all, this panel discussion was so relevant and important, and I think like it should be taken further. One question that I wanted to ask you is, in the government colleges today, or like not colleges, hospitals mainly, that you will see that the staff is overworked, but the hospital itself is understaffed. So you will see a lot of people that are working shifts for continuous days on end. So when the problem exists of, being overworked and understaffed, it's very contradictory, like when you can take more people and reduce the number of hours and, prevent mishaps that happen in hospital because of this. So why is this problem not addressed yet, and what are your thoughts on this? How can we solve this?
No, in fact, I have made it very clear.
Yes,
we have to create post. I think this is where the problem is occurring in public hospital. So the building comes, facilities will come, instruments will come up, but more important, we have to have adequate number of staff. So the manpower requirement has to be addressed, then work will be shared. That is.
Thank you, sir. Next question.
Dr. Manjunath, my name is Dr. Kuldeep. I have a straight question to you about what is the top 3 priorities to the government right now in the health?
No. See, one is yes on the one is on the preventive side. So, for example, today cervical cancer is one of the most common cancers among women. So, and it is proved beyond doubt this vaccine, cervical cancer vaccine, prevents this particular cancer to an extent of 90%. So, for all high school girls, should be vaccinated with this vaccine, and it should be brought under immunization program. If it is brought under immunization program, certainly you can reduce the number of prevalence of cervical cancer. That is one priority. And second is, yes, we have to, from time to time, we have to really revise these package rates under Ayushman Bharat scheme. Then more and more number of private hospitals get empaneled, and otherwise what happens, the burden will be more on public hospital. When the burden is more on the public hospital, then somewhere down the line quality suffers. So you have to revise these package rates, and you have to see that every state in this country adopts that revised rates uniformly. So that is the second one. And the third one is, see, we are always we talk about starting a medical college. So a second medical college should not be given within the travel radius of 50 kilometers of the first medical college. So, and we should establish This may need semi-urban and rural areas, so that covers that population.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we are...
just one question.
No, sir, we really are tight for time. I'm really sorry. Thank you very much. It was a wonderful panel discussion. Thank you.
Sir, I'm sorry, I just have a last question. Sorry for your time.
I'm sorry,
I'm
you can
really
take the
sorry.
question later. You can meet the doctors later to ask your question. I'm so sorry we're pressed for time. You can hold a grudge against me for it. No problem. Thank you so much, panelists, for being here, for sharing these insightful information from both to and fro, and Chetna for holding this conversation. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Noble, Senior Vice President of TV9, to present a token of thanks to our guests here. A small felicitation, our way of thanking you, not just for being here, but also engaging in this conversation. That was Dr. C.N. Manjunath and Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy speaking about public health systems and the role of private sector. Thank you all for being a very patient and wonderful audience. Before we break for lunch, we have a short presentation from our sponsors. I'd like to welcome on stage Akula Praveen Kumar, AVP of Sales for Vasavi Ananda Nilayam Project, Sagar, Senior General Manager of Sales for Vasavi Sarovar Project, and Daniel Amarchand, General Manager of Sales and Operations, Vasavi Skyla Project, for a sponsored presentation.
So I am explainer of the Vasavi Group. So he is our chairman and managing director. He is legendary. At the same time, he is Indian Achievers Award. He got an Indian Achievers Award. At the same time, we are constructing almost 10,500 apartments in the next 5 years. And he is none other than Mr. Victory Venkatesh. He is our brand ambassador. And last 3 decades, we are with Vasavi Group, and we are constructing a lot of all over the Hyderabad, east, west, and north, south. We are only builders, east, west, north, south. We are constructing, and these are the key factors of Vasavi Group. Right now, already we sold 8 million square feet built-up area, and 17 commercial projects, and 30 residential projects, and 50 million SFT. Next 5 years, we are going to handing over, and 310 acres of villa plots also already we sold, and 4,510 apartments we built, and 2,500 happy customers we have. And right now I am explaining about Vasavi Sarovar. This is located at Kukatpalli, high-tech city. And this is the elevation of the project. Oh shit. And here we have come up with 21.5 acres, and we are giving 2 BHK and 2.5 BHK and 3 BHK and 4 BHK and 85 sky villas. Top 2 floors we are merging and we are giving sky villas also. And we have come up with total 11 towers and starts with 1255 to 2920 SFT, and this is total G plus 29 floors. And we have come up with 3 clubhouses, 1 lakh SFT clubhouse we are giving, and total 72% of open space we are giving. And this is the layout of the project, and here we are giving 3 grand entrances, two entrances for the flat owners and 1 entrance for the visitors, and at the same time maids we are giving separate entrance for the maids. And this is, here we have come up with G plus 29 floors, total 11 blocks, and here we are giving almost 72% of the open space, and here we are giving a lot of landscaping with water stream area, and this is lake view property. Front side 1 lake is there, back side 1 lake is there, and this lakes also we are only developing. And here we are giving 2 BHK and 2.5 BHK and 3 BHK and 4 BHK also. 2 BHK starts with 1300 SFT and 2.5 BHK starts with 1425 to 1590 SFT, and 3 BHK starts with 1625 to 2340, and 4 BHK we have single flat per floor, and this is we are giving 15 floors only, single flat per floor we are giving, that is 4970 SFT, only west flank flats we are giving. And here we are coming up with 3 clubhouses. Starting there we are giving 1 clubhouse, that is commercial clubhouse, and we are giving sports complex, and next one we are giving sports complex, and next one is usage complex also we are giving. There we are giving almost 40 seats accommodated, 2 theatres we are giving, terrace swimming pool, terrace party area, squash courts, badminton courts, ATM services, pharmacy, polyclinic and physiotherapy room, and 4 multi-purpose halls. And outdoor side we are giving 1.24 km jogging track and walking track, Maidan area, pet parks, and a lot of landscaping. We are tied with Terraform, is a Bangalore based company, and we are giving a lot of landscaping. And this is the beauty of the location. This is very near to the MMTS and metro station. Within 1 kilometer radius we are giving the metro, within 1 kilometer radius you can find out metro station and radius and MMTS, and there we are giving, it is very near to the high-tech city, and if you can come down to see the lot of connectivities like Kukatpalli is very near, at the same time JNTU and colleges, schools, it is very, it is 10 minutes distance you can reach to the college and schools. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to take you through a couple of projects. It will take less time. I know it's lunch time. I'll quickly browse through this. The beauty of our projects of Vasavi Group is it is surrounded by hospitals and medical sciences institutes as well. Now, if you take, for example, Skyla, the location is next to KIMS, the lane next which takes to Vasavi Skyla at high-tech city. This project is total of 6 acres and which has around 600 units, which is having differentiation of 3 and 4 bedroom only, which is of 33 floors. And the beauty of this is, right now we see most of them are doctors and the software engineers who have come back for good to India, and few business class customers we have. And further details I can share you. We have placed a stall next to the lunch area. You can visit there. This is about Skyla. And the location, I hope most of them are aware of the high-tech city. This is surrounded with the premium schools, hospitals, and of course the IT corridor is right next to it. That's about Skyla. And I'll talk about Anandanilayam. This is at LB Nagar. And it's very close to the NIMS, which is going to come up at Kottapet. So this is spread across 30 acres. And we have 11 towers in this. And here the range of the units which we have are 2, 3 and 4. Most of them are 3 bedrooms in an average size of 2,000. I'm sure most of them should be liking it because this is what the current trend is. They are looking at this particular sizes. It is again very close to the premium hospitals like Omega, your Yashoda, Kamineni, KIMS, and of course the premium schools are nearby, and IT corridor of Adibatla or Pocharam are also near to this. The beauty of Anand Nilayam is the connectivity and the location. This is right at LB Nagar next to the metro, and this is the gateway to the major roads, you know, your national highway and the state highways, which takes you to the Pune or Bangalore or the Vijayawada highway and Warangal, Srisailam, Nagarjuna Sagar, they are all next to it. Further detail I can share with you. We have, as I told, we have a stall set up right next to the lunch area. Please do visit the stall and we can share about the few payment options we have. Different payment options as per your requirements we can, and we also have the PMI options. Please visit our team. I am also there, and look forward for a healthy afternoon. Thanks from Vasavi Group. Yeah.
Thank you, Vasavi Group, for supporting the Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024 and making your presence felt over here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a very short breather now on the Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024. It is lunch time, so requesting all of you to please join us outside for lunch, and we will be beginning shortly with our second half of some engaging discussions right after the lunch. Time now to take a short break. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you all hungry? and angry. We'll quickly, I will not waste time. We will go ahead with the panel. I am Chetna Belgare, editor for South First. Welcome, sir. It's a privilege to moderate this esteemed panel on the vital topic of improving public healthcare and the role of private hospitals. These days, healthcare is becoming more and more of burden for people, whether it is rising costs or out-of-pocket expenditure or just getting the access to the care they actually need. You can't ignore the growing tension between what the public healthcare can actually offer and the expanding influence of private hospitals. Private institutions have no doubt stepped up whenever public healthcare has actually faltered. But then there are some serious questions to ask. Are we at the risk of turning healthcare into something only the privileged can afford? Can private hospitals really support public health without always putting profit first? Will private medical insurances actually become a hindrance or, to access healthcare? What are some concerns that private hospitals face to support the government in their health schemes? These are some of the real challenges that we need to tackle as we look at how private hospitals can help ease the strain on our healthcare system and make public healthcare accessible to all. To begin, let me introduce two esteemed doctors, Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan awardees, whose contributions have significantly shaped Indian healthcare, Dr. C.N. Manjunath and Dr. Nageshwar Reddy. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. C.N. Manjunath, a visionary leader in Indian cardiology and the driving force behind the transformation of Karnataka's Jayadeva Institute of Cardiology into a world-class healthcare institution. With over 16 years of dedicated service as its director, Dr. Manjunath has raised the standards of the public institution into nothing less than a private healthcare hospital. Recently elected as Member of Parliament from Karnataka, Dr. Manjunath carries a philosophy that healthcare should touch every life, no matter how remote. His insights on balancing public and private healthcare will be invaluable as we discuss the future of healthcare in India. We welcome you, sir. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, a Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan awardee and a true leader in gastroenterology. He is the chairman of Asian Institute of Gastroenterology in Hyderabad, which you might know as AIG Hospitals. Dr. Reddy isn't just about medical excellence. He is also deeply committed to giving back to society a value. He says he got it from his father, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy, a well-known pathologist. Dr. Reddy, in an interview which I was listening to, he mentioned that his father once called him at the dining table and said, I'm very disappointed with you. So when Dr. Reddy was confused, wondering, he had got into medicine, he had started his practice, he was earning good money for himself. So where have I really gone wrong? Dr. Bhaskar Reddy apparently then said that professional success is important, but what have you done as a doctor to the society? Have you done your research? Have you done any research? Have you started any institution? Or you're only making money for yourself and that is not success. Dr. Reddy says this belief has been guiding force in his career, ensuring his work benefits not just the elite, but everyone who needs it. With his extensive experience and leadership in private healthcare, I'm assuming that he's going to bring all the challenges that private healthcare actually faces in collaborating with the government. We welcome you, sir. Without much ado, I want to ask the first question to Dr. Manjunath. Dr. Manjunath, first of all, what were the key challenges and strategies in transforming Jayadeva into a top cardiac care center? And how did you balance affordability with excellence?
Yeah, first of all, many thanks for invitation to be this unique model of conference, because this is where we have to take it forward. All the time we are talking about technology, explosions of technology, and regarding market forces. This is one unique meeting. The agenda was regarding longevity and prevention, and because prevention is always better than cure and precaution is still the best. So that is the unique model. This sort of meetings we should have rather than discussing about only diseases and diseases, because this is one thing. And this creates a lot of awareness among the people. The awareness program is very, very important. And because there is no happiness in medicine, but there is medicine in happiness. That's a very popular saying. So, and we have to take care of an extension, of course, this discussion, before getting into the actual discussion, we have to take care of 6 S, that is salt, stress, spirit, smoking, and physical activity, and sugar and salt. Sugar. Sedentary life, salt, stress, spirit, sedentary activity, and sugar, and smoking. These are these things. And as we discussed, anyway, today nearly 35% of healthcare services is given by the public sector. Another 65% is given by the private sector, only 35% by the public sector. So we need to work in tandem. So that is very important. See, in a public institution, one of the biggest challenges, one is on the infrastructure side, and the second is there will be a lot of inertia. So one of the biggest challenge in an institution is to really manage people. Managing people is one of the biggest thing. Managing because they have a different mindset, they have different culture, and to bring a corporate culture in a government setup, it is extremely a difficult task, and this is where the leadership matters. We have to take everybody together. That's very, very important. And most important, you should allow space for others to grow in the organization. So you should allow, because, with your talent, with your hard work, with your skill, you can reach the top position, that's fine. To remain in the top position for a longer time, your attitude and your behavior and all those things matters. So another important thing is, one of the biggest incentive for the growth of an organization is non-interference. That is one of the biggest incentive, whether it is a government institution or whether it's a private institution. Non-interference is one of the biggest incentive for the growth of an organization. And another important thing in a public thing is, yesterday I was talking in the parliament about the same topic. What happens, yes, our focus always in a government setup, what happens is only on construction of an hospital or construction of a medical college. But we have to change, there has to be a transition from construction to creation of posts, from creation of posts to recruitment. So what is happening, we are focusing only on construction. Yes, fantastic physical structure will come, but where are the posts? So this is where we have to really balance, and we have to create an atmosphere of ownership in a public institution. That is again leadership. People should be strong, and there has to be some mechanism of decentralization, and also decentralization mechanism should be there. You should not try to really centralize the whole thing as head of the organization. You have to give some freedom, and you should also take everybody together. You should be a great listener. You should be a great listener. A listener is a leader. That's what a popular saying says. And another important thing is you have to have a good rapport with you should have a good rapport with the government. That's very, very important. Many times I have realized a lot of good things can be done with the goodwill of the bureaucrats. The goodwill you have with the bureaucrats we can have a lot of impact. Because when I took over Jayadeva Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences in 2006, the bed strength was 300. Today we reach 2,000 cardiac beds exclusively for cardiac care. Nowhere in this thing. Nowhere in India we have a cardiac institute with 2,000 cardiac beds. See, the problem is, yes, with government grants alone is not sufficient to run a public institution, because they have a fixed grant. So this is wherein we have brought in a public-private partnership. 3 P's we call it as public-private partnership. See, the other 2 P's will come if the first P is strong. If public institution is strong, and we roped in about 50 charitable organizations to support the treatment. But of course, most important is if they are convinced, whatever donations they give, whatever the philanthropic activity they do, if they are convinced if it is going for a right cause, then only funds will flow. So in fact, one of the biggest thing I have to mention here, our Infosys Foundation Chairman Sudha Murthy and Narayan Murthy, They have built in a 350-bedded world-class cardiac hospital in the same premises and handed over to us. So they asked me one question, Manjunath, how much of tenure is left as a director for you? At that time, it was 3 years. Then they said, we are going to build because we have a strong faith on you and trust on you. So then November 2021, this facility was handed over to us, November 21st. November 24th, we started working with full faculty. So, so these are some of the important things. And again, we have to bring some amendments because government rules are a lot of throttling effect. Just for example, in fact, we are the first institution in the country to introduce an incentive scheme to prevent brain drain among the faculty in 2007 itself. This was based on performance, productivity and punctuality. There was a lot of opposition from the government. No, Manjunath, if you ask, even other institution will ask, other medical colleges will ask. So then I told them, no, you just put a rider. You give permission to start an incentive scheme, not from government grants. It is only subject to effective internal resource mobilization. Then nobody will blame. So because the mindset of our people is, you give even 10 lakh salary. They are not, they don't talk about salary. You give just 50,000 incentive, they only talk about that 50,000 incentives and all. Then other thing is creation of post. I will tell you, that is the biggest challenge in a public sector. They always approve. So this is where, when a government clears a project, whether it's a medical college or a multi-speciality hospital or a super speciality hospital, in the same cabinet decision, the post should be approved. Otherwise, you have to go around and those things and all.
Right, sir.
Then promotions should be given on time. That is the only way we can help keep them in good spirit. What I have done, if somebody is eligible for promotion on Saturday, I had given them on Friday. So I had given them on Friday, and we have created more units. You don't believe that institution today has 125 cardiologists, only one single institution, 125 cardiologists, 60 cardiac surgeons and 50 cardiac anesthetists. So, and again, we have to follow a lot of roster system, we have to follow reservation, but still, these are some of the...
Thank you very much. I think
another thing, handling the crowd is a biggest challenge.
Right.
Because 95% walks into the hospital without appointment, and you don't believe 1,500 to 2,000 outpatients. Daily you used to do 1,000 echoes, 900 echocardiograms and 200 angioplasty put together daily. And what I did was, because we also opened what is called special ward, deluxe ward, and also what is called single window master health checkup area. Why I did was, hospital, because people perception is government hospital is only for the poor. So I created a system where it's also an hospital for the rich, elite class and VIPs, and that was acting like a cross subsidy. So we are charging those group, and that was serving as a cross subsidy to the poor people. So this is how the system has developed. And I also built up a poor patient corpus fund. When I took over, it was about 5 lakhs. When I left the institution, it was 150 crores. 150 crores poor patient was built, and the interest generated was spent towards the poor people. And I saw to that nobody should go. Of course, during my tenure, 8 lakh procedures were conducted. 8 lakh procedures, including open heart surgeries to cath lab interventions, angioplasty and stent. To the best of my knowledge, no patient has gone untreated for the want of money.
That's, I think, the main... I think we've given a lot of tips to other public institutions probably on how to run it, but then I would definitely want to know what are some of the challenges, because you treat, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, you treat a lot of broad range of patients. So what are some of the challenges that you face in the private sector to actually, one, to run the private sector alone, the hospital alone, and the other one on to have that compliance with the government on several health schemes that are passed, and also the demand for empanelment and things like that? What are your challenges?
Thank you, Chetna. First of all, I'd like to thank the organization, especially Vasu, for this unique conference. As Dr. Manjunath said, it's a very unique conference where we exchange ideas in a very free pattern. Secondly, I'm extremely honored to be on the same dais and panel as Dr. Manjunath, who's not only a legendary figure in cardiology, but I think now he has done something very, very good, a professional going into politics to change the health scene. I think this for us is a blessing, so extremely honored. Thirdly, as a gastroenterologist, I know that a hungry stomach gets an angry brain. So I'll try and be very short. So my position is exactly opposite of Dr. Manjunath. He works in a public sector. He created, with all the difficulties, a sector which was much better than all the private hospitals. I'm in a private hospital and I'm trying to create with the government a public type of care. Now this is very oxymoron. Public-private care is a very oxymoron word. They don't go together. Private care is supposed to be tertiary care. Public care or public health care is supposed to be at the root of the public health, that is preventive care. So how can both mix together? Because one way is that, again, I think what all Dr. Manjunath said is absolutely true about an organization, whether it's public or private, how to build up confidence to youngsters, all those things. But one of the problem now we face in the private sector in this country, a huge suspicion. You know, everybody thinks these fellows are making money, they're getting into, they're all corrupt and that type of thing. So the first thing that we have to establish as a private sector is a trust factor. So we have to convince the community and society that what is being done by these private groups are in the interest of the patient, and this trust is very important. Unfortunately, there are going to be some black sheep in every society. So because of that, we have developed a negative image. If you ask how many in this who are non-doctors think that private doctors are doing good work? Very few, only one. See? How many think that public doctors are doing good work? Only much more. Yeah, standing up and telling, that means, yeah. So more support. So you see, in general, private doctors have less support compared to public doctor, which is right, because public they're sacrificed. So if somebody like a Manjunath is a role model to do something in public health, we don't have role models in private sector. We don't have somebody who can look at saying, this chap is doing in private sector. But so first important thing for us is to build that role model. The second thing is our interaction with the government is not always very positive, in the sense government has so many schemes. Again, I know that Manjunath is an MP here, so sometimes sensitive information, maybe I have to be a little more polite, but anyway, the problem is government has schemes like Arogyashri in Andhra Pradesh, Ayushman Bharat in center. All these schemes are okay to start with because health insurance is important, but they are misdirected. If I have to do in a tertiary hospital with the very complex surgeries being done, state of art, we have the best endoscopy unit in the world that's certified by all the gastroenterologists. If I had to do endoscopy at a price which is being done in a small hospital in Karimnagar and Nizamabad, it cannot be possible. The government should, make into different tiers of hospital, different rates should be there. In our country, one of the worst things is that there is no regulatory body for private hospitals. Nobody has ranked hospitals as A, B, C. That's done all over the world. We don't have ranking. So randomly, it depends on the patient choice. If the building is 5-star, they think it's a good hospital. That's not right. There are many other things, like again, Dr. Manjunath said, systems that work into the hospital, the kind of air conditioning, the type of hygiene standards and so on. So we have to work. So first, just to summarize, one, we have to create icons in the private system so that you're looked upon as delivering good health service that happens. For example, Mayo Clinic, private hospital, iconic. So we have to create that one. Number two, we have to work with government in a better way, and hopefully with people like Manjunath we'll be able to do, where different tier systems are given for the insurance on. And most important, we should recognize that public health is still the government's domain. When we got independence, all health was public health. Then this private sector came up. Even now, private health should be tertiary care health. We should be looking after tertiary care. The public part, like, vaccinations part, clean water supply, all should be. We can aid from the private side. For example, at AAG, we adapted 40 villages in Patancheru area. We give complete poor. we try and give them the state-of-art care. But that can be done, but not in a big way. Public health is still the government's domain.
So suppose when you say this, I mean, I'm actually intrigued because the moment you say that, is there a need for this public-private partnership? I mean, there is this PPP model. The moment you propose it, there is a lot of opposition which comes in. So is there a middle ground at all? When you're saying, look at only the tertiary care, then is this needed?
But there is a middle ground, like what Dr. Manjunath said, there is a middle ground. The middle ground is that in some areas, the private sector will be predominant, the public sector will play a smaller role. This includes general health of the public and all. In some areas, the public health is predominant, and the government should take help of certain private hospitals, certain expertise. For example, areas of research, artificial intelligence and so on, which is going very fast now. This should be, so I think it should, the public-private partnership is a must in our country. At what levels this happen can be different in different situations.
So like you said, there needs a regulatory body to actually look into this and
we don't
bring
have a
that.
regulatory body. I think
Absolutely.
Dr. Manjunath knows that.
Dr. Manjunath, I think this is a question for both of you. Dr. Devi Shetty, founder of Narayana Health, recently in an interview said, government-funded healthcare can't work in countries with large populations. So do you agree with this? I want to ask both of you this.
No, certainly I don't agree with that. For example, this Ayushman Bharat, of course, earlier to Ayushman Bharat, Andhra Pradesh had, then United Andhra Pradesh had Arogyasri, Karnataka had a similar scheme. Now, of course, Ayushman Bharat is one of the biggest public health, scheme that is operating in the country. What has happened, I fully agree with Dr. Nageshwar Reddy. Actually, the package rates under Ayushman Bharat was not meeting the actuals actually. So in 2022, there has been a revision, what is called HBP 2022. I think that is quite decent. But unfortunately, many states have not adopted these revised rates. For example, for bypass surgery, the earlier package rate was 95,000. In this revised, it is almost 1,30,000. At least it's quite better. So if these revised rates are, some states have adopted, but some states have not adopted. I think even Telangana, Andhra, Karnataka, I think many states have not adopted. So if they adopt these revised rates, for example, for congenital heart disease, complex heart surgery, the revised rate is somewhere around 2.2 lakhs. Earlier it used to be 1 lakh. So these revised rates need to be adopted, and it is a joint responsibility of both union government and the state government because it works on 60-40 ratios. So they have to spend some money on this. So this is where because we always talk about health and education are priorities, but when it comes to funding, it is not adequate. That is one thing.
Yeah, Dr. Reddy.
Another important thing, see, we should start establishing high quality multi-speciality hospital in tier 2 cities, or maybe even to some extent in a mid-sized tier 3 cities, because the travel time radius, should not be more than 50 kilometers. So this is because most of the, top class 5-star hospitals, they are getting concentrated in tier 1 cities. So we should always look at establishing a similar hospital in tier 2, then we can reach the larger portion of the population.
Dr. Reddy,
Travel radius should be 50 to 60 kilometers. That is one thing. And we should also adopt what is called hub and spoke model of treatment for emergencies, whether it is heart attack or brain stroke. Hub and spoke model, that means they are all time driven, because for example, you take heart attack or you take brain stroke, for every 30 minutes of delay in initiating treatment, risk of death increases by 7%. So if they have to travel hundreds of kilometers, their precious time, golden hour is lost. So this hub and spoke model, that means Taluk Hospital will give initial medical treatment like thrombolysis. That is called 1-minute injection of tenecteplase, clot dissolving medicine. You give it there, that any MBBS doctor can do with little bit of awareness about it. Then after 3 to 6 hours of stabilization, they can be shifted to the nearest tertiary care hospital in bigger cities. So that hub and spoke model should be adopted because today 30% of deaths in India is due to heart attack and stroke. 30%, that's a very big number. And this is how hub and spoke model. And
Sir, I would want Dr. Reddy to just give his opinion on...
I absolutely concur with Dr. Manjunath. In a low income country like India, I believe with a large population, 70% of healthcare should be government's responsibility. Only 30 or 20% of urban high-end people should be. But unfortunately, if you look at the budget that's happening now, only 2% is devoted to health. Again, I'm not blaming the government because there's so many other schemes that have to go. So we have to, as professionals, fight for that and see that more allocation is done to healthcare. And of course, research is secondary, but also healthcare, so that if it goes to say 5%, if you look at other countries, it's 13, 14, 15%. So that may be one important aspect. I think, Manjunath, that's
so there are, I mean, I agree to that. There are so many schemes like you were talking about Arogyashri and all that. But then, the problem is when we look at insurance per se, so there is a lot of push from the private hospitals as well now to take up insurance.
Again, you're accusing us now.
No, we are not accusing. I mean, I don't know any other way. Like if I have to take care of my health, I personally believe that probably I have to go in for an insurance because I can't depend on a public health insurance, right? So now, but then this can also mean that it can become a hindrance to access at all, access to healthcare at all.
I don't think
US has kind of failed in doing
I think it's
this.
the wrong concept.
So please, could you explain on it?
No, US has failed not because of insurance. US has failed because their healthcare was pushing to very high-end tertiary care, which the society cannot afford. You see the same thing in Europe. For example, in Germany, in Belgium, it's a social, again, like insurance-based medicine, extremely successful. In US, it failed, and to some extent in NHS, because they were trying to push, if you have a terminal cancer patient and you want to keep him alive for next 1 month using costly gadgets and so on, and if you look at the practice in US, I've been so many times there, they just waste so much of disposables. If that is there, then the insurance premiums are going to go up. People cannot afford. But the kind of insurance premiums we have in this country are extremely good for the patients. It is a wrong concept. I would say opposite of what you said, that we should promote insurance as it is now, so that more and more middle class, upper middle class, that type of people have access to insurance. Otherwise, a middle class family sometimes, again, Manjunath will agree, they come for a major cardiac surgery, sell their whole house, sell their farm and all that and come. That's not right. So insurance is a must.
No, in fact, Ayushman Bharat actually has recruited 12 lakh crore families, which comes to around 60 crores. It covers 60 crore population.
Private medical insurance.
No, so, yeah, that is one. Another thing, in the last 5 years, nearly 6 crores patients have been treated under Ayushman Bharat. That's a great thing. See, another important thing, our Indian still, despite all these, some of these limitations, the people who appreciates the Indian healthcare system is our own NRIs. When they come and visit, they are puzzled. Oh, I'm getting this procedure done same day. I could able to see the consultant same day. Are you giving the report same day? Yes, we are giving the report same day. So the NRIs who are visiting, in fact, many of them are, coming to India for getting some, procedures done.
I agree with you, because I think our system sometimes is much more efficient than what you have in US.
Correct.
All we have to do is make it more system protocol based, then we'll be better.
I think this is my last question for this panel, sir. Give me 5 regulations that if you had an opportunity to regulate the private healthcare, then what are the 5 things that you think you would bring? And similarly for Dr. Manjunath, if it is public healthcare, then what are some 5 regulations which you think you should bring?
So 5 is too many.
Okay, probably maybe 3. Can we do 3?
First of all, I think the quality of hospitals should have a regulation that all the hospitals, nursing homes should be registered, which is being done. After the registration, all of them have to be audited and said that this is what you're saying, you're grade A, grade B, grade C. That's very important. Second, all the hospitals in the country should have an audit system where, you have a report card. Every month, say our hospital puts up a report card. So many admitted, so many deaths, so many. So that is not, the quality metrics should be put out. to this thing. And third, I think we must have, all the hospitals should have that internal regulation with committees who can then look after various aspects that's happening. So we have to be self-regulated, we have to be partly regulated by the government, but this is very important to have quality metrics which then say this is the quality of our hospital.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Manjunath, what do you think?
Yeah, see, number one, as during my initial remark, what I was talking about, same thing, we need to strengthen the existing public health facilities, whether it is medical colleges or whether it is hospitals. We have to first strengthen the existing facilities with adequate manpower. Doctors, nurses, technicians, that is one thing. Because, yes, we are always believe improving the healthcare is not just constructing new hospitals or new medical colleges. Today we have 707 medical colleges, to be frank. So another important thing is, yes, we have at this point of time, we have close to 14 lakhs allopathic doctors. We have 4 to 5 lakhs Ayush doctors. So our requirement may be another 2 to 3 lakh additional allopathic doctors that we are achieving, because today our MBBS seats are 1,10,000 and PG seats are also about 70,000 PG seats. So there is a maldistribution actually. Not that, of course, healthcare system in India is also, we see diversity in the healthcare system. It's quite good in the southern India when compared to north and northeast. So we see diversity in the healthcare system. There has to be uniformity in that. And we have to really, another important thing, we are talking about this only number of seats. The quality of training is very, very important. So quality of the products. So that's what I was talking in the parliament yesterday. The number of MBBS seats in any medical college should not be more than 150. If it is 250 and all, in many medical colleges, we see there are more medical students than the patients. So the training will not be adequate, and hands-on experience also will be very less, and off-baked, undercooked, undertrained doctors, sometimes they are more harmful than the disease. So that is one thing. And there has to be, even in a public hospital, there has to be a limited decentralization and delegation of powers. For everything, small things, you should not go to the government. There has to be some decentralization and delegation of power to the heads of the organizations, and that is one thing. And yes, we have to rope in certainly the CSR activities. You have to rope in CSR activities. Certainly nowadays a lot of CSR funds are flowing, so we should establish that system. And the fourth one is, yes, there has to be a good public relation mechanism in a public hospital. Public reception should be good. The first contact is the one that matters. And one has to also bring in some sort of an incentive scheme for the employees. Incentive schemes should not be only for the doctors, even from the sweeper, for a technician, even a group D worker, that's how we should improve the system. And another one is, yes, as Professor Nageshwar is telling, we have to work together. So because trust is a very, very important factor, and the healthcare should be affordable, it should be accessible, it should be available. So that is one important thing. And health for all is the desire of the nation. It is the dream of the nation that healthcare should be for all. Health for all should be our right. But hospital services alone will not provide health for all. You should provide clean air, should provide clean water, and you should provide clean food also. These are the three things, health for all.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
5 minutes from now. Requesting all of you who is having lunch outside to quickly wrap up and come inside immediately. We're starting the session right away. Requesting all those outside having lunch to come inside right away. Okay, without further ado, let's begin the second half of Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024. I have a fascinating panel discussion with a very, very special set of guests joining us. This panel discussion is titled Transforming Healthcare, New Age Technology, AI and Robotics. And for this, let me call upon stage Dr. Vijay Chandru, founder, Straight Life Sciences. We also have Dr. Vishal Rao, Country Director, Head and Neck Surgical Oncology, HCG. Huge round of applause for Dr. Vishal Rao. Dr. Kuldeep Prezada, CEO and Chairman of Ophthalmic Private Limited. Thank you so much for taking time out to be with us. Dr. Syed M. Ghosh, Senior Consultant, Robotic Surgeon and Urologist, Asian Institute of Nephrology and Urology. Huge round of applause for all our panelists. We also have Dr. Gagandeep Kang, FRS, joining us, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, joining us via Zoom as well. And so let's get started. We will eventually be joined by Dr. Arvinder Singh Soin as well on this panel. So let's get started right away.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Dr. Gagandeep Kang, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Happy to join you.
Wonderful. Great to have you with us. Right. Dr. Vijay Chandru, I want to begin by asking a very simple, straightforward question. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, these are transforming every aspect of life. And of all aspects of life, life itself, health itself is one of the most crucial areas where artificial intelligence is transforming, it's changing the way healthcare is done. Can you tell us from your experience, the role of artificial intelligence when it comes to diagnosis and treatment?
Sure.
Dr. Kang, hold on to us. This question is for Dr. Vijay Chandru.
Okay. Right, I think I'm having a little trouble hearing, so perhaps if you can say names before you start, that would be helpful.
Sure. So actually, I'm sure Dr. Kang would have some great insights on this as well. So there's a great opportunity for AI in healthcare to serve as a, in certain screening types of applications. Whether we can actually go as far as saying we can build diagnostics is not entirely clear, right? Because I think to declare something as a test as a diagnostic, you would need to meet very high standards of specificity and sensitivity of the test. And, you want to be extremely careful about declaring false positives. I think we were discussing with Dr. Manjunath about this earlier. So it's very attractive. I think the other attraction, so from a screening point of view, certainly I think we should be looking forward to, for example, oral cancer screening, just from imaging. I think Dr. Vishal Rao and I work on the oral cancer task force for the country. And there we are starting to see that you could get some early indications, and then you have to have a further investigation after the AI into actual molecular pathways, and you should also have a clinical pathway well defined, so that if there is the possibility of a false positive, you don't put the patient under, or the potential patient under all kinds of mental stress, because they now have been told that they have a risk, and you need to be able to resolve how they get tested. So there are positives. Another big positive is, of course, our Ayushman Bharat digital mission. We are going to be collecting data. We're going to be creating large digital lockers, and so the ability to leverage that is important. On the negative side, I would say there is a big challenge with certain types of AI, and we were discussing this at lunch, generative AI, because of the hallucination problem. And, if you start using generative AI, you start maybe hallucinating and creating more data, which then eventually takes over even the little high quality data we have, and therefore you just have to be very, very careful about certain AI technologies like generative AI, and most of the excitement is about generative AI. The other challenge is, please remember that these are black box technologies. When you run a neural network, a deep neural network, there is something that comes out. How do you actually know what it is saying, and how do you explain the conclusions it's arriving at? And unless you can tie this into understanding of some mechanisms, biological pathways and mechanisms, this is not going to meet any regulatory standard, right? So I think there are challenges, so pros and cons, I think they have to be balanced.
Dr. Vishal Rao, the question I have to ask you is, in oncology, the use of robotics, and in combination with artificial intelligence as well. Tell us, how is it changing the way cancer treatments are done in this country, and more importantly, what can we look forward to from here on?
I'll answer this in two parts. Today, if you look at AI as a broader sense of it, there are 4 stages of AI. The narrow general intelligence stage, then you have the limited memory AI, then you have the theory of mind, and then you have the self-aware AI. These are the 4 phases. Now, what we are doing with robots right now, and I can give you an experience of just a couple of months back. We were at Sunnyvale in California at the world's largest robotic summit surgery meeting, and representing India was a very proud feeling there. And talking about, actually looking at what is happening, there was a driverless car, there was a robot that came into our hotel room to take our order, and we were looking at how machines were interfacing with humans in reality. So we are at now a stage of limited memory AI with driverless cars. I mean, Elon Musk has touched it. What Stephen Hawking was worried about was when we reach self-aware AI. That means when we are going to reach an AI with intelligence, emotive intelligence, or when we are going to reach an autonomous conscious AI which is going to be independent, is when Stephen Hawking said that the society needs to get worried about. Let me tell you, this is 2019 October, and I'm giving some talk, and I'm telling 10 years from now, we will be looking at theory of mind being cracked, and we all have to accept it that we are moving fast. June July 22, I got an email which read, Blake Lemoine has been sent on gardening leave by Google because he's cracked theory of mind. That is June 2022. And this is 2 years of COVID. Now just think of this. If we have touched theory of mind now, 1 year or 2 years back, correct? We are talking about a rapid acceleration of artificial intelligence which is much beyond the control of our comprehension. And that's what I'm talking about. Gen X, then we have millennials, we have Gen Z, now we have Gen Alpha.
Yeah.
So it's accelerating. I'm a robotic surgeon, and I'm learning to play Xbox video games because you need to be very good at that. Correct? You need to be, so I'm sitting with my kid there playing some Xbox, playing PlayStation, and I'm asking him, can you help me with those hand controls, because I need to be doing this surgery also. We do one of the largest surgeries in the south in head and neck, in robotics, and we've invented our own instruments, we've invented our own processes, data. And for me, it's been a great learning that robotics is here to accelerate, accentuate, and assist human healing. It's not here to replace humans right now.
Okay. Dr. Kuldeep Rai Zada, if I were to ask you the same question, this is something I'm going to ask. The moment you say robotics and robotic surgeries, people think it's like a video game. So the doctor doesn't do anything, the robots do everything. Is that how it works?
Not really. Things are very different from the perception versus reality. When we are talking about, as doctor is talking about, like learning his own ability to operate even the robots, it's actually the learning curve that one has to go through. It is not that you buy the DeepSeek machine and operating from tomorrow, it's not going to happen. Every surgeon, every physician, or every clinician actually need to go for the learning phase, and then they are going to get an excellent performance on that part. So just buying the DeepSeek or any kind of high-end robotic system is not going to help you with that way. My experience is coming from ophthalmic community. I am from ophthalmic background, and I work with the industry large scale. We are from medical device industry here. We are close to 110 in medical industry, and my experiences goes very widely because I work with every single domain of industry. Talking about let it be nephrology, let it be cardiology, let it be ophthalmology, let it be dental or anything. And I have seen a lot of changes actually happening. And when I talk about the AI application, it's not coming only AI, it's coming with the deep learning and machine learning as well. And whatever actually is happening in particular aspect right now, the amount of the AI that is being used in medical science is very small and very little. But for the current world proposition that now another 10 to 15 years or 20 years down the line, this is going to play a very crucial role. Because most of the technology what is existing today, that will be vanished. It won't be existing another 20 years down the line. And you will see, me and you will be aging together, and we will see the witness what's happening today. Now, for example, we talk about the cataract, we talk about the glaucoma, even surgery or production is all going to be variable. Now, if you look at last 20 years before, you can't actually just diagnose a glaucoma just looking on the perimeter or fields and see. But now you have advanced advantage when you actually have the photography of the retina or fundus. You are able to have analyzed, and you can tell this patient is potentially going to have a 5 year down the line the glaucoma, and potentially will lose in 50 to 20 years of the eyesight for this patient. Thank you.
If I were to ask you something, today, these days we say with the amount of screen time that we have, our eyes are going, in the wrong direction. The eyes are failing its powers faster than what it used to be. Are you telling me that technology is catching up faster than the way our eyes are worsening?
Yeah, it is true. It is already documented in many of the journals around the world. It is actually inducing a lot of myopia, especially for the children who are between 3 to 8 years of the age. And that's one of the area, cautious, especially that will become very high prevalent in the time of the pandemic, because all the school, everything is gone to the iPads and tablets, and all the parents have no choice just to give the gadget to them. And they become so addicted, not only it disturbs their sleeping pattern, along with that, the sight, the retina is elongated and they're developing a high correction. We do a large screening, and last year we did actually the work with the Telangana government and Andhra government, and we have done almost 11 million people screening and delivered the eyewear to them. Where we realize right now, earlier the potential for the eye problem was only 9%, now it is to 37% in the children, which is causing a lot. Is evidence, is all available everywhere.
Okay. Okay, at this stage, let me invite upon stage Dr. Arvinder Singh Soin, who has just joined us. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Dr. Arvinder Singh Soin. I'm just coming to in just a bit. We have Dr. Syed Ghaus in the house. I have to ask you one simple question. In nephrology and urology, tell us, how do robotics and artificial intelligence play a role? And more importantly, how do they improve precision and accuracy?
Yeah, in urology, to be more particular, urology is one branch where robotics is used most extensively.
More than physiotherapy?
More than anything in any other branch, urology is one specialty wherein robotics is used to a fullest extent. To take an example, you have got a deep organ which is known as prostate in males, and there is an increasing incidence of developing malignancy which is known as prostate cancer. And to treat that when it is surgically treatable, robotic is the best possible way where we can access it in such deep pelvis with a lot of precision, preserving the neurovascular bundles which are all around it, preserving the ejaculatory function of the patient, because the sphincter mechanism which holds the urine, the control of urine when the patient has an urge, that is there, and we tend to go there, scoop out the prostate from there, and then suture back the bladder to its own position. So this precision is possible only with robotics. We would have done it in an open technique or a laparoscopic technique, but the precision, the early recovery to continence, the precision with which the entire tumor is removed, the damage to the neurovascular bundle and surrounding organs, all this would have gone multiple times if you have done an open surgery or a laparoscopic surgery. So with that, we have seen all the generations of open laparoscopic as well as robotic, and I myself can vouch for it that robotics has done leaps and bounds in terms of precision.
Okay. Dr. Arvinder Singh Soin, when it comes to treating liver diseases, performing liver transplant surgeries, and also diagnosis, tell us from your experience, how exactly do both artificial intelligence and robotics play a role?
So, I'm not sure if you've discussed this before, but artificial intelligence plays a increasingly bigger role in, well, first drug discovery, diagnosis, prognosis, treatment, because, so for example, in drug discovery, initially, basically it was a manual process and people looked at statistics of how the previously existing drugs were performing, what their mechanism of action was. But this is now all built into AI algorithms, right? So from a choice of 10,000 molecules, it's easy to zero in on 5 or 10 that are likely to work because the algorithm has the mechanistic evidence. That means how a particular drug works, how well they work, on what populations they work, with what symptoms and what diseases they work. So all this is into machine learning and AI algorithms now, and basically if you're asking a question, you will get a pat answer that these are the 10 molecules or 7 molecules you guys should research and should be interested in the order of, I mean, there's a pecking order, which one is most likely to work. So drug discovery cost and time has been like exponentially shortened.
Okay.
It is much, much less than it used to be. I mean, this whole process of choosing the right drug would take anything from 3 to 5 years. It takes a few weeks. That's all. Right? So that's just the drug discovery story. And then, of course, it also factors in genomic data, transcriptomic data, proteomic data, and then zeroes in on the right drug or the molecule to research. So that's one part. Diagnostics. Now, obviously, you treat diseases better if you can diagnose them better or earlier, right? So in diagnostics, specifically pathology and imaging, those are the two areas where AI algorithms are very good because they're good in image recognition, right? So image recognition comes in largely in pathology and imaging. So the diagnoses are picked up, I mean the diseases are picked up much earlier. and early diagnosis is possible, and therefore treatment is more effective. And then finally, treatment. I mean, two people may have the same disease, but we have a different genetic makeup. So based on genomic and proteomic data, now AI algorithms can tell the doctors that this guy with hepatitis C is much more likely to respond to a drug, and this lady with the same hepatitis C, but of a different, she's of a different genomic makeup, obviously, is more likely to respond to drug B. So that's how AI has actually changed the way we look at drug discovery, diagnosis, and treatment. You asked me about robotics.
Yeah, because AI, we're discussing AI, but in terms of robotics, specifically speaking, talk to us in terms of how, robotics is playing a role today in a liver transplant operation.
So, first of all, what the gentleman said here is absolutely true. Urology is the maximum highest user of robotics equipment and robotic surgery in the hospital. That's why I don't allow any urologist to come into my OR, because they just want to grab the robotic space and slot all the time. So we have a dedicated robot in the liver OT at Medanta. So we do majority of our surgery with robotic surgery. Now, robotic surgery, as you may have, others may have, my colleagues may have mentioned, that it is much more precise. There is a magnification, there is a 3D view. The surgeon sits at the console, operates in peace. Theoretically, he can answer text messages during operating, but we don't tend to do that. And so the tiredness story, the fatigue story is taken care of. The tremors are filtered, and the regular instruments which we use for open surgery, with our own wrist, have a certain limit to which they can reach. But the robotic instruments are wristed 270 degrees, and therefore they can actually get to nookies and corners where normal instruments and hands do not reach. So the precision and safety of surgery is enhanced.
Okay.
It is correct to say that 70% of liver surgeries, and including donor surgeries for transplantation, happen with robotics now. And people are, it's much easier to convince a family person to donate half their liver with robotic surgery, where they will have 3-4 small little holes and no big visible scar. They go home in 4 or 5 days, and they have an excellent recovery after robotic surgery. And the same story goes for all kinds of robotic surgery. Right?
Absolutely.
So it's definitely a game changer in liver surgery, liver transplantation.
Okay, let me take this across to Dr. Gagandeep Kang, who's been waiting patiently. By Dr. Gagandeep Kang, thank you so much for waiting patiently. I want to ask you about artificial intelligence in the context of clinical decision support in public health settings.
Thank you very much for the question. As you're probably aware, when we think about public health, one of the major issues that we encounter is the availability of people who are capable of making decisions in primary care. Now, this is a problem in India, particularly in rural areas. It's even more of a problem in places like Africa, where the number of staff that are produced that can provide healthcare at different levels of facilities is much less than in places like India. So recently, there have been a number of investments that have been made in looking at the tools that we can provide to people who work in primary care, so that decisions can be made with access to all of the information that is possible in order to come to a decision. So these are clinical decision support systems. They actually started in hospitals at higher levels of healthcare, but are now being devolved into primary care as well. There are a number of such systems that have been deployed for vertical programs, such as in malaria, where they have been really game changers in making sure that patients are identified and are referred appropriately. The hope is that going forward, it will be possible for us to do much more of this. And interestingly, it seems like in these areas, perhaps because the need is much greater, there seems to be much wider both development and application and adoption happening in Africa than is happening in Asia. So I do hope that we catch up in India, but I do see this as being a potential game changer for the future of public health.
Dr. Vijay Chandra, I'm going to take off from what I asked Dr. Kang about, how do you make universal healthcare, affordable healthcare, possible? With now that we have artificial intelligence and the pace at which the technologies, health technologies in relation to artificial intelligence is growing.
Thank you. I think Dr. Kang just pointed out how clinical decision support systems are evolving to a point where, it would be possible, even at a primary healthcare setting, to be able to advise, how the care pathway should be defined for a specific, community member who has come in for with a problem, right? I think we are going to see possibly an interesting development that for which I think our primary healthcare, community health workers, whom we call ASHA workers, for example, will have to be retrained to actually be able to do a lot more, both leverage some of these decision support systems, but also make measurements and the point of care testing, for example, will be, obviously have to be made much simpler to use, right? Today, during COVID, we saw that RT-PCR tests, for example, were difficult for people in rural areas to access. But today, using technologies that are very portable, that actually don't need infrastructure, think about the COVID self-tests, the antigen tests that we used, where I think it is quite possible to imagine that a community health worker could be administering tests like that, right? So I think, and this is an area because of the advances in molecular biology that, for example, genomics and the whole genomics revolution has made possible. Today we can develop these types of, I actually go beyond point of care to what we might call point of need. So point of need testing, I think, is going to actually be one of the key technological sort of advancements. And, we shouldn't think of AI as the only tool here. There is, advances in molecular biology, there's bioengineering. So actually, these days, we talk about the convergence of tech bio, right? Now, when you talk about tech bio, it's not just AI, right? A tech, broadly speaking, is also bioengineering. It involves some aspects of nanotechnology, nanoscience. A lot of these are coming together, which will actually make universal healthcare a little more accessible through, without massive investments that may be needed to take our health systems to Western levels, right? And I think that's, so we need to empower the primary healthcare sector to do much more towards achieving this universal healthcare. So.
You were talking about the pandemic and the antigen. I'm going to take this quickly back, Dr. Kang. Dr. Kang, talk about the role of artificial intelligence in vaccine antigen design.
Well, thank you for that question. And I think it's fair to say that the use of AI in designing new vaccines has already started to happen. The first vaccine that was designed using an AI system was actually a vaccine for COVID, which was made by a Korean company called SK Biosciences. So, what artificial intelligence allows you to do is to be able to rapidly iterate on what kinds of antigens might be most immunogenic and really safe. So if you're thinking about making small proteins as antigens, it becomes very feasible to be able to make lots of potential constructs and then predict which ones are the ones most likely to work so that you're not wasting a lot of time and effort testing out different kinds of antigens. Skycovion, which is the COVID vaccine made by SK Bio, was the first one made using this approach. But these approaches are going beyond just small proteins now to look at other vaccines that could be made for difficult to address targets. So this is being used to look at new vaccines for malaria, TB, and even now HIV to see if these very difficult vaccines can be solved by bringing all of the knowledge we have to bear into the models, but then using those models to do better than humans have done so far.
Let me shift the focus back onto robotics and bring this to Dr. Vishal Rao. If I were to ask you a simple question, what are you most excited about when it comes to robotics and surgeries in the immediate future?
I think Dr. Arvinder very nicely alluded to the topic, and he said, see, in simple terms, today what we see with robotics is that what a surgeon has is small eyes and big hands, and what a robot has is big eyes and small hands. I think that's what the sum and summary for all robotic surgeons is. Now, combined with the aspect of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the way it's learning, and I'm seeing the way it's adapting itself and understanding, it's going to be able to give us more suggestions, it's going to be able to do some more independent tasks, and that's something that is very exciting in the area from diagnostics to therapeutics to theranostics. It's going to cover up majority of the areas, and we will, AI and robotics are going to merge together in some form very closely. And that's where I would like to maybe put a word of caution, and I often tell to the junior enthusiasts who come up to me saying, let's use AI, and the word AI comes recurrently, that AI is not a replacement for natural stupidity. This idea of telling that we will use AI everywhere and saying, sab mein AI dal do, and wo kuch aa jayega, is a wrong notion. So please, we have to hold back our gears on saying AI is solution for everything. And I would like to just add that today in drug discovery, I've had 3 patents from India in drugs, 3 new drugs and 3 cancer drugs. The biggest understanding for me in using it in drug discovery, one of them is in the market, 2 are in the pipeline, but 1 patent granted, 2 under patents.
Fantastic.
The one patent granted cancer drug that I had, I used AI a lot, and I was fascinated to see what capabilities it had. We partnered with a group in Connecticut called Frontcourt AI. This group is one of the only groups that uses large language processing along with evidence mining combination, a very high advanced, which understands conversational AI of proteins, understands protein interactions, discussions. And what it did for me, which I thought was very interesting, was I had to create an USFDA application, which is a very cumbersome process for which I need to do, I don't know, I've already completed the preclinical phase, but I may require another 20, 30 other tests, which I really don't know. And by the time I finish this application, I would have spent hundreds, thousands of dollars. So what they did for me was, they said, we are going to put all your data through this entire system. And it is a very interesting thing today that pharma, by default, does not want to share its proprietary data. So how do I get to know what's happening protein to protein, new drugs? By the way, India does not do drug discovery, FYI. So if you're doing drug discovery in India, you will be punished. They'll say, what on earth are you doing? Why are you doing it? Because we are a generic market. So please be happy with what you're doing with generic. So when I started with drug discovery 10 years back, people actually dissuaded me to not doing it. Now to the point when I've understood, after having one patent in a novel drug, saying that when this AI system was used and they were able to crowdsource this, they were able to give me such a detailed information within a span of 5 days. Created a US FDA application for me using an AI system, which actually created an entire data set using all protein interactions and predicting outcomes also. So which means my data became more simplified, my data application became more simplified. I had an official US FDA submission ready by an AI. So that is what I thought the potential in future of AIs could be.
Okay, it sounds like how ChatGPT helps a university student, fill up forms and fill up answer sheets very quickly. I'm going to take this to Dr. Soin for quickly. Talking about robotics, one thing that not enough people talk about is the fact that robotics now plays a crucial role in training surgeons. Isn't it, Dr. Soin?
Hello. Yeah, that's absolutely right, Krishna, in many ways. So from my own experience, we do robotic surgery every day. First of all, a simple thing like there is a second console, right? So second console means that there are two surgeons who can sit at the same time and have the same controls, which are identical controls of the instruments which actually do the surgery. So if my trainee surgeon is sitting at one console, I'm sitting at the other one, and it makes the whole process much safer and more efficient for the trainee as well as safer for the patient. See, people here may or may not realize that all surgeons train on human beings, right? That's a fact of life. I know when you enter the hospital, you want the when you enter the hospital, you want the senior most surgeon to operate. It's good if they are supervising, which they always do in my system, and I'm sure all good systems. So senior surgeon, experienced surgeon will supervise physically by scrubbing up and actually operating with the junior surgeon. But the junior surgeon learns on human beings, right? So there needs to be safety incorporated, and especially with new techniques like robotic surgery, this second console is a huge help. Another way that the training helps is the AR and VR, the XR technology basically, or virtual reality, augmented reality. Virtual reality is completely virtual, and augmented is in addition to physically what exists, you actually add the computer elements on top of it. Help train surgeons on simulators without touching a human being. So that's a big thing. So the simulators with robotic instruments, the robotic machine, the Da Vinci robotic machine, which basically pretty much monopolizes the robotic world, they have excellent simulators to learn. So even 10 or 12 years ago when I started robotic surgery, I spent hundreds of hours on simulators, right? So I think that with the simulators, with the second console, the training has obviously become much safer and more efficient. One more way, which I recently learned, we had this conference of the pipeline that the intuitive surgical guys who do this robot have. And one of the amazing things they demonstrated was that they now have AI sifting through master videos. So I've submitted my master videos of liver surgery and liver donor surgery. And they have thousands of such video clips and footage. They fragment each surgery into steps. They then develop algorithms where, let's say 20 masters, they analyze the same step for 20 masters, and then they reach some benchmarks. So they have benchmarked each step of every major surgery, at least in liver surgery. And then when people are learning, they have to come up to that level. So that helps with dexterity, that helps with safety, and that helps with learning and shortening the learning curve. So I hope I've been able to make myself clear.
Yeah.
Basically, master videos analyzed by AI algorithms, benchmarks set for learning. So that's how training has helped.
Fair enough. Dr. Gauss, I see you strongly agreeing with Dr. Soin.
Yeah, because I am into this day in and day out.
And he himself agrees that nowhere else but urology uses the robotics the maximum.
Absolutely. To break it down and to make it more simple for the common public, what Dr. Sun actually wants to say is, you have My Intuitive app in your phone itself. So what you do is, at the end of the procedure, you say you have completed the procedure. It compares your hand movements, your right hand movement, your left hand movement, your use of energy, how long you have been, just stopped at one point, how have been you using your bipolar forceps, your scissors, with what time, and the entire time span of your procedure compared to all the masters in the world. All that in your phone by the next morning. So I do a surgery today, I log it in and I log out, but tomorrow morning I compare myself to who all are there doing the same procedure throughout the world with all my metrics calculated. Another example to add to the learning is what AR and VR is. Suppose you train the robo or the artificial intelligence system saying that this is liver, this is the ureter, this is the psoas muscle, this is different internal organs that are there. You can superimpose a CT scan image or an MRI image on your own console where you are operating onto a patient and be very clear onto what organ you are operating in spite of having such a bloody field and so many things in between. That is augmented reality. What is virtual reality? You are not doing on a patient, but you are doing the similar thing onto a console wherein only a video game kind of a picture is there. Therein the student tries to do all these procedures not on a human but onto a virtual reality platform.
Okay. Dr. Kuldeep Razada, before I come to you, Dr. Vijay Chandru wants to make a point.
Right. No, just on this business of training in robotic surgeries, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy was here this morning, and he's an adjunct professor at bioengineering at IISc. And so we've actually developed at the Indian Institute of Science a training program for endoscopy. So there is actually a haptics box. So when you put the endoscope through the haptic box, you actually get force feedback that you would get if you were actually inserting the endoscope. And you have a virtual reality environment where as you're practicing and learning to do the endoscopy, you actually are in someone's throat, right? And you're actually visualizing that. And so this combination of virtual reality and, and devices, the company, by the way, the startup is called Mimic, and Mimic does this. And, but I was discussing with my daughter's a pediatric urologist at CHOP, and and they are also now experimenting with this VR and robotics to actually train younger, I guess first-year residents and so on. So I think there's a great opportunity there to develop these things.
Of course, it's a great opportunity to develop both in terms of artificial intelligence and robotics. The only opportunity we don't have is time. We've completely run out of time here on this fascinating discussion. Dr. Gagandeep Kang, Dr. Vijay Chandru, Dr. Vishal Rao, Dr. Kuldeep Razada, Dr. Ghaus and Dr. Soin. I would have loved to continue this conversation forward, but only for the paucity of time, we are wrapping this up. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for all the doctors over here who've simplified something we only heard and read. Now we know exactly how it works. Thank you so much for joining us and being with us and helping us understand. Please stay on stage so that all the special panelists can be felicitated. Calling upon stage Chetna, Editor Health of South First, to please felicitate the panelists. Please do give all the panelists and Chetna a huge round of applause. This has been a fascinating discussion. Thank you, Chetna. And thank you all doctors and panelists, Dr. Gauss, Dr. Rao, Dr. Chandru, Dr. Aizada, and Dr. Soin. Thank you so much. All right, for all the nuggets of knowledge that we got over the last 40 minutes or so is the reason why we are rushing everybody from the lunch break back into this session. A stellar panel of doctors and panelists who have helped us understand the role of artificial intelligence and robotics, in both diagnosis and prognosis and treatment, as well as surgeries as well. So fascinating. Time now to shift our focus to another fascinating topic. It's a topic that not many people know what it was or what it is. Still, so many people don't know. So many doctors did not know until 3 years ago what it was. The name of the term is silent dehydration. Silent dehydration. Few years ago, nobody even spoke. Everybody knew dehydration, but nobody spoke about silent dehydration. Now we understand there is something called a silent dehydration. Doctors have recognized it, and we're also finding out ways to tackle silent dehydration. And for this session, may I please call upon Dr. Ravinder Reddy, Consultant Surgeon, Care Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Dr. Ravinder Reddy. Please take a seat, sir. Let me also call upon stage Dr. Harshad Malve, Therapy Area Head, Self-Care, Kenview. And of course, this session too is moderated by yours truly. Okay. Do we all have our mics?
Thank you. Yeah.
Requesting everybody to please settle down and take your seats. This is going to be fascinating. For all those of you who are still wondering what is silent dehydration, we're going to be explaining this to you. It is not something to be taken lightly. First, before we take it lightly or strongly, we have to understand that something called a silent dehydration exists. We have to understand what exactly is it. So let me begin by asking Dr. Ravinder Reddy, what exactly is silent dehydration? What are your observations on silent dehydration in your own clinical practice?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please forgive the gruffiness or the hoarseness in my voice. I'm just recovering from a silent dehydration, because that's why I keep drinking water.
You yourself are recovering from silent dehydration?
Yes.
My goodness. Please carry on, sir, and please take care of yourself.
Thank you very much. Now, in the immediate past, we just had a fascinating session on artificial nutrition. And from there, we have taken literally an opposite view to the basic intelligence. What we heard was artificial intelligence, and now it's basic intelligence. We all know what is advanced intelligence is, that is the care of the patient, the therapy of the patient. But what is basic intelligence is what is a clear and a present danger in most of the human beings, as well as in 90% to 95% of the individuals who are unwell, like me at this moment, recovering now. We have an element of silent dehydration. Now, to explain this further, just like planet Earth, 70% of the surface of planet Earth is made up of water. We all know that, right? Similarly, 70 to 80% of human beings, 70 to 80% of the weight of the human beings is actually made up of water. 70 to 80% in an immediate newborn, to about 70% in adults. I weigh about 70 kgs, which is an average dude, and I have about 40 to 45 kgs of water in me. And to maintain this, daily I need to take 2.5 to 3 liters of water, and I excrete not exactly the same amount, but reasonably good amount to maintain a balance. Now, when there is a situation where the amount of fluid in the body is less than what it should be, then that is underhydration, which is a more correct term, but very commonly it is known as dehydration. Now, there are many tests to actually develop to diagnose dehydration, but a silent dehydration, I've used the 2 or 3 terms named after very famous, clear and present danger, and that's what it is. Most of the individuals who are unwell have an element of silent dehydration. And are there any specific tests to diagnose it? No. They absolutely no. But what is important is, once again I come down to the way I open my statement, is the basic intelligence. We need to understand that every individual who is unwell has an element of silent dehydration. Let me talk about illnesses first. So it could be an overt illness, such as, you name it, all the metabolic illnesses or an infectious illnesses. Most of them, it's quite often that they have increased utilization of water, because water is one of the main things which we all need to get the entire system in us up and going about. Whenever we are unwell, this particular system takes a big meeting. One of the main reasons is we have, due to many reasons, I'll not go into that, our intake is less. We swallow less due to altered perception of our taste or non-availability, or just we are too lazy to walk up to the kitchen or to the refrigerator to drink, or more commonly in the elderly or in the infirm is where they do not have adequate caregivers, or more importantly, patients who are having caregivers but they are not aware to actually be mindful of the water intake of these individuals. Now, this is what is silent dehydration. The commonest clinical manifestation, if I should use the word clinical, is actually lethargy, weakness. That is silent dehydration. If I find a 10 or 100 rupee or a 50 rupee note down and I get up and pick it up, I am surely having silent dehydration. But if there is the same amount of note fallen down and I could be least bothered to get up, and that means I am having an overt dehydration. Most of us get up and pick up the note, isn't it? That means we do have a silent dehydration. Coming back to the silent dehydration in normal, such as you and me, is the environmental climate. Right now we are in the midst of July, we are in the midst of Olympics, and as we all know, there's an ongoing raging heat wave going on in Paris. And I was reading an article recently, what is the most commonest intake where all these athletes from various countries are having? They are actually frequently sipping water to avoid the silent dehydration. In other words, we do not need to be exposed to the harsh sunlight as we see in Hyderabad in the months of summer. Even being indoors itself, we actually lose adequate amount of water right from our skin, transpiration. It could be hidden, transpiration. It could be overt or very clear, that is perspiration or sweat. It could be the very way a person is breathing very rapidly. Each time we breathe in like that, the water, actually the temperature, depending on the environmental temperature, is either hot or too cold. It is the sinuses that actually utilize the water vapor in there and make it consumable to the body. In other words, we are utilizing water there. So we lose water there. So it's not just an inadequate oral intake, but the environmental temperature. The last thing is the medications. There are quite a few medications that actually cause loss of water. The commonest one we all know is actually the diuretics, and they are very rampantly used right, left and center, because we, ladies and gentlemen, have the duality of not only having the illnesses of the poor, but also the illnesses of the rich. In other words, the metabolic illnesses are so high, especially the cardiac and the cardiovascular and the renal, the chronic kidney disease, that the doctors actually put a moratorium on the amount of water we take in. and we say that, okay, if you got cardiac failure, you need to take only, I say, a liter of water per day, or not more than that, sometimes even less. Now, the person is not mindful or not educated to actually tell them it depends on the environment as such. If you are in an air-conditioned environment, it's fine. But if you are in a hot and a humid condition, which most of us are in India, right, that reduction of 750 ml will actually lead to more silent dehydration. So silent dehydration is something which is clear and present. And why are we more concerned about this much is because it certainly delays the recovery of an individual from whatever he or she is suffering from.
Okay. Okay. That's Dr. Reddy on what exactly silent dehydration. Dr. Harshit, I have to ask you, we have an idea of now what is silent dehydration in so-called non-diarrheal cases. But, you can probably now talk to us about the concept of FEE in treating silent dehydration. If I may, FEE stands for fluids, electrolytes, and energy. Doesn't it, Dr. Harshit?
Exactly. So, good afternoon, everyone. As Sir has rightly pointed out, right, silent dehydration exists and exists with all of us in non-diarrheal conditions. So, dehydration with diarrhea is different. Silent dehydration in non-diarrheal condition is entirely a different entity. And as Anchor is rightly mentioned, right, the fluid, electrolyte, and energy. Now, Dr. Reddy has already mentioned we need fluids, but along with fluids, we also need electrolytes to facilitate the absorption of fluids. But the absorption of water or fluids is not only facilitated by electrolytes, it also needs some amount of glucose in the body. Okay? There are SGLT2 receptors present on kidney which facilitate the absorption of water. So energy also plays a very important role in body. All of us do a lot of day-to-day activities which need energy. What happened particularly when it comes to illnesses, our basal metabolic rate goes high. So energy requirements are already on a higher side. But at the same time, when you are ill, you have poor appetite. So as it is, you are not eating well. So on one side, the energy demands are high. On other sides, you are not eating well. That leads to something called as energy deficits. So in these illnesses, you need to address the energy deficits as well. So only fluid electrolyte doesn't give you an impact on recovery from these illnesses. It has to be coupled with some amount of energy to address FEE, that is fluid, electrolyte, and energy deficits, so that the recovery from these non-diarrheal conditions will be much faster. Now, energy, what ideal form of energy? All of us very well understand carbohydrates are the most important source of energy for our body. Naturally, the carbohydrates are utilized by our body for energy purposes. If carbs are not used, it will lead to utilization of other resources like fats and proteins, which may lead to formation of certain toxin products like ketone bodies. So preferably, carbs are the source of energy. Nonetheless, as I mentioned, in non-diarrheal dehydration coupled with energy deficit, fluid, electrolytes, and energy has to be supplemented for holistic recovery of the patient.
Okay, quick question before we wrap up to both of you. Usually when there is this dehydration, people say pani pilo. But silent dehydration means that you don't even know when you're dehydrated. Can you preemptively drink water, or is water just enough to deal with silent dehydration?
It's a very practical question. So let me give you an example. Whenever we are exposed to the harsh summer weather, or when we are really thirsty, which means that we are actually very significantly dehydrated because our thirst receptors are stimulated, and it tells our the front part of our brain called thalamus that, hey, I need to drink some water. So what do? We take a huge chug of huge water bottle, and straight away we chug the whole liter bottle down, right? Thinking that we have corrected our dehydration. Probably it will only satisfy the dry mouth. To a significant extent, it will satisfy the incidence of dehydration by 30, 40, maybe 45% at the most. But to correct the dehydration, we need to constantly keep drinking water, depending on whether, even in healthy individuals, again, I come back to the normal intake of water in us is about 2.5 to 3 liters in 24 hours, provided we are in a normal temperature such as what we are experiencing right now. But in case we are exposed to harsher one, we incidentally we live in a very semi-arid area of the world, so you need to constantly keep checking in water. Every time we drink water doesn't mean that we need to have salt and sugar as such. Unless in some individuals who are having an extreme sense of vomiting or diarrhea or as Dr. Harshad has said, illness like fever and other things, in them we need to add the electrolytes and energy. Otherwise, simple water in most of us who are not hospitalized, who are not suffering from any ailment, should suffice.
Okay.
The other part is, I'm just taking a few more minutes, the other part is in case we are unwell, right, pure water is not sufficient. We need to be mindful of the amount of calories we take. Remember 25, it's a very simple number to actually remember, 25 ml per kilogram per day. If somebody is 50, I leave the calculation to you all. Similarly, 25 kilocalories per kilogram per day, and we can calculate how many calories. Nowadays we are having smartphones that actually will calculate whatever we are imbibing. This is for people who are fortunate enough to have one, but I'm just giving you an idea of the importance, to reiterate the importance that not just fluids but electrolytes and energy too are essential to have it constantly, frequently, consistently the whole day.
Rashid, you want to make a quick point?
Yeah. So a quick part on this, as Dr. Reddy mentioned, right, the fluid electrolyte energy is important. This is not something which is there we talking about. It is scientifically backed, it is evidence-based. A recent consensus recommendations from Indian expert panel, recently a consensus recommendation got published in Journal of Association of Physicians of India. The expert recommend that fluid electrolyte energy formulations to be started from day one of non-diarrheal illnesses to have the impact on recovery from them. So the FE formulation, preferably the ready-to-drink formulation, to be started because there is a known concentration of fluid electrolyte and energy in these formats. That's why they are to be preferred and to be started from day one of the illness to have an impact on recovery from these illnesses.
Okay, fascinating. I'm afraid we have completely run out of time here on this conversation. I'm going to ask the audience to give a big round of applause to both Dr. Reddy and Dr. Harshad for helping us understand something that we never thought existed in the first place. Thank you so much for telling us what it is and how to tackle it. Thank you so much. Please stay on stage.
Thanks very much.
Calling upon Mr. Sanjit Kumar, National Head Healthcare of TV9 Network, to please felicitate the guests on stage.
While we thank our panelists, I think we should also thank our audiences for being so patient, involved, enthusiastic about all the topics that we've been discussing today. A request to the audiences who are still outside, please come inside the hall and take your seats. Because the next panel is something that concerns all of us. Perhaps all of us find asking ourselves these questions, if not every day, at least now and then. This is a topic which all of us give a thought at some point or the other. And this particular topic, the second panel in the afternoon session at Dakshin Healthcare Summit is all about managing obesity, infertility, and lifestyle diseases. And to discuss these extremely important topics that concerns everyday health, we have a star-studded panel. We welcome on stage Dr. Esther Satyaraj, Head Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics of HCG, Dr. Rupa Banerjee, Director, IBD Center, AIG Hospitals, Dr. Sunita Sayamagaru, Diabetologist and Sexual Health Specialist, Dr. Anuradha Katragadda, Managing Director, Anu Test Tube Baby Center, Dr. Shashika Beg your pardon, Mr. Shashikant Iyengar, founding member, dlife.in, Dr. K.D. Modi, endocrinologist, and to moderate this extremely important panel that probably will leave us with more information for the questions that we ask ourselves every day. Dr. Sudhir Kumar, neurologist, Apollo Hospitals.
I'm here.
He's right behind me. It's my job to now allow him to take over the panel.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And as you can see, we have all the stars on the stage, and they may be already known, but it's my just pleasant duty to introduce them briefly and then go on to the main session. So first we have Dr. Sunita, and she has finished her MBBS, and also she's finished her MRCP in UK, and she's passionate about diabetes and sexual medicine, and she believes in holistic healthcare. And then we have Dr. Anuradha, and she's well known in the Hyderabad circles. She has, to her credit, the first test tube baby of the twin, we can say, undivided Andhra Pradesh, and she runs a very busy infertility clinic, and she has finished her MRCOG from UK, and currently she is providing all the facilities for infertility treatment. And then Dr. Rupa Banerjee, again very well known, and she is she's a senior consultant gastroenterologist in the Department of Gastroenterology and the director of IBD Center at Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, Hyderabad. And she has established the first dedicated IBD Center of Excellence in India in 2004, so 20 years back. And she's actively involved in research also. And of course, she's a very popular gastroenterologist. And Dr. K.D. Modi, again very well known in Hyderabad. She is a leading endocrinologist, and he has finished her MD, DM and DNB, and he runs his own Modi's clinic also, and also attached to Care Hospital in Hyderabad. And he has authored many chapters, he has many research papers, and he has also received multiple awards. And last but not the least is Shashikant Iyengar, popularly known as Mr. Shashi. And he is one of the leading, metabolic, he is not a doctor, but his knowledge is, probably better than many other doctors also. As a doctor, I can vouch for that. And he's one of the founding members of dlife.in, which was founded by Mr. Anup Singh, India's oldest and largest low-carb community. And it is called as low carbohydrate, but they have full-fledged programs for dealing with diabetes, obesity, and other metabolic disorders. And definitely we can benefit a lot. So now, I think after the introduction, we have finished everyone, or Esther? Esther is missing, okay. I think, yeah, correct. Esther Satyaraj, she is the head of Department of Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics at HCG Cancer Hospital in Bengaluru, and she has a PhD in nutrition from NIN, so she was in Hyderabad earlier, and she is a registered dietitian from Indian Dietetic Association. And she is also actively involved in clinical research, presented and published many papers in conferences, and she is the program director for Fellowship in Oncology nutrition course with Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science, Karnataka. So that completes the introduction for all our 6 panelists. So as you can see, we have a diverse group of people who are from endocrinology background and also infertility and nutrition, obesity. So for the lack of time, we would focus on few things, that is diabetes, obesity and infertility. And now I think because obesity is one of the leading problems that we face in our country and also abroad, so let us start with that. And we would first ask Dr. Modi. So one is that, what is the prevalence of obesity among adults and children, and what are the main differences between the two? Please.
Good afternoon. Actually, obesity, even in India, it is increasing very fast. And previously, we were under impression that in rural India it is less, urban India it is very high. But rural India also it is increasing, and roughly around 45 to 50% of urban adults, they are in obese category. And among childhood obesity, it is as high as 25 to 30% in urban India, which used to be around 10% like that. And rural India, it is a little less, but that also is 15 to 20%. So it is obesity, mother of all disease. It is prevalence is increasing very fast in urban and rural India.
Yeah, Mr. Shashi, I think my next question to you is, like, once we know that already there is so much of obesity and overweight, and from your low carb platform and also, from your experience, can, any nutrition strategies, where are the Indians going wrong? And what do you suggest, to people who are already overweight and obesity, or those who want to avoid that? So what are your views on that?
Yeah. So we know that due to the influx of modern processed food, the high energy dense processed food or junk food, they are one of the major cause of obesity. Along with that, the high glycemic foods, and for the matter even intake of refined high omega-6 oils are also hypothesized to be involved in insulin resistance, which ultimately leads to obesity. So the way out is to abstain from all this processed food, excess sugar or cut off sugar, get off refined oil, and the most important aspect is to increase protein intake. I think one of the panel member earlier has stressed on the importance of protein intake. The moment we increase protein intake, the other macros will come down, and this will address, of course, coupled with exercise, adequate exercise, and we have seen how many people exercise in today when the survey was done, and stress management and adequate sleep. I think this will take care of obesity to a big extent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And now divulging little bit to infertility, and we have Dr. Anu here. And so, ma'am, I would like to know from you, how do you define infertility, and does obesity play a role in that? And what are the, why the infertility is increasing? Now we see that many young women and also many young couples, they find it difficult. So, there are three small topics, maybe brief answers to these three of them.
I think most of the couples, they conceive within the first 1 year, that is nearly 85%. By the second year, only 7% of the couples conceive. So that means most conceive within the first year, and later the pregnancy chances become low. So suppose a couple have been trying for 1 year without using any contraception and there is no pregnancy, then the couple is considered to be having infertility. If a woman is below 35 years of age, then you mark time as 1 year. But if the woman is more than 35, then you may need to start investigations and treatment soon after 6 months. You shouldn't be really waiting for 1 year. Whereas if the woman is above 40 years, then we should be starting treatment or the investigations by 4 months itself. So it depends on the woman's age. There could be several causes. There are several causes which are preventable. There are some which are we cannot really prevent or you cannot avoid. So one of the preventable causes is a lifestyle factor. The way we are living our life, the obesity, we can see there is an increase in the drug usage, smoking, alcohol, the lifestyle behavior. So all this can actually have an impact on the pregnancy rates. When you talk about the obesity, obese, even a male person or a female can have an effect on the pregnancy rates. In men, it can reduce the sperm count, it can reduce the sperm motility, and you can see that there is an increased exposure to the estrogens, either through the diet or the dairy products, and that leads to obesity. And that again reduces the testosterone levels and increase in the estrogens. And we're all exposed to a lot of bisphenols and phthalates, and this also increases estrogen levels. So that again causes obesity and increase in the incidence of infertility. When you come to the women, obesity reduces the pregnancy rates by almost 50%. And during pregnancy also there are higher complication rates. So definitely obesity has an influence in the men and in the women, and that reduces the chance of conception and increases the complications during pregnancy also. So I think one need to definitely maintain the lifestyle to make sure to have an early pregnancy and a healthy pregnancy.
Thank you, ma'am. I think now we move on to gastroenterology, because one of the reasons for obesity is overeating, and we say that the hunger, satiety, everything is controlled by brain, but finally the food is going to stomach also. So are there any factors that are there in the stomach which control the appetite? And second thing is, now there are a lot of talk about inflammatory foods which people are consuming, and also ultra-processed packaged foods which affect the gut microbiome, and we know that that's one of your specialty areas also. So what is that gut microbiome? And then, what are the gut-related factors which are involved in overeating and obesity epidemic, what we can say? And, so some insights on that, ma'am.
Yeah, I think ultimately obesity comes to the gastroenterologist. Must be eating more, and that's why you're obese. And as a gastroenterologist, I agree with all the panelists and what they have said, and we always blame the spicy burger or the fantastic chips for the obesity. And before I proceed to say anything, yes, you need to control the diet and you need to exercise. But there is something else. So far, we always thought about us as me, okay? But the number of cells that I have in my gut microbes which have 10 times more cells than what I have, and 1,000 times more genes than what I have. So obesity is also controlled. So we are not me. I means me and my microbiome. That is my ecosystem. And with modern technology and being able to identify the entire gut microbiome, what are the bacteria there, what is the proportion, we know that that ecosystem is responsible for many of our ailments. Obesity is one of them as well. So there is diet patterns. Now we are checking the gut microbiome, suggesting diet based on that, and then trying to see if we can improve the entire ecosystem within the body. So these are newer concepts, and I think we can handle it. And I'll give you a small story which is very interesting. There is stool transplantation. And stool transplantation for illnesses have shown very good results. Clostridium difficile infection, some of the inflammatory bowel diseases, stool transplantation. In America, a strange case happened. A lady was given stool transplant. Post-stool transplant, she became fine. She was normal, she was healthy, but she filed a case in court against the doctor. Why? Because she said, I was given gut microbiota from an obese person and I became obese subsequently. So getting obesity, we always have patients who come and say that I don't eat much but I'm obese. So there is something else also, and I think we must focus on that as well.
I think now we move on to nutrition specialist, Dr. Esther. And she works closely with cancer patients. So I have two questions to her. We know that obesity is a risk factor for cancer also. That is one. And second thing is, we know that people who have cancer, they tend to lose weight. But is it possible that a patient with cancer can be obese also? And what are the nutrition strategies you advise, first of all, general public, so that they can reduce the risk of cancer and other illnesses? And cancer patient who is obese, how do you handle that?
Yes, thank you so much. So we all know that obesity and cancer, there's a very strong link. Obesity is known in different types of cancers, including the breast, the gynecological, the colon, and many GI cancers. In an Indian setting, if you ask me, it's very different now than what we would have seen a couple of decades ago, where cancer patients were coming to us emaciated. What we see now is the average BMI of cancer patients who come in an urban corporate hospital is about 30, especially for breast and gynecological cancers. And if you look at all types of cancers, then the BMI is 28, which itself is that at the time of diagnosis, patients are already overweight or obese. So do we put them on active weight loss strategies? Yes, we do, especially if if they are, finishing the treatment, going into a survivor mode. That is one. The second is if they are in for any kind of a transplant, like a liver transplant or a renal transplant, and the patient is really obese, then we put them on weight loss strategies during the time of cancer diagnosis itself. We encourage all the patients as to follow a healthier lifestyle, adoption of healthier lifestyle, which includes calorie definition of, how much they need to take, a high protein diet, a low fat diet, a low carb diet, and that causes weight loss as well. Now the chemo drugs that we have, so it's not like everybody who starts cancer treatment starts losing weight. So there are certain segments like GI cancers, head and neck cancers, yes, weight loss is more, but a whole lot of other cancers like prostate, gynecological, breast, where they don't lose weight even when they are on active cancer treatment. So yes, we do advise them to follow a healthier lifestyle, and weight loss might happen, or what we really look at is not making them gain more weight when they are on treatment. At this point, I also have to highlight on one very important aspect of sarcopenic obesity, which we see very clearly among cancer patients. Now, sarcopenic obesity is a condition where the individual is obese, but they have a depleted muscle mass. And that's a very concerning condition for us, because we want to preserve the muscle mass when the patient is undergoing treatment, while we don't want them to have too much of fat mass. So the diets are more defined with exercise and other therapies, so that we are able to build the muscle mass while targeting weight loss and fat loss. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sunita, for waiting for so long. But I think still you are a physician who deals with diabetes as well as lifestyle disease and sexual health also. So my question to you is, how does obesity or diabetes or other lifestyle disease affect a person's sexual health, both men and women? And how do you manage them, in terms of, say, obesity and diabetes affecting sexual health?
Right. So what I'm seeing nowadays is that there's more young men, more than women, more young men less than 30 years old approaching me for sexual health problems. Whereas maybe this was not the case when I was in UK. I would see more kind of middle-aged men approaching me for the problems, but here in India, especially even in Hyderabad and all over India, I'm receiving that. And when I go into their history, even they themselves are not aware. When I do the basic blood work, what I'm noticing is that they're either very much, they are quite obese. When I take their general health parameters, and they are either pre-diabetic or over-diabetic, but they were not aware that they were diabetic. So, and how does metabolic disorders cause sexual health problems? As Dr. Anuradha said, it's to do with obesity and low testosterone, increased estrogen levels. That causes erectile problems in males. In females, it leads to vaginal dryness, painful intercourse. When you look at diabetes per se, again, it's got to do with the interplay of the nerves and the blood circulation to the penile, to the pelvic organs. So in males, again, they end up with erectile dysfunction, ejaculatory problems as such, as well, retrograde ejaculation and ejaculation. In females, we see decreased vaginal lubrication. In both males and females, we see a lack of libido and also sexual arousal disorders. So basically the disorders are across the spectrum. We also see both males and females experiencing orgasmic disorders as well. So metabolic disorders do impact a lot on the sexual health. And it's a bit worrying, especially if you put this in the context of what Dr. Anuradha said about the infertility. And I think you are seeing more and more patients about that, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. I think now we go on to the next major part, that is the diabetes. And this I would like to start with Mr. Shashi. So one thing is that, always I see people who say that, doctor, my HbA1c is only 6.3, I am all right, doctor told me nothing to be done. And then there are people who may be obese and they have something called insulin resistance, but most of them are not aware. So I would like to start from you. What is the concept of insulin resistance? Like, should the people wait to become diabetic and then take action? Or is there, something before that they can do so that they can prevent becoming a diabetic?
Yeah. So insulin resistance is a concept which is generally ignored, and it is not usually tested unless for certain specific condition. And insulin resistance is the precursor for diabetes. So we know that insulin manages our blood sugars. It's also a fat storing hormone. It's useful for uptake of amino acids. But when we become insulin resistant, then the cells stops responding to insulin. The body will increase the insulin secretion and leads to a condition called hyperinsulinemia. So it is this which we can measure. And if the insulin resistance is very high, then the chances of the person developing diabetes is very, very high. So if the HOMA-IR calculation, which can be done, like for example, HOMA-IR 1, if we do, and if the value is 1, 2 or more, that means the person is going into insulin resistance and is likely to develop diabetes in the future. So very often what I see is, as a metabolic health coach, I get many cases of pre-diabetes and I find insulin resistance very high. So what we do is we apply some nutrition strategies to lower down insulin resistance without any medication or anything. We apply low carbohydrate and higher protein diet, by which the insulin level also comes down and blood sugar value also comes down. So if we measure insulin resistance, if we measure HOMA-IR early, then we can apply certain nutrition strategies and prevent the full-blown diabetes or formation of diabetes itself. Now, there's one more side to it. Not every person with high insulin resistance may develop diabetes. It's sort of genetic thing. Some may develop hypertension. We also know ladies developing PCOS. Even cardiovascular disease is highly associated with insulin resistance. So if you can measure insulin resistance via measuring fasting insulin, fasting blood sugar, and calculating HOMA-IR, there's also other way, that is, we calculate the triglyceride upon HDL ratio. If this is very high, that means the person is insulin resistant and is approaching towards diabetes or any other cardiovascular issue. So if we measure insulin resistance very, very early, then we can actually avert the formation of diabetes.
Yeah, thank you. I think maybe Dr. Esther, I know that you are not into that, but what are the kind of foods a person who's going to become diabetic, like his insulin resistance is high, or maybe a pre-diabetic, or even a diabetic. So what are the kind of foods they should take, and what are the kind of foods they should avoid? Some general
guidelines, okay, for the public. Okay, so it will be similar to what he had said. We focus on a diet that is high on proteins, low on carbs, moderate amount of fats. But what we also look at is the total calorie intake. So we go with simple calculations to make sure that the total calorie intake is not too much, and that gets balanced with adequate amount of physical activity. So once we know how much of calories an individual has to take, then we break that down into macronutrients. Our Indian diets typically give about 60-65%, even up to 70% of calories coming from carbohydrates. And that is what we try to cut down. We don't put them on ketogenic diets at this point. We put them on something that gives carbohydrates is still the primary source of energy, but we probably give it about 50% of calories, 50 to 55% of calories coming from carbs. We step up on proteins, but when we say we step up on proteins, it's not like we give them some 40% of calories coming from proteins. We step it up from, say, 5%, which what an Indian generally takes, to about 10 to 15% of calories coming from proteins, and the rest of the breakup is for fats. So if I have to break this down into foods that we eat, how we advise is make sure that you take more of complex carbohydrates, something that is high on fiber as well. Every meal contains some source of proteins. So if there is a non-vegetarian, then it becomes easier, because eggs and chicken and fish, all of these are sources of proteins. They have more variety. But even if a person is taking a vegan or a vegetarian diet, then we give alternate sources of protein. But every meal comes in with a protein source. And fiber is emphasized because it is not just linked with glucose metabolism, but it's also associated with a lot of other metabolic parameters and the gut microbiome as well.
Thank you. Dr. Modi, next question to you. So basically, once people have already tried lifestyle factors, especially diet, so the question comes is, when should the person start medications? And patients always wonder, one is the tablets, that is oral hypoglycemic agents, and then when is the need to start insulin? So these are the two questions many people have, in a diabetic, when to start medications and especially when to start insulin.
Actually, lifestyle measures are the basics of a pyramid. If we consider diabetes management as a pyramid, base is by lifestyle measure. So nobody can escape from it. Timely food, timely sleep, and good quality food that all other speakers say, that good fiber intake, protein intake, good quality of fat and complex carbohydrate. So this is the basics of diabetes management. And everybody wants to avoid medicine, but unfortunately 95% of diabetic patients, they require medicine. 95%. So if you need medicine, then don't feel shame that I have become slave of the medicine. Whatever generally nowadays trend is to start with double drug rather than monotherapy and gradually increasing. People say that if you attack aggressively diabetes, then on the long run your sugar will remain under control for a very long period. But sequentially, if you increase medicine like monotherapy, then wait for 2 years, then second drug, then again after 2-3 years. So that gives troughs and peaks, and that gives a lot of blood sugar fluctuations. So that approach is not considered good. So most of the patients, yes, up to 7 to 8 years of diabetes, 70 to 80% of type 2 diabetic patients, they can be managed on drugs. But after 7 to 8 years, when their beta cell, they get exhausted, they require insulin. So indication of insulin is that optimum oral drug therapy, if your blood sugar is not controlled, then you will require supplementary insulin. Generally, we start with single dose basal insulin, and afterward we increase it, and subsequently basal bolus. Like means with each meal you give one bolus insulin, and night time you give basal insulin. So that is the course.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think now to Dr. Sunita, because many patients who have diabetes, they want to know whether they can ever come off the medications or not. Many times it is not possible. But is there something called diabetic, remission from diabetes? Can a diabetic, come out of medications forever or at least for long term? And is that possible, and how is it possible?
Yeah, the answer is a resounding yes. At least I can speak from my own experience, my own patient database. So yeah, after what Modi sir has said, that the patient goes on the medicines, and then at some point, basically what I've seen in my experience, patients approaching me, they're actually fed up of medicines. That's the thing. The first thing they come into the room, they say, can you do something about, can I come out of medicines? That is the first question. And yes, I'd like to give hope to all, whoever is listening today, it is possible. But it's like a 50-50 thing. It's the motivation has to be from the patient's end. The doctor can't do any magic here. I can advise, I can suggest, I'll help. What works for me, or what has helped me reduce the medications, not only in diabetes, but even for, say, blood pressure medicines or even the statins, the cholesterol medicines, is that I look at the patient as a whole. It's not just I'm prescribed diet alone or exercise alone. So that's the other speakers have spoken. What I look at every clinic review is to focus on diet, exercise, obviously. Also on sleep, much was talked about it from the morning, but most importantly, the stress. So that is the elephant in the room, I guess, because no person, whether rich, poor, male, female, old, young, I have seen each and every patient is stressed in these current times. So every review of mine focuses on the release of stress, either through counseling, through simple trips, and I think it's more like a holistic care. And what I've noticed over the last 8 to 9 years, ever since I started my clinic in Hyderabad, is that I've been able to actually bring down the medications of my patients. And some of them are on no medications as well. And yes, so that's what we call the remission of diabetes. So yes, it is possible. I do have my patients. They are in remission. So the next question was for how long it is possible. Now that depends upon the patient. So if the patient is able to manage his lifestyle changes, positive lifestyle changes, for months, years together, he's going to be in remission. At some point, and he knows, and I think it's more to do with the awareness and the education of the patient. Once it enters the patient's mind that, yes, this is possible, I have seen that they have been able to control the diabetes or other metabolic disorders quite well. It is that first initial hurdle is for them to understand. And once that's done, I think half the battle is won. So diabetes remission definitely is possible. And I think one last thing I would like to tell here is that is possible in majority of patients who have actually lost quite a lot of weight. If they're able to lose roughly around 10 to 15 kgs, it's quite possible. They can keep that under remission.
Yeah, thank you. I think now we are going to the last round of questions, and then we'll have short 5 or 10 minutes for the audience also. So keep your questions ready. And so I think now we'll come to Dr. Anuradha. So basically, couples who have infertility, is IVF the only treatment, or do all of them need IVF, or when do you advise IVF, and what is the success rate? People want to know, is it 100% guaranteed? Like we see some ads and they got penalized also, claiming 100% success.
So there are different reasons why a couple is not getting pregnant. So I think here the male comes first. We should really check whether there is any problem with the male. And we know that now the IVF indications have widened. So if a patient goes to a clinic, for a fertility clinic, so what happens now is the doctor, the physician itself keeps asking, how eager are you to conceive? How much time do you want to take for a pregnancy? Do you want to conceive early? You want to take time? Or are you in a hurry or not? So definitely, we should not really rush into major treatments. We should try with the simplest as much as possible. But considering the age of the woman, it is very, very important. We do know that from 30 there is a difference. And the best reproductive age is between 24 to 27. So after that, the fertility rates come down. And many of the women they approach for a pregnancy by the age of roughly 36. And by that time, we expect the fertility to be already naturally declining. So depending on the cause and what the patient wants, the treatment is done. But then we should insist to try with the simple treatments as much as possible. And again, depends on the cause. Suppose the men have azoospermia, there are no sperms at all, or there are very few sperms, then you cannot really wait for a natural conception or a simple treatment. Then you have to plan for IVF or ICSI. There is an advancement where you can just pick up a single sperm into a needle and inject directly into the egg. So with that, even with very few counts, or even if you don't find anything, you just retrieve from the testis and use it. But again, in women also, when there are tubal blocks, there are endometriosis, then you go for IVF. So IVF is not really required for everyone, but then the horizons and indications of IVF really have widened now. So many are going for IVF and it doesn't work out in the first few. But then we should know that IVF does not have a 100% success rate. The maximum chance in each cycle is no more beyond 40 or 45%. So we should not really get eluded with all the advertisements which say that, okay, come to us or whatever, surrogacy will have a 100% chance or a 75% success rate for you. That is not true. It started with a single digit success rate 46 years ago, and now we have just come up to almost 40 to 45%. So definitely the chances in each cycle are not 100%. So the couple should understand. But only positive point is, suppose you do not conceive in one cycle, it does not mean that's the end of the whole thing. If you try more attempts, by the end of 3 or 4 cycles, we expect almost 80% to conceive. So it has the best success rate, but still it has its own limitations.
Thank you. I think next to Dr. Rupa, you follow quite a bit on the lifestyle. So there are 2 sub-parts. One is the Indians, we are blindly copying the West, and there is westernization of lifestyle in most of us. So what is the impact of westernization on the lifestyle diseases? And second is, you also focus quite a bit on the rural areas. So we know that in cities, there is a pandemic of lifestyle diseases. How about rural area? Like, are they exempt from all these things, or are we also facing similar problems there?
I think this is a good question and a very relevant one in the modern scenario. Yes, there is westernization, and I don't need to highlight why. I mean, Hyderabad also 20 years ago, and now it's so changed. We have the swanky malls, our airport is world class. And when you have, there's technology, we have women in high positions, right? And together with that, there is the other side. And that other side is we have, if I may use the term, the McDonald's, the KFCs, the burgers, and the other thing. Penetration is happening because suburban Hyderabad, the villages are all getting infiltrated. So I run a rural program, and I found it, what I thought and what I saw when I went there was so different. Every little village, there are no diarrheas. They are not malnourished children, who are running about the streets. They have a school, they have the school uniform, but every village has a different spellings used. Chow mein center. And there is the burger with B-U-G-G-E-R, B-U-R-G-R, but that store is there. And all the famous US companies' chips packets in multiple small packets are there. And that's surprising because they get it just for 2 rupees and 5 rupees, what we don't get here. So the school children are also coming out and having that. The consequences are lifestyle disease is a big spectrum. We discussed obesity, we discussed infertility. There is hypertension. Then there is reflux disease. We are doing a study in the villages. You won't believe it, but 40 to 60% of the villagers are saying they have upputundi kappuru karpuru. They have bloatedness, they have acidity, and all the other lifestyle diseases. So there is obesity, there's diabetes, there's hypertension, there is acidity, there is constipation, there is joint pains. They're not coming to us with malaria or tuberculosis and all that. So the infectious diseases are coming down, and it's an epidemiologic shift. What is happening is we are seeing the lifestyle diseases grow. Together with this, I would like to highlight one important factor. All of us have highlighted it, have mentioned it in some form, but I just want to say mental stress. Our kids are going through a lot of mental stress because of the education styles, again, mimicry of the Western world. And every patient that comes with reflux disease, their insomnia, there's addiction to electronic gadgets. I was checking my mobile at least 10 times in this place to see whether my hospital has sent any message. And all that is also increasing diabetes, hypertension, and other lifestyle diseases. So it is a time for us to focus and get out of this race and get ourselves a better lifestyle.
Thank you. So Dr. Modi, one thing which is in news nowadays is there are a lot of magic pills for obesity. And few drugs have become blockbuster drugs. They came for diabetes, but now anybody who's overweight and obese they're using, like Ozempic, and company has made billions of dollars. Share price also going up. So, who are the people who require, those so-called blockbuster anti-obesity drugs? And maybe, 1 or 2 lines about the bariatric surgery. Who needs bariatric surgery?
Actually, as Madam said, that in gut microbiota is very, very important. Similarly, gut is also very important endocrine organ. Gut has so many hormones. The moment you start taking food and you reach at some level, immediately satiety hormone will start secreting from gut, they will go to brain, they will go to satiety center, and they will inhibit hunger center. So these are 4-5 important gut hormones are there. The main one is GLP-1. It is secreted from distal intestine. And when we are hungry, that time also our gut is active. Stomach will produce a hunger hormone. It will go to brain and it will start ringing the bell that food, food, food. And unfortunately, our hunger center remains open almost 80 to 90% of time, while satiety hormones are active only for 2 to 3 hours, that is mainly after food. So these satiety hormones, they are utilized by pharma company, and yes, they are mainly, they were available in injection form, initially daily, afterward weekly, and now they have succeeded in making it orally also. So once you take this tablet, GLP-1 analog tablet, oral semaglutide, then yes, it can reduce your weight by 5 to 10%. And you rightly said that scientifically people have proved it, that they are very good medicine for diabetes also. So oral semaglutide, once you give to obese person, diabetes will nicely come under control, their blood sugar fluctuations will come down, and weight will come down by 5 to 10%. And there are other hormones also, like GLP-1, GIP, and glucagon. So if you combine all three, that is called triple G therapy, then results are as good as bariatric surgery, 20-25% weight reduction. But only problem is still cost. Cost starts per month 10,000 to much more than that. So many people, they find it difficult, but those who are morbidly obese, like BMI of 30, 35, 40 with uncontrolled sugar, hypertension, diabetes, if they afford it, we do suggest, because they are scientifically proved. And in India also, many of them are available. Oral semaglutide is available. Some injections are also recently DCGI approved. So yes, now they say that they are like blockbuster medicine for obesity, and morbidly obese people, it works. It will reduce weight by 10 to 20% to that extent, just like bariatric surgery. So
yeah, thank you, sir. I think now to Mr. Shashi, I know that your dlife.in, along with Mr. Anup Singh, and you're doing a lot of good work in the low carbohydrate nutrition space. So just for the audience, what are the indications for which you advocate low carbohydrate nutrition? If you can just list those indications.
Yeah, so practically in all modern chronic diseases, low carbohydrate or his extended version ketogenic diet works very well. So we use it for diabetes, for obesity, polycystic ovarian syndrome, and even hypertension for the matter. And off late, there are a lot of studies, publications coming out on the utility of ketogenic diet in the management of mental health conditions like bipolar, schizophrenia, and neurological condition, which includes everything. And most of them, you know this, Parkinson, dementia, ALS, and even in cancers now. Now, a lot of case study publications have come out on the application of ketogenic diet in cancers. So, in the spectrum of most of the modern chronic diseases, low carbohydrate or ketogenic diet can be applied very, very successfully. So, for diabetes, it just works like magic, getting blood sugar under control, and also reducing medication or possibility of getting off medication. Now, I am off medication for the last almost 9 years. So I'm managing my blood sugars with HbA1c of only 5 for almost 9 years, or Mr. Anup Singh is there managing it for almost 14 years without medication with just low carbohydrate nutrition.
Yeah, thank you. I think we had a very good session here, and just small applause for them. But now the turn is yours. I'm sure you have a lot of questions and queries. So you can just stand up, tell your name, and then ask the question to the, and also whom you are asking.
I just wanted to know about nowadays a lot of foods are being branded as superfoods. So whether it's some kind of seeds or a lot of these new seeds, millets, flax seeds, pumps, I mean so much, everything is branded as superfood. So for someone who is not medically equipped with that knowledge, how do we distinguish between what is really a superfood and what is more of a commercial marketing gimmick?
Yeah,
Okay.
but is there a superfood, and then if there is, what is superfood? Okay.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, so no, there is
Thank
nothing
you.
called superfood. I wish there was. It isn't. So a lot of foods get marketed like that, like whole foods, superfoods, magic foods. But end of the day, it is to do with how much calories an individual is taking, how much calories an individual is burning to, and how much of strength workouts, how much of muscle mass an individual is having, that will actually define the person's weight and the body composition. So even if you're taking millets again are end of the day carbohydrates. Even if a person is taking seeds and nuts, end of the day it is proteins. So it gets broken down to what the major nutrient it contributes to, and then we calculate it to meet the calorie requirement. So anything that is too much is going to be not beneficial, and taking a tablespoon of seeds is good because it's a good source of fats, but if you take a tablespoon of seeds and eat everything else, it will not make any difference. So
I think at the same time I'd like to highlight one thing, and that is the timing of the food. Sometimes you feel that I skipped lunch, okay, and I had only dinner, so I'm having just one meal. The binge eating that happens, I think that needs to be controlled. So you should not go to a stage when you are so hungry that you could eat anything. So you have to balance it, have the timing, and then I always feel, and I think Esther you'll agree, that your dinner should be a little early and go to sleep at least 2 hours after dinner. Simple thing to do. And another Indian habit, when there's so much of reflux going on, we have this habit of having a lot of water with our meal. So we are distending and bloating the abdomen. So take small amount of water with the meal, wait half an hour, okay, so there's no traffic jam, and then drink the rest of your water requirement. In fact, water can be had throughout the day. You can have your times. If you're working, then you need to know that, okay, at this time I'll have that water. But this Indian, wherever you go, they first put the water, and then you have the meal, and then you drink that whole water. I think that just distends the stomach. So this is just a regular tip with your superfood.
Anyone else? I'm sure you have, don't feel shy, just, no question is silly, just ask anything which comes to your mind.
Yeah, thank you so much. One question that I wanted to ask is, with the increase in modern medicine, we are coming up with a lot of particular supplements and isolated minerals, which did not exist in the past, but people were still living. Now with the advent of so many specific supplements, and we advise supplements for babies, for adults, and the geriatric population, what would you say is, if a person is taking too many supplements, or is there anything that, an adverse effect that they should avoid? What are your thoughts on supplements basically, apart from the medical use or misuse?
Dr. Modi, yes.
Actually, there is something called hidden hunger in India. Like even obese person also is nutritionally very much deprived. We don't have micronutrients, we don't have protein in our diet, we don't have good quality of fat. So we prescribe this meal replacement or nutritional supplement. One angle is this also, that at least if somebody is using genuine nutritional supplement, he will get some micronutrient, he will get fibers. Even in natural food, all these micronutrients content has come down so much that I will tell you one NIN survey, that iron content in tomato in 1989, whatever it was there, now it is only 20%. Only 20%. So even from natural food also we are not getting adequate micronutrients. We are not getting, our normal protein requirement is 1 gram per kg. And average protein intake in India is only 0.5 to 0.7 gram per kg. So everybody is protein deprived. So I am not propagand of all these nutritional supplement, but at least when I read that this contains this much iron, this much micronutrient, this much selenium, this much fiber, so I feel that at least he will get this much. So that is one more idea after prescribing this nutritional supplement. But,
thank you. We had a wonderful session, and I thank all our esteemed panelists and learned speakers who gave their valuable insights, and also audience for actively participating. So with this, we come to the close of this session and hand over to the organizers.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sudhi. It was indeed a panel that, like I said, all of us have questions for, and to show you an appreciation, a token of appreciation to all the panelists here, and I invite on stage Dr. Janki, Research and Development Head, and Shweta, Manufacturing Head of Yazaz. Yazaz is also our hamper sponsors. Please proceed to the stage so that we can introduce you to our panelists who have kept us engaged and informed through the day. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to the last panel today here at Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2022. The panel discussed what I keep insisting is an everyday conversation that we have. Thank you so much, Dr. Esther Satyaraj, for being here today. Dr. Esther Satyaraj is Head Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics of HCG Hospital. She's flown down all the way from Bangalore for this event. Thank you so much. Dr. Rupa Banerjee, Director of IBD Center, AIG Hospitals. Dr. Rupa Banerjee, even during the conversation, gave us so much insights into everyday changes that we can make. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. Dr. Sunita Saimagaru, Diabetologist and Sexual Health Specialist. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here and engaging all of us in this conversation. Dr. Anuradha Katragada, Managing Director, Anu Test Tube Baby Center, for her insights, especially on fertility. On the panel with them was Mr. Shashikant Iyengar, founding member of DLife.in. Dr. K.D. Modi, endocrinologist, who is part of this panel as well. Thank you so much, doctor, for being here today. And the man who held the entire discussion together, I have no clue how you moderated the whole panel standing up here, Dr. Sudhir Kumar, neurologist, Apollo Hospitals, for moderating this engaging panel. Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our panelists. We would request the panelists to please stay back for a group photo. Yes, please. Laptop. With this we come to the concluding part of Dakshin Healthcare Summit 2024. A very special guest is here joining us today to deliver a special keynote address. Most of you may know him, but definitely all of you have heard about him. Popular as brand guru, there isn't a single product or a service that Mr. Harish Bijur does not know of whether it is from the conception stage to ideating it and implementing it as a successful product. It is my pleasure to invite on stage Brand Guru Harish Bijur, the man who understands brands like no other. He will touch upon the topic of Medicare in New Era. I request the audience to give him your attention. While we set up the presentation, request the audiences to please settle down. I understand you are very excited to interact with our doctors, but 10 more minutes with the presentation. Please be seated. We appreciate your patience.
Okay, got it. आ गया? शुरू करें? Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. I would like all of you to kindly sit down. May I request all of you to kindly sit down? Those of you who are going to be in the auditorium. I'm going to begin this final address and say goodbye to all of you. So let's start by saying that this session, which has been put together with so much of pain by the two media houses, Southwest and TV9, firstly compliments to you for putting together such an eclectic gathering in the space of Medicare. I'm going to be speaking to you for the next several minutes. I'll not tell you how many minutes because you might get scared. I am going to be talking to you on a subject which is close to my heart, and that is Medicare in the new era. All of today, you have been going through the subject from a practitioner's point of view, and to an extent from the application point of view. I'm going to take you back from the user level, and I'm going to take you back to patient care, Medicare, and the new emerging trends in Medicare as they are going to happen in the future. I'm basing all of it on a set of research I have conducted across some 65,000 and odd people. The research is still on, and therefore I'm going to share some data with you without making it too boring. Firstly, I must say that power corrupts, and PowerPoint corrupts absolutely, and to that extent you have to bear with a small PowerPoint, but I'll go quick on it. So the first thing that I want to talk to you is that, we're talking about the user end of it, and we are talking about the fact that there exists someone called a patient. A doctor exists because there exists a patient. A doctor is a solution to a problem, and the problem is the patient. And at the patient end, the problems seem to be many. I have, through my research, I've discovered that there are two kinds of nations in the world. One is that discovers wealth first and then discovers health. And then there's another nation which discovers health first and then wealth. Now all of us know that fundamentally we are a brute set of nations
who are very concerned about wealth. And only when we secure wealth do we think of health. And I think India is coming somewhere close to that point of time when wealth has been achieved and health is going to get discovered. So first of all, I think, important to appreciate that health is a very, very center stage point. The cheeky answer is the Indian is discovering wealth in health in the sense where there's plenty of wealth in healthcare. And I think that is the key issue that we need to be discussing today. There is fortune at the top, middle, and the bottom of the healthcare pyramid. And the healthcare pyramid is among the rich, the middle class, and the poor. All three segments are very, very important. So if you look at it, COVID has been a turning point. How many of you had COVID in your lives? Please put up your hands. No privacy breach? Yeah? Okay. The rest of you are so lucky that you did not get COVID. Okay. Or you're just plain lazy that you don't want to put up your hand. Whatever the reason, I hope, COVID has been a turning point in our lives. What Osama bin Laden did to the security services industry, in the sense he created paranoia in security services. Hotels such as this wouldn't allow you to walk in without getting checked, without getting, through security systems. Even today they do that. I think that was what Osama bin Laden did to the security services and products industry. The same thing COVID has done to the health services and products industry. Extremely critical to appreciate that health is today a very extra attention area. It's a center stage area which everybody looks at very, very carefully. There's extra focus that people give to healthcare, and extra needs of the people are growing on a day-to-day basis, wherein people are saying that health is much more important than wealth even. There are 5 pegs to focus upon in the healthcare era ahead of us. One is healthcare needs. That is every healthcare need that we have, which are basic needs. Then there's a healthcare want. I want better healthcare. And then there is something called a healthcare desire. I want the best healthcare. And then right on top of that is something called an healthcare aspiration. I need to be treated for this at only one location, and that location is possibly in Singapore. And eventually there are healthcare fantasies even, particularly because I was doing some study recently on broken bones, orthopedic issues. So on broken bones, the young of today, the Instagram generation wants, we went and asked them, what kind of bone setting do you like? They say that we hate these plaster of Paris which every Tom, Dick and Harish doctor puts together. We don't like plaster of Paris. Then what do you like? They say we want something snazzy. And I said, you anyway make it snazzy. When you go to school, people start writing all kinds of things on it. They make tattoos on it, designs on it. Maybe that's it. They say, no, we want something sexy. Right? This generation is a crazy generation. And then when we actually discovered what sexy is a new kind of a plaster cast, which is, put together very, very differently. And if you look at this plaster cast, it is actually a kind of a plastic material which is put onto the broken hand, and then it is filled with a liquid, and the liquid hardens, and guess what? There's a lattice kind of a design on the entire thing. You can swim with it, your arm can breathe with it, and you can pick any of 26 colors that can go into that liquid. So if you ask me, people today are not talking about functional medicine. Functional needs of a person, or what we talked about, healthcare needs, is a plaster of Paris cast on your hand which will last you for 6 weeks. At the end of it, you might have itching under it, you might have some skin issue under it, but then today people are saying, I want something which is breathable, something that is snazzy, and crazily, something that's even called sexy. So that is the fantasy of the young person today. And therefore, I want to take you through a journey of this fantasy. The healthcare market in India is what I call a saliva market. Saliva makes you want more and more. It's a saliva market. I talk about 2 body fluids today. Today I'll talk only about 2 body fluids. One in the beginning, one in the end. The first one is saliva, and the second is tears. Okay. If I had much more time, I would have talked to you about 2 more body fluids, which are very close to medical people. But let's stop with saliva and tears. Saliva, why is it a saliva market? Look at the market, my dear friends. It's a very large market. It's a $372 billion market as far as India is concerned. It's a very large employment market. 7.5 million people are employed in the healthcare industry in India. That's a lot of people. 7.5 million people is a lot of people. In fact, it's one of the biggest employers. And if I look at AI and its inroads that is making into healthcare, every tech person working in a hospital is also a healthcare person. So it's going to add on and add on and add on. Against a 5.2 million IT sales force, if you have a 7.5 million medical services sales force, we are talking a big language. The hospital market touches 98.98 billion US dollars. Okay, out of this 372 billion US dollars, 372 billion means the healthcare market is 372 unicorns. Unicorns. We talk unicorns. The startup talks unicorn. That's 1 piddly billion US dollar. 1 small billion US dollar. This is 372 billion US dollars. The hospital healthcare market, the healthcare market is 372 unicorns, and the hospital market is 100 unicorns nearly. So we're talking a big, big business ahead. Therefore, salivate. The medical tourism market is today at 8 billion US dollars, and we haven't even touched the tip of the medical tourism market. The e-health market is 10.6 billion US dollars, 10 unicorns, and we are still growing in that space. So essentially, we boast of about 12.5 lakh registered allopathic practitioners, as you know. Add another 5.65 lakh Ayush doctors, we are talking about a strength of doctors being this. Well, the ratio is still not as good as it must be, but then it's quite good as far as India on the whole is concerned. Extremely important point to note is we scrape the extreme top tip of the iceberg of healthcare opportunity in India. We scrape the extreme top tip of the healthcare opportunity in India, and we are still so excited. You see how excited I am, and saying 372 unicorns. I think we can be 20,000 unicorns. And that's the future you young doctors are going to be facing in the future. Okay. Medicare again, you know, in the years ahead is a very big opportunity, but we need to understand it better. We need to understand it better, get off the treadmill we normally are on most of the time. In Medicare, if you work in a hospital, you know exactly what treadmill you are on. Seldom do we get the chance to get off the treadmill. I speak to doctors every now and then. One of my first clients was a pharma giant in India, and that took me to meet some 2,600 and odd doctors over a period of 12.5 years. And in this doctor visit, I know what kind of a life a doctor leads. I think we need to get off the treadmill a little bit and understand what's coming, what's unraveling, and how do we look at it differently. We need to context it to the era of users who are unveiling ahead. You know, how many of you in this room were born after 2010? Please put up your hands. After 2010. What? Not a single person. Obviously, yeah, obviously. 2010 is so-so. How many of you have children in the house who were born 2010 onwards? Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Now, you know who this animal is in your house? The children in your house. It's called the alpha generation. Alpha generation. Gone are millennials. We are millennials. You're millennials. How many of you are millennials out here? Put up your hands. You're so yesterday. So yesterday. How many of you are Gen Z? Ah, so yesterday. Yeah, yeah. How many of you are Gen Y? You were so day before yesterday. Well, my dear friends, gone are the days. We finished the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, Z. Then what do you do after Z? You go to Greek alphabet. Alpha, beta, gamma. In comes the alpha generation. And you have to take care of the alpha generation. The Medicare facilities of today takes care of the Medicare needs of the future. And the alpha generation is the new gen. And as I told you in ortho, a simple thing like a break of a hand, Guess what, guys? They want something snazzy. They want something called sexy. Snazzy and sexy does not figure in the lexicon of a Medicare person in India at all. Agreed? Agreed? It would be something inappropriate. I'm using this word at a forum which is just about closing. It's a very inappropriate thing to. Hey, guess what? The alpha generation uses these words. They love these words. And they've got Medicare fantasies. You have to cater to them. Okay. So get to understand the new generation, tailor-make the preferences to them. The alpha generation is the reality. Recognize change and build the plan for the alpha generation. That's the reality. The biggest change in Medicare in India is the generation. The generation. A new generation of people have come in, a new generation of patient needs, wants, desires, aspirations, and patient fantasies. The baby boomers are dying. Gen A to Z have gone. Important point is, what your Medicare business does today so well, what you do today so well, is because of what was done 40 years ago. 40 years ago, because a client of mine who I worked with, won't name, I don't like to take names of clients at all, set up a hospital chain, a huge hospital chain. And 40 years ago was the start. What was planned 40 years ago has fructified today. And it's one of the biggest chains in India, right? Now what you do today will actually fructify maybe 20 years from now. And therefore, you are laying the foundation for the future. Okay, let me go on and maybe really talk to you about the alpha generation. The alpha generation is really insulate and build Medicare for the alpha generation is what I'm saying. If you want to take care of the future of your Medicare business, insulate it for the alpha generation ahead. The alpha generation, 2010 to 2025, I've already told you. In fact, I'm going to skip the entire alpha generation business because I think, you can always read about it. So I'm just going to move forward. And I'm going to say that the alpha generation is very, very important. That's all I'm going to say. And the alpha generation is going to be on the 31st of December 2025, which is not very long away. On the 31st of December 2025, the single largest living generation on the planet Earth is the alpha generation. And every other generation is not important as the alpha generation. Okay? So if your business in healthcare is not related to the alpha generation, I don't think you're connected. If there's only one thing that you picked up from this entire summit, and if you go and say, I want to insulate my business for the alpha generation, I'll be very happy. Because you're doing something that's going to be strategic for the business that you're going to build for the future. The alpha generation is actually, all about the youngster. It's about people who live on the social media landscape, people whose language you just don't understand. They come up to you and say, Mom, you be you. What? You be you. What is you be you? Mom, you do you. My God, my son comes up to me and says, Dad, I read 8 newspapers in the morning, I pile it all up. Dad, you destroyed the trees. Go digital. Now this generation doesn't believe in a lot of stuff you and I used to believe. We need to learn what it is and we need to go further. This generation is killing traditional media altogether. Okay, digital media is it. Traditional media is dead, dying, on the stretcher. Okay, so there are popular culture influences out here, and all of them are really talking about the alpha generation and what it does. Okay, let me talk about the alpha generation a little more. Is the immediate and not so distant future, in the sense that tomorrow is the alpha generation. You think it's too far away, but it's already in your house. But the alpha generation is not in a power situation today. You are in the power situation. Give it another 7-8 years, the alpha generation takes charge of the power situation, and that becomes the biggest way of looking at the future. Okay, let me fast track the alpha generation. As I said, I'll want you to read it. Let me put it that the alpha generation is very, very tech savvy, totally tech savvy. In fact, any problem with your phone in your home, I'm sure you give it to the youngest kid in the house, because the youngest kid is the most savvy. The alpha generation is totally connected to whatever is at the cutting edge, at the bleeding edge of technology. If I look at the entire situation, the alpha gen has two currencies in their pocket, okay, and you have two currencies in your pocket. One currency in your pocket is money, which you and I know, all of us have in the pocket. The second currency is time. Guess which is more important? Money is not important, time is important, and your Medicare business needs to be time-centered, as you rightly put it. Time-centered. Who has the time? Time is something I spend. You sat through my session just now for 30 minutes. By the time I finish, it will be 30 minutes. You died 30 minutes. You think you're living? Nonsense. You're dying. So am I. We are pushing death 1 minute at a time. You died with me for 30 minutes, I died with you for 30 minutes. I can't go to a top-up shop and ask, please top up my time by 30 minutes, right? But money, I can go and earn money back again. Therefore, all Medicare businesses need to be time-centric businesses. And most hospital businesses are not time-centric businesses. They are still very rooted to the old way of doing things, okay? Whether it be admin, or whether it be in the clinical procedures segment. I've done research across 13 hospital chains in this country. No hospital chain respects time of people. I've done research across 64,000 and odd people, and every one of them has complained that doctors do not respect the time of patients. Because they think patients have all the time, because they think patients are at the mercy of the doctors. My dear friends, the future is very, very different. I'm talking some very brute facts to you. I think it's very important for the hospital and healthcare industry to reorient itself to the patient centricity and eventually call the patient a consumer, because the patient is out there to consume as well. So time and money, and I think you need to leverage that. How do you leverage the medical businesses for the years ahead? I have 7 points out of 17. I don't even feel like going through all 7 points, but I might go through at least 4 of them. Let me tell you some of them. In my research, this is just a warning that it's a peak. There are 17 points. I can't tell you the name of the client I've done this for, but I can at least talk to you about some of the points. The patient user voice. The patient says, I need a GP, I need a GP, I need a GP. The general practitioner is the most important part of your business. Full stop. The specialist comes later, the super specialist comes later. The first port of entry is the general practitioner, and the GP is vanishing from our lives. And that is a big, big problem. Doctors don't want to be GPs anymore. Doctors want to climb the hierarchy onto higher and higher ends. So please think about it. There's a big GP gap. The family doctor, small is beautiful, small is still beautiful, my dear friends. Whether you go to a GP, a small little guy who you have been consulting for the last 30 years, and guess what? He tells you who you are, what you are, he has history, and you're not meeting a different face all the time. So I think the GP is back, the family doctor is back, GP as the first point of contact is what people are demanding. Preventive, curative, and holistic health management happens at the point of the GP. At the point of the GP. So please be careful. Second point, I'm digital, okay? This is, telehealth please, give me telehealth, give me telehealth. There is a clarion call out there. And guess what? People want telehealth because it's quick and efficient. They don't have enough time. Time is the biggest currency. Personalized medicine linked to health, data, and individual genetic profiles are required. Digital health can give you that. Some of the best hospitals in the country have data, but the correlation of the data does not exist today. And therefore, we don't use data in hospitals. We don't use data in hospitals. For billing, we use data. For admin, we use data. For clinical procedures, in the realm of clinical, we do not use enough data. My research from 11 and a half hospitals or 12 hospitals that I've looked at in this country. Preemptive, proactive, automated monitoring through wearables of every kind. People are asking for that. The Fitbit is a simple device. The Fitbit can tell you 20 different things. A Garmin can tell you 26 different things. The Fitbit can tell you whether you're sleeping 7 hours a day and whether you're linked, what is the, in India, what the data looks like and what the data looks like globally. The Fitbit can give you REM, can give you deep sleep, can give you 4 other parameters. All these seem to be helping to an extent, and people are demanding this, and I think hospitals need to look at that, particularly home health care with digital health tools is coming by. That's the second one. Let me go to the third one. Cover me baby. They're saying cover me baby, cover me baby. Insurance, my dear friend, the insurer is a gap in this country. We are very underinsured health lives. There needs to be a separate summit on insurance in healthcare. Cover me baby fully. What are these exclusions you guys come out with, yeah? Your medical profession, my dear doctors, my dear hospitals, everything is excluded. Dental is excluded. Eye care is excluded. Do you understand? I'm not saying this, guys. Don't get angry with me. It's the consumer who's saying this. 65,000 plus sample size. Insurance needs with no exclusions. That's what people are looking at. Personalized to lifestyle of the people. Even gym-linked premiums. If somebody is a gym goer, customized premiums. That's what they're looking at. Flexible and humane premiums. People are looking at it. Aren't teeth a part of my body? Dental is excluded in your insurance. Oh, so sweet, my dear friend. Vision is excluded. And hearing is excluded. What's happening, guys? Okay, the next one. I'm anxious. I'm very, very anxious. Take care of my mind, my dear friends. I'm under pressure. 5.2 million IT tech workers are under deep pressure in this country. Why them? 7.5 million Medicare health workers are under deep pressure themselves. So mental health is an issue, not only for the IT sector, but for the biotech sector, but for the retail sector, and most certainly for the Medicare sector itself. Doctor, heal thyself. The medical sector itself, I have done a dipstick study trying to see how mental health issues are affecting people in medicine and Medicare. Think of it, guys. I think this is the future we need to look at. I am anxious, take care of my mind. I am stressed, I am totally stressed. I am worried about my future, my finances, my performance of every kind. Add health to that. Okay. Mental health, very, very important. Early diagnosis, therapy and counseling. There is no early diagnosis in mental health. Watch my paranoia, small little things. Watch my OCD. OCD is one of the biggest items going through the realm of the IT workforce in India. And I'm saying this very loudly. Okay, I'm sitting there and I've done a study, I've told you. I'm sitting there at the business of 3 times I'll touch something. 3 times I like to touch. I have a habit on the table. And I keep doing that again and again. Small little things become big little things. And OCD is one of the biggest things affecting our lives, and I think we need to be very, very carefully monitoring it as the first line which needs to be looked at in greater display. I love sex, guys. Sex, one of the most underspoken item on the agenda as far as India is concerned. We have the world's largest population, and yet we pretend. Yeah. And guess what, my dear friends? Sex, I love sex. The young people love sex. But there are issues. I think the previous panel discussed some of it. These are serious issues. The previous panel has done eminent justice on it, if you look at it. India is changing. India is crazy. Have any of you watched Tribhuvan Mishra, CA topper? No? OTT? Okay, I've given them publicity. No, they're not a client of mine. Don't worry. Go and watch it. You'll suddenly see India is changing. India has changed. India is crazy. 8-9 episodes will teach you what New India is all about, my dear friends. New central concerns, my fertility, everybody, a huge chunk of people are concerned about fertility. Fertility is a big issue. Sex life of people in terms of number of times, duration, and 8 other parameters that come by. Okay, and I've done a detailed piece of work in this space. So I understand, is a serious matter, my dear friends. Sex life crazily has a way of demeaning the respect of individuals for themselves and for their spouses. Ouch! What are you talking about? Yeah, it's basic. Freud was right. Food, clothing, shelter, warmth, and sex. That's what Freud spoke about. Subsequent thinkers removed sex from the list. Abraham Maslow, as a thinker, removed sex from it. And subsequent thinkers removed more and more and more. But the basics are basics. Please look at it carefully. STD, serious issue among the young of India. We have tampered around with the sex ratio of India. I feel sad when I think that there are less women in India and there are more men in India. We've tampered around it. There are states in the country where guys can't get married to a lady. Okay? They can't get a bride. Okay? So what do? They do n numbers of other things. And guess what? Most of the time, STD is becoming a bigger and bigger problem in the country. A very silent problem, but a big problem. We need to talk about it. I don't trust you, baby. And this is the 6th one. I'll just do the 7th one and say goodbye to all of you. You had a long day. Look less corporate, dear corporate hospital. That 100 crore business I talked to you about, shared by all the hospitals in this country, growing at a 18% CAGR for the next 8 years, very robust. Please look less corporate. People are wanting you to look less corporate. People don't like corporate hospitals. Corporate hospital distrust is coming by. I'm a politically incorrect guy, okay? So hate me, love me, but listen to me. That's it. And this comes from consumer research. People don't like corporate hospitals. So don't behave like a corporate hospital. Change your hospital practice away from corporate to personalized. Make your corporate hospital look like an aggregate of GPs of every kind put together with an umbrella of specialists and with a super umbrella of a super specialist set. Well, corporate hospitals, not trusted. Small is still beautiful. Okay. Middle is sloppy. You know, in between the big corporate hospital and the GP, middle is sloppy. Nobody wants to go there. And big is ugly. Big is ugly. Don't look ugly. Look less ugly. So corporate hospitals of today need to look less ugly. That's the statement I'm making. Please change. I want to trust you, baby. This is the last one. Hospital concerns. Hospital concerns need to be smooth and fast. Hospitals are not smooth and fast enough. Zero waiting and no waiting room at all. I want a hospital with no waiting room or zero waiting room. Well, waiting list on tokens can go up to 97, 98 for an appointment slot of 1 hour. 1 hour, 60 minutes, 98 waiting patients. Actual data I'm giving you. Actual data. Where does this work? It doesn't. People wait for 5 hours and they get out there. And it's like a train perennially running late because, you know, demand is not catering to the supply that is actually happening. Must allow me a second opinion. People are asking for a second opinion in corporate hospitals. They're saying, give me an option. And this could be an e-option which you yourself give me. I want to double check what my specialist has told me. Because corporate distrust is coming in, my dear friends, because the specialist has recommended a set of procedures. And people are getting questioning. They have Google, they have Search AI, which is superior to Google. Have any of you tried it? It's just been launched 6 days ago. Search AI is beautiful. And I've got Chat GPT. With all this, people are asking, ortho again. You know why I'm taking ortho? It's the simplest, non-controversial area. If I take any other area, there'll be a fight here. Ortho. Why must, there's a bipartite patella. You know this better than I. There's a bipartite patella on a patient. It's very clearly bipartite. Patient goes to the doctor, shows it. Doctor is a specialist. This is a branded corporate hospital. Shows it to the specialist. Specialist looks at it and says, it looks like bipartite. Oh, thank you, doctor. But there is synovitis around the patella. That could be because of gout maybe, or because of something else. Doctor says, no, I cannot decide that. I need an A-line A-line? X-ray. Only, why? The book says that an A-line X-ray can only tell whether it is a patella or not. You know what I mean? 20 different things can come by and can happen. So if you ask me, extremely important that corporate hospitals must look softer, they must look friendlier, extremely important. And these are just 7 related issues raised by me. There are 23 big ones, no time to do that this time. I am going to close by saying that Medicare in India is a gap. There are bigger issues to tackle if you look at it. I call it the soft underbelly of Indian Medicare. Call it the soft underbelly of Indian Medicare. We need to fit solutions for each of these as we plan for the future of Medicare in the country. The soft underbelly, second body fluid, I spoke to you about tears. Okay. The tears are 28% of Indians don't have access to primary healthcare facilities. Let's cry about this. Let's cry. Okay. Healthcare Pareto play. 70% of India's healthcare facilities are in the top 20 cities only. What about the other cities? Let's cry. 37 million Indians fall into the poverty trap pushed by the bills of healthcare. Every year, 37 million people, Indians, become poor because of healthcare bills. Let's cry. Medicare and marriage are the two big push items which get us into debt. Marriage and Medicare. Because people spend their life earnings on the marriage of a daughter. India accounts for 20% of the global disease burden. 20%. That's a fair bit. Money lenders are the first go-to option to finance healthcare and marriage. Money lenders run after people. Okay? Formal banking does not give you enough money to take care of healthcare. Therefore, go to the money lender. Cry. The one big route, my dear friends, go digital. Something that we have to do. And I think my experience in recent 24 months with the new Medicare system in India tells me there are 3 levels of digi involvement you can get into. Hospital level data, we have plenty of data, let's link it. Level 1, most of us are at level 1 in digital. We just talk it. We just talk digital. We have to get to level 2, which is, going deeper. Level 1 is what I call flirting with digital. 82% of hospitals in India are flirting with digital. Okay. Level 2 is we believe in digital. Okay. What's the meaning of that? Getting married to digital. 17% of hospitals in India are married to digital. You'll do very well. And level 3, it's in our DNA. It's in our DNA. I do everything digital. Now we don't have anybody in that space at this point of time. I hope the coming years will get lots more coming into that space, going digital. And digital is essentially in our hospitals, we believe digital deeply for admin, billing, etc., tracking, patient, reminders, appointments, 20 other things. 64% active. In clinical, digital is only 17% active. And therefore, we need to do a lot more in clinical than we do in the other way. My dear friends, digital is it. And in parting, just to leave your face with a smile, I just want to say there is a network of the digital and the living. Analytics, data, and living today is a promiscuous life. I'll tell you how. My phone sleeps with my refrigerator. My phone, I've got a smart refrigerator at home. It sleeps with my phone in the sense that my phone knows how many eggs there are. Now, in the fridge, when 24 eggs become 2 eggs, my fridge orders eggs from the grocery store which is located in my basement, and my fridge is authorized to make a payment. I still don't trust technology fully. I've authorized only 2,000 rupees because I don't want it to go berserk. 24 eggs, by the time I get back home or my wife gets back home, the 24 eggs are lying in front of the door. Who ordered the eggs? My fridge. Who decided? My fridge. How did the fridge know? 24 minus 22 is equal to 2 eggs. This family eats 6 eggs a day. Get 24 eggs. Simple. Algorithm. My refrigerator, which ordered, sleeps with my grocery store because it tells the grocery store. My grocery store knows the data of my refrigerator and maybe 20 other smart refrigerators around. Okay. My grocery store sleeps with 40,000 customer phones because those phones are possibly linked there. My customers sleep with credit cards because if you want to pay, your credit card is linked there. Okay. My credit card sleeps with my bank because without a bank you can't have a credit card. Okay. My bank sleeps with my rating agency. Could be ICRA. Okay. My rating agency sleeps with my insurance company because my insurance company needs data there. My insurance company sleeps with my car because my car is insured as well. My car sleeps with my car company, whichever the car company it is. My car company sleeps with Aadhaar because without an Aadhaar card I cannot buy my car. My Aadhaar sleeps with my PAN card because the government said your Aadhaar has to be linked with the PAN card. And my PAN card sleeps with my jeweler. Every time I go to buy jewelry more than 2.5 lakhs worth of rupees, my PAN card has to be shown. My jeweler sleeps with my PAN card. And my jeweler sleeps with Facebook because he is on Facebook. And eventually Facebook sleeps with Cambridge Analytica. And you know what happened. If you ask me, we are all interrelated, my dear friends. Interrelated with data. The Medicare industry is going to make it even more interrelated. But in the case of the Medicare industry, very rich data which can be mined, which can be used for consumer benefit can be brought up. So my dear friends, on that note, I would like to say, ouch, data is important. We can't stay without data. The entire Medicare industry needs to embrace data, be with data, live with data, and sleep with data. Think, who do we sleep with really? Actually, it's data. Data, data, and data, and we're done for it. Thank you, my dear friends. It's been a pleasure being here. Thank you for your patience, for your time. I've gone quickly for a bit because I thought it's the end of the day, and you people are tired, and half the audience, is not here. So what's the point of going through nitty-gritty? So, but for the rest of you, if I have excited your interest in any of these realms, create a robust future for yourselves and for your Medicare enterprises, and let's take India places, and let's look at the tears market as well, just as we look at the saliva market. Thank you. God bless. I'm leaving an email ID out here, which is harishbijur@hotmail.com. I don't have time for questions, but if you mail me and say if you were at the South First TV9 forum, I promise to reply to you within 24 hours. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bijur. Before he leaves the stage, I would like to invite Garima of TV9 to present to him a token of her appreciation. Now, where else would you get so much information, a plan for the future, if you're a future doctor or in the business of healthcare, than in Mr. Bijur's data, collected, proven thesis of how to take healthcare forward. Thank you so much for your presentation. A round of applause. Dear audience, you have been extremely patient through the day, and I do hope after all of these sessions and the interactions that we have seen today, we're richer for our knowledge in healthcare. Before we part ways with you, I would first, like I said, thank you so much for being here with us. Other than our esteemed list of panelists who interacted with topics that matter to us the most, my special thanks to my colleagues at South First as well as TV9 who have worked for months to put this event together. A wonderful technical team, our audio, video, as well as the camera team that has ensured that this entire event was seamless and smooth. A special thanks also to the staff at Taj Krishna, especially the housekeeping staff, as well as the support staff who have helped us set the stage for every panel, one after the other. Thank you all. Have a good day. There is tea. Please do have tea with us before you leave. Thank you once again.
Dr. Kang, hold on to us. This question is for Dr. Vijay Chandru.
Okay. Right, I think I'm having a little trouble hearing. So perhaps if you can say names before you start, that would be helpful.
Sure. So actually, I'm sure Dr. Kang would have some great insights on this as well. So there's a great opportunity for AI in healthcare to serve as a, in certain screening types of applications. Whether we can actually go as far as saying we can build diagnostics is not entirely clear, right? Because I think to declare something as a test as a diagnostic, you would need to meet very high standards of specificity and sensitivity of the test. And, you want to be extremely careful about declaring false positives. I think we were discussing with Dr. Manjunath about this earlier. So it's very attractive. I think the other attraction, so from a screening point of view, certainly I think we should be looking forward to, for example, oral cancer screening, just from imaging. I think Dr. Vishal Rao and I work on the oral cancer task force for the country. And there we are starting to see that you could get some early indications, and then you have to have a further investigation after the AI into actual molecular pathways, and you should also have a clinical pathway well defined, so that if there is the possibility of a false positive, you don't put the patient under, or the potential patient under all kinds of mental stress, because they now have been told that they have a risk, and you need to be able to resolve how they get tested. So there are positives. Another big positive is, of course, our Ayushman Bharat digital mission. We are going to be collecting data. We're going to be creating large digital lockers, and so the ability to leverage that is important. On the negative side, I would say there is a big challenge with certain types of AI, and we were discussing this at lunch, generative AI, because of the hallucination problem. And, if you start using generative AI, you start maybe hallucinating and creating more data, which then eventually takes over even the little high quality data we have, and therefore you just have to be very, very careful about certain AI technologies like generative AI, and most of the excitement is about generative AI. The other challenge is, please remember that these are black box technologies. When you run a neural network, a deep neural network, there is something that comes out. How do you actually know what it is saying, and how do you explain the conclusions it's arriving at? And unless you can tie this into understanding of some mechanisms, biological pathways and mechanisms, this is not going to meet any regulatory standard, right? So I think there are challenges, so pros and cons, I think they have to be balanced.
Dr. Vishal Rao, the question I have to ask you is, in oncology, the use of robotics, and in combination with artificial intelligence as well. Tell us, how is it changing the way cancer treatments are done in this country, and more importantly, what can we look forward to from here on?
I'll answer this in two parts. Today, if you look at AI as a broader sense of it, there are 4 stages of AI. The narrow general intelligence stage, then you have the limited memory AI, then you have the theory of mind, and then you have the self-aware AI. These are the 4 phases. Now, what we are doing with robots right now, and I can give you an experience of just a couple of months back. We were at Sunnyvale in California, at the world's largest robotic summit surgery meeting, and representing India was a very proud feeling there. And talking about, actually looking at what is happening, there was a driverless car. There was a robot that came into our hotel room to take our order. And we were looking at how machines were interfacing with humans in reality. So we are at now a stage of limited memory AI with driverless cars. I mean, Elon Musk has touched it. What Stephen Hawking was worried about was when we reach self-aware AI. That means when we are going to reach an AI with intelligence, emotive intelligence, or when we are going to reach an autonomous conscious AI which is going to be independent, is when Stephen Hawking said that the society needs to get worried about. Let me tell you, this is 2019 October, and I'm giving some talk, and I'm telling 10 years from now, we will be looking at theory of mind being cracked, and we all have to accept it that we are moving fast. June, July 22, I got an email which read, Blake Lemoine has been sent on gardening leave by Google because he's cracked theory of mind. That is June 2022. And this is 2 years of COVID. Now just think of this. If we have touched theory of mind now, 1 year or 2 years back, correct? We are talking about a rapid acceleration of artificial intelligence, which is much beyond the control of our comprehension. And that's what I'm talking about. Gen X, then we have millennials, we have Gen Z, now we have Gen Alpha.
Yeah.
So it's accelerating. I'm a robotic surgeon, and I'm learning to play Xbox video games because you need to be very good at that. Correct? You need to be, so I'm sitting with my kid there playing some Xbox, playing PlayStation, and I'm asking him, can you help me with those hand controls, because I need to be doing this surgery also. We do one of the largest surgeries in the south in head and neck, in robotics, and we've invented our own instruments, we've invented our own processes, data. And for me, it's been a great learning that robotics is here to accelerate, accentuate, and assist human healing. It's not here to replace humans right now.
Okay, okay. Dr. Kuldeep Rai Zada, if I were to ask you the same question, this is something I want to ask. The moment you say robotics and robotic surgeries, people think it's like a video game. So the doctor doesn't do anything, the robots do everything. Is that how it works?
Not really. Things are very different from the perception versus reality. When we are talking about, as doctor is talking about, like learning his own ability to operate even the robots, it's actually the learning curve that one has to go through. It is not that you buy the D1C machine and operating room tomorrow, it's not going to happen. Every surgeon, every physician, or every clinician actually need to go for the learning phase, and then they are going to get an excellent performance on that part. So just buying the D1C or any kind of high-end robotic system is not going to help you with that way. My experience is coming from ophthalmic community. I am from ophthalmic background, and I work with the industry large scale. We are from medical device industry here. We are close to 110 in medical industry, and my experiences goes very widely because I work with every single domain of industry. Talking about let it be nephrology, let it be cardiology, let it be ophthalmology, let it be dental or anything. And I have seen a lot of changes actually happening. And when I talk about the AI application, it's not coming only AI, it's coming with the deep learning and machine learning as well. And whatever actually is happening in particular aspect right now, the amount of the AI that is being used in medical science is very small and very little. But for the current world proposition that now another 10 to 15 years or 20 years down the line, this is going to play a very crucial role. Because most of the technology what is existing today, that will be vanished. It won't be existing another 20 years down the line. And you will see, me and you will be aging together and we will see the witness what's happening today. Now, for example, we talk about the cataract, we talk about the glaucoma, even surgery or production is all going to be variable. Now, if you look at last 20 years before, you can't actually just diagnose a glaucoma just looking on the parameter or fields and see. But now you have advanced advantage when you actually have the photography of the retina or fundus. You are able to have analyzed and you can tell this patient is potentially going to have a 5 year down the line the glaucoma and potentially will lose in 50 to 20 years of the eyesight for this patient. Thank you.
If I were to ask you something, today, these days we say with the amount of screen time that we have, our eyes are going, in the wrong direction. The eyes are failing its powers faster than what it used to be. Are you telling me that technology is catching up faster than the way our eyes are worsening?
Yeah, it is true. It is already documented in many of the journals around the world. It is actually inducing a lot of myopia, especially for the children who are between 3 years to 8 years of the age. And that's one of the area, cautious, especially that will become very high prevalent in the time of the pandemic, because all the school, everything is gone to the iPads and tablets, and all the parents have no choice just to give the gadget to them. And they become so addicted, not only it disturbs their sleeping pattern, along with that, the sight, the retina is elongated and they're developing a high correction. We do a large screening, and last year we did actually the work with the Telangana government and Andhra government, and we have done almost 11 million people screening and delivered the eyewear to them. Where we realized right now, earlier the potential for the eye problem was only 9%, now it is to 37% in the children, which is causing a lot. Is evidence, is all available everywhere.
Okay. Okay, at this stage, let me invite upon stage Dr. Arvinder Singh Soin, who has just joined us. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Dr. Arvinder Singh Soin. I'm just coming to, in just a bit, we have Dr. Syed Ghaus in the house. I have to ask you one simple question. In nephrology and urology, tell us, how do robotics and artificial intelligence play a role? And more importantly, how do they improve precision and accuracy?
Yeah, in urology, to be more particular, urology is one branch where robotics is used most extensively.
More than physiotherapy?
More than anything in any other branch, urology is one specialty wherein robotics is used to a fullest extent. To take an example, you have got a deep organ which is known as prostate in males, and there is an increasing incidence of developing malignancy which is known as prostate cancer. And to treat that when it is surgically treatable, robotic is the best possible way where you can access it in such deep pelvis with a lot of precision, preserving the neurovascular bundles which are all around it, preserving the ejaculatory function of the patient, because the sphincter mechanism which holds the urine, the control of urine when the patient has an urge, that is there, and we tend to go there, scoop out the prostate from there, and then suture back the bladder back, to its own position. So this precision is possible only with robotics. We would have done it in an open technique or a laparoscopic technique, but the precision, the early recovery to continence, the precision with the entire tumor is removed, the damage to the neurovascular bundle and surrounding organs, all this would have gone multiple times if you have done an open surgery or a laparoscopic surgery. So with that, we have seen all the generations of open laparoscopic as well as robotic, and I myself can vouch for it that robotics has done leaps and bounds in terms of precision.
Okay. Dr. Arvinder Singh Soin, when it comes to treating liver diseases, performing liver transplant surgeries, and also diagnosis, tell us from your experience, how exactly do both artificial intelligence and robotics play a role?
So, I'm not sure if we've discussed this before, but artificial intelligence plays a increasingly bigger role in, well, first drug discovery, diagnosis, prognosis, treatment, because, so for example, in drug discovery, initially, basically it was a manual process and people looked at statistics of how the previously existing drugs were performing, what their mechanism of action was. But this is now all built into AI algorithms, right? So from a choice of 10,000 molecules, it's easy to zero in on 5 or 10 that are likely to work because the algorithm has the mechanistic evidence. That means how a particular drug works, how well they work, on what populations they work, with what symptoms and what diseases they work. So all this is into machine learning and AI algorithms now, and basically if you're asking a question, you will get a pat answer that these are the 10 molecules or 7 molecules you guys should research and should be interested in the order of, I mean, there's a pecking order, which one is most likely to work. So drug discovery cost and time has been like exponentially shortened.
Okay.
It is much, much less than it used to be. I mean, this whole process of choosing the right drug would take anything from 3 to 5 years. It takes a few weeks. That's all. Right? So that's just the drug discovery story. And then, of course, it also factors in genomic data, transcriptomic data, proteomic data, and then zeroes in on the right drug to, or the molecule to research. So that's one part. Diagnostics. Now, obviously you treat diseases better if you can diagnose them better or earlier, right? So in diagnostics, specifically pathology and imaging, those are the two areas where AI algorithms are very good because they're good in image recognition, right? So image recognition comes in largely in pathology and imaging. So the diagnosis